Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. We are here for. I forgot to get out of the settings menu. For Ebi-Hime's new game that she released yesterday on Christmas Eve. Winter Fragments, about a lovely couple, trying to make an indie visual novel. So it's a visual novel about the couple making it in a visual novel. So yeah, that's fun. There's no category for this on Twitch, so I don't know what to categorize the stream as. So it's no game because there is nothing to categorize it as, as I'm aware. So yeah, I realized I need to grab enough water. God damn it! Work really? Right, now that we're back with some water, let's start the game, I guess. I'm pretty sure everything should be fine. Volumes look good on my side, as far as I'm aware. So let's jump right in. There's a girl sitting on a bench in the plaza wearing a sensible black coat. These sound effects are loud. Her eyes are dark brown and her black hair is long and straight. Her skin, meanwhile, is very pale. Her dark eyelashes stand out like ink on paper. She's the spitting image of your quintessential Japanese beauty, or maybe a princess from a fairy tale. She could be Snow White herself, escaped from the pages of a picture book. These winds are very loud. Maybe I'm biased, but I think she's beautiful. If she went to Hitotsuba like I do, I can guarantee that half the boys would be all over her. Her shoe locker would be positively stuffed full of love letters. I bet even Taiki would have the hots for her. And he's basically unapproachable. I'm sure he'd be smitten by Shima Chisato. Who wouldn't? It seems inevitable that she'd have a boyfriend, but she doesn't right now. At least I don't think she does. If she did, I'm sure she would have told me about it already. Unless that's why she asked to meet me after school. She did say she has something important she wanted to talk about. What's more important, I ask? What's more important, I ask you, than romance? Homework? Yeah, right. Get real. Besides, even if Chisato was having issues with some algebraic equation, which seems unlikely, there's no way she'd be coming to me for advice. My math grades are, to borrow the words from my math teacher, Mr. Erie, abysmal. Most of my grades are actually. Chisato's my best friend, but she's better than me at most everything. Even life itself. She's prettier than me, smarter. She comes from a wealthy family. It's enough to make a girl feel jealous, but I've never once resented her. Really, I haven't. We've known each other too long for that. We might go to different schools now, but we're still plenty close. We'd still be close even if she did have a boyfriend. Because we're besties. I'm sorry, Chisato's imaginary boyfriend, but you're not going to beat me today. I know Chisato is gorgeous, but I saw her first. Back off. I'm not going to become chopped liver. Now, isn't that a funny saying? It's pretty chilly out here. It's starting to get dark, too. The festive fairy lights strung through the trees are flickering. I think I've kept Chisato waiting long enough. She must be chilly. I don't want her catching a cold. I grin, then bound forward to greet her. Hey, Chi, guess who? Chisato starts surprised and squeaks in this adorable manner that doesn't seem at all in keeping with her elegant coat and her straight black hair. She sounds a bit like a hamster, actually. One that's been stepped on. Chisato might look refined. She's like your regular little lady, but it's pretty easy to startle her. She's also surprisingly ticklish. I know all of her weak points after many years of being best friends, but I'm too nice to exploit these in public. I really am a great friend. Saku? I can't fucking read. Saku? Chisato twists about to look at me, but she can see— not that she can see me. My hands are still clamped over her eyes. Get off me! You're causing a scene. Why does it matter? It's not like there's anyone here, around here. There's anybody else around here. Even so, we're out in public. We shouldn't be horsing around like this. We're not children anymore. I think you care a bit too much about what other people think, Chi. But alright. I'll hand you. For now. I step back grinning. You can't blame me though. It's your own fault for letting your guard down. You really need to be more careful. Don't try to turn this around on me. You're the one who attacked me out of nowhere. I was just testing your reflexes, Chi, and you failed. If this was an exam at the fancy school of yours, you would have received a big fat 0. I can't— this is the wrong person. This is Saku. Too late, I've read it already. Well, I suppose you're very lucky. I suppose it's very lucky for me that I wasn't being tested then. Not that I've ever failed any tests I've ever taken. Any proper tests, that is. Of course you haven't. You really are Miss Perfect, aren't you? Hardly that. I have my flaws, but I'm always striving to improve myself. Now, how does my hair look? It isn't too messy, is it? Nope. I think it's fine. You sure? Uh-huh. I give Chisato a thumbs up, which is accompanied by a grin so wide I must be flashing my nostrils. I hope I don't have any seaweed stuck between my teeth. That would be quite embarrassing for a pure-hearted maiden such as myself. You shouldn't fuss so much about your looks, Chi. You could be wearing one of Saori's old shirts and be like half asleep with super baggy eyes and knotted hair, and you still look better than I do. Honestly, I'm not half the lady Chisato is. We're the same age, and we're even the same blood type, but sometimes I think we're barely recognizable as the same species. Schoolgirls sure do come in a lot of varieties. If we were ice cream flavors, I'll be something plain and ordinary, like strawberry. While Chisato would be something mature and delicate. Perhaps praline? I'm a bit unsure about my ice cream metaphor. I'll have to do some serious soul searching the next time I go to the supermarket for some Haagen-Dazs. The clerk might not like it if I spend half an hour standing in front of the freezer, staring at ice creams, though. Thank you very much. I think. She little frowns, as she often does when we're together. I'm not sure if she fully understands or appreciates my brand of self-deprecating humor. I don't want to look split-shot, though. Believe me, you're anything but. You're ship-shape. Positively Bristol fashion. I give Chisato a salute, to which she responds with a tired, uh-huh. Really, I don't know why you're being so fussy. Why shouldn't it matter how we look? We're such good friends. It's not like I'll judge you over a bit of bedhead. Thank you, Saku. That's really sweet of you. Is what I would say if you weren't the one who had mussed my hair in the first place. Goodness. Chisato gets to her feet, the hem of her skirt swishing as she does. She retrieves her school bag, which is resting beside her on the wooden slats of the bench, and looks at me, asking, "Are you ready to go? It's rather cold out here." I second that. You must be freezing. You don't have a scarf or gloves. I'll manage. You've gotta suffer for the sake of fashion, huh? Is my crust to bear as a student of the prestigious Saint Cecilia's? I can't read names. They're difficult. You say that, but I don't remember, Sarin worrying about her appearance as much. No, she wouldn't. She never worries about anything much. She is a law unto herself. In that sense, you're quite similar. And that must explain why we get along so good. I think you mean so well. So? Who cares? You're not in class right now. School's out for the rest of the year. You should care. I thought you wanted to be a writer. That's more like a fleeting fancy rather than a future plan. I smile, suddenly abashed, and toy with the end of my scarf. I'm not easy to fluster, unlike Chisato, but I always get a bit antsy whenever the topic of my dreams come up, mostly because they seem somewhat unattainable. Chisato is the only person who knows I want to be a writer. Anybody else is utterly unaware of this. Even my parents. When I fill out my career survey at the beginning of the school year, I put down a bunch of random crap like being a teacher or a secretary. It's not like I really want to be a teacher. Who does? I don't think even my actual teachers do. But I figured it wouldn't raise any eyebrows. I don't want people teasing me about my actual ambitions. I might be more sensitive than I let on. Putting that to one side, I crack my knuckles, which, like always, makes Chisato flinch. Do you want to grab something to eat before we get back? I've gotten this sudden craving only custard-filled takoyaki can satisfy. I see your tastes are as questionable as ever. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Akuzi? Azuki is clearly superior takoyaki. Hayaki filling? Am I fucking... Not takoyaki, it's hayaki. Good thing. Hayaki filling? Oh yeah? Says who? Says me. Along with all the other people out there with common sense. Are you trying to imply that I have no common sense? I'm not just implying it, I'm stating it. Chizoro's smile is as thin as the blade of paring knife, as a paring knife, and just as deadly. She acts so proper when she isn't blushing her pretty little head off, but she has a bit of a sadistic streak to her. Funnily enough, however, it only seems to emerge when she's dealing with her big sister. Sayori, or yours truly. I guess you could call Chisato two-faced, but I don't think that's a fair assessment. She's multi-faced, or is that faceted? Like anybody else. Chisato's good at handling herself, but nobody can be perfect all the time. We can't go for taiyaki now anyway. We'll spoil our appetites. My mother's grilling beef tongue tonight. She knows how much you like it. Oh, beef tongue? That's so fancy. I'll have to give your mother my regards. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Oh. Watch with the audio. Merry Christmas. Merry Cootie. You've always been complimentary for cooking. That must be why she likes you so much. Well, duh! Who wouldn't like me? My manners are impeccable. I'm kind of adorable. Don't you think so, Chi? I'm not sure about that. Which part? Which part in particular aren't you sure of? All parts. Alright, have a nice Christmas. Merry Christmas and have happy holidays, Possum. Wow, you're so mean. Where's my cursor? There it is. I stared at Mac in an exaggerated show of surprise. Chizoro observes me, mutely. For a few moments, her expression is impassible. But then her lips twitch. Her slender shoulders shake. Then she starts to laugh. Chisato's amusement is contagious, and though she was initially laughing at me, we're both soon laughing together. I'm quietly confident as I watch Chisato chortle that I make her happier than any boy could, even an incredibly handsome boy like Taiki. She only laughs like this when we're together. Hey Saku, long time no see. I'm greeted when I step into the foyer of Chisato's home by her big sister, Shima Saori. Saori is 22, which gives her a whole 7 years on me and Chisato. She's old enough to drink and smoke. They're both vices she takes a lot of pleasure in. And she has her own motorbike. She's always been a bit of a wild card. Not that she's a child. Really, she's a grown adult. Right now, Saori's sitting at the stairs of the entrance hall, tightening her laces of her beaten-up boots. At least she was tying up the laces of her boots until she spotted me. I guess I must have distracted her. Hey, Siren! It really has been a while, huh? It feels like it's been an age since I last stopped by. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. The house hasn't been the same without you. I missed your goofy smile. Huh? You have? Uh-huh. You've always been fun to talk to. You're far more entertaining than my straight-laced little sister. Well, excuse me for being boring. Kinetic scowls. It's the sort of expression that would curdle milk, I swear. I don't know why you like hanging around Saku so much. She's my friend, not yours. It's weird. Weird how? You're 22. You should find some friends of your own age. Oh, how harsh of you, my dear little sister. Saru finishes tying her laces, then rises from the stairs, stretching. Her black vest rides up, revealing a sliver of her stomach. Well, I don't see it. I only catch a glimpse of it, but it's pretty toned, thanks to all those years of Saru devoted to her school's kendo club. I don't have any wicked designs on Saku. I'm just trying to be nice. You should give it a go sometime. It'll do you wonders. I think you're a bit too nice. This is just thing. I don't want you poking your nose into my business. Can't help it. Sorry. There's rule number 1 in the Big Sister Handbook. There's no handbook. You've never known about it. You'd never know about it if there was. You are and always will be my cute kid sister. Saru smiles while Chisato sighs. If ever I was asked to sum up the relationship between these two, that's all the info I'd need to give you. Saru smiles while Chisato sighs. Again. Their relationship isn't exactly antagonistic, but there's a bit of uneasiness there. You can probably trace this back to their childhood. As a kid, Saru fancied herself some kind of mad scientist. She took it upon herself to perform all sorts of operations on Chisato's dolls, and to mixed, mostly negative, if I'm being honest, results. Saru hacked off heads and limbs indiscriminately, which made Chisato cry. Maybe Chisato's afraid Saru's planning to do the same thing to me. Right. I should set up now. I should set off now. Are you going somewhere, Sauron? Great so. I know it's rude to take off so suddenly after you just got here, but duty calls. Are you visiting a friend? I wish. According to my dear little sister, I don't have any friends. That's why I keep talking to hers. Sadly, it's nothing so fun as that. I have to get to work. My shift starts soon. Oh yeah, she mentioned that you'll be starting a new job. Oh? Have you been tattling about me? Not really, it's... Not really, it's... Get off fucking phone. Be right back. And we're back. The game crashed on me for a minute there. Also had to phone stuff. Anyways, back to the game. After they crashed on us, it was great. It was great. Bit janky. Don't know why it crashed on me like that, but whatever. Anyways, not really. It just came up in conversation. Do I come up in conversations often? You wish. I have much better things to talk about than you. Don't get so swollen head. I'll do my best. But you don't make it easy for me. It's nice to know you've been gushing about me on the sly. I was probably doing that. Well, I wonder. My voice changed. Wonder as much as you like, it won't change reality. Alright, Miss Snippy. Keep your hair on. I don't know what my little sisters told you, Saku. But yes, I did start a new job. I've been working at the, convenience store. Not exactly glamorous, but I'm not picky. I'll take it. As an adult, I must work to earn my keep. Yeah, tell Saku that. Tell Saku that. We all know the truth, though. Mom and Dad don't see a penny of your money. You've been saving up for a new graphics card. And in your processor, I want to give my baby a complete overhaul. He's a gamer. I don't know why you're so obsessed with that thing. It's something to do, isn't it? Besides, I always give my old PC parts to you. You should count yourself lucky. Oh, please. I know you're not doing it for me. Don't try to act so selfless. I'm tired of your old hand-me-downs. I'm gonna save right here just in case it crashes again. I'm worried. So you don't want my old PC? Should I take it back? Could we sell a bunch of those parts, you know? I never said that. I thought as much. You need to stop being so contrarian. See, or I might start taking you at face value. Sari grins, then gives Chisato's head a impeccable black hair a fawn ruffle. Chisato, predictably, scowls and steps away from her. She doesn't like it when I mess up her hair, and she really dislikes it when Sari does it. So much for sisterly bonding. Do you really have enough time to dawdle? You'll get in trouble if you're late again. Oh, yeah, good point. I'll be back later. See you, Chi, Saku. Don't wait up for me. As if I would. A grim-faced Chisato watches Sari depart, combing her fingers through her hair all the while. She doesn't even bother to wave her goodbye. I do, which Sari returns, grinning. She pulls the front door to the steps. She pulls the front door to and steps onto the evening streets, which are already dark. The door closes behind Sari with a thud, and soon Chisato and I are enveloped in silence. Chisato surveys me, still combing her hair down into something vaguely resembling a style. Then she sighs. That sister of mine. So energetic? I was going to say irritating, but I suppose that works too. Now, should we wait upstairs? There's something I want to talk to you about. All right, sure thing. Lead the way, Captain. I salute to Chisato, which makes her sigh. She sighs and rolls her eyes at most of my antics, but it's rare that she actually tells me to knock it off. I think she's fond of my foibles deep down. Foibles. Ah, fuck, my ear! I forgot how loud that was. Shit. Ah. Y7. Fuck. I forgot how loud I set that too. That explains why the fucking music's so loud in my ear, because I had the volume turned up way too high. Hello, Y7, how are you doing? After I just decimated my own goddamn ear with my raid alert. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. How was your stream? What were you doing? Let's see. Let's find out what you were doing. Gosh, SO. Y7 is live. You're playing Devil May Cry. Hell yeah.
Edge.
Fitting. Thank you, Seda.
Interesting. I've no idea what peeps and I have no idea what the fuck is happening in this clip at all. I'm also lagging. The clip is lagging. It's lovely.
Oh god, that...
I see. That's what the clip was for. Very funny. Ah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Anyway, let's do intro. Hi, thanks for the follow, Evan, Eva, Nox.
Hey, Adora.
Evan, well. Thanks for the follow. Anyways, hi, I'm Suzume, a demon wolf girl. That's what it is. A demon wolf girl. I play many games. Hi. Yeah. That's why. So, hi. I play many different games. Currently, I've been playing a lot of girls GL visual novels, like this one right here. Well, since people since we appear, let's do, since there's no category for this game yet, I just made a command for you to, so this is the game. We're playing Winter Fragment by Ebi-Hime. You can download the game, it's free through this link. We're playing Winter Fragments, as I just said. I just got there. It's a new game by Ebi-Hime. Thank you, I am very cute, thank you. This is the last day you'll be seeing the Christmas tree me, because Christmas ends today. Can't believe it. Christmas today. Christmas. Just a day away from ending. Can't believe it. And this is a visual novel about a couple, two girls. I don't know if they're a couple, two besties making their own visual novel at some point. Rubber duckies, okay. Ooh, fun. But yeah, it's a girls' love. This is a girls' love visual novel by Ebi-Hime about these two. I'm assuming these two are making a visual novel, a visual novel making. So fun. I think we're just about to find out that we're making a visual novel. Apparently. Ooh, fun. I think she's fond of my foibles deep down, though she doesn't like to admit it. This is a kinetic visual novel, by the way, as well. There's no choice system made, it's just a single story all the way through. A visual novel I'd recommend is Please Be Happy if you enjoy cute GL visual novels. It's a really cute game. Please Be Happy is like a lot of hours. I I spent like 20-ish hours playing the whole game. It's great. I recommend it a lot. Sari's right about her, about her sister. She is contrarian. Yep, that's contrarian. Fortunately, I'm used to it. I even think it's cute. Chisato takes off her coat and hangs it up. Then she heads down upstairs, the hem of her bright red school skirt fluttering. I follow behind her after unfurling my scarf and hanging up my own coat. Chisato's bedroom is on the second floor of her parents' home, at the very end of the hallway. It's a spacious room with a sleek wooden floor and pastel walls. Very girlish. The bed, which takes up a sizable chunk of the space, is more than big enough for two. I can confirm this from a whole bunch of past sleepovers. The covers are pink, like Chisato's walls, and a few stuffed toys are sitting along with the pillows. Over to the left, meanwhile, is the focal point of Chisato's bedroom. The pièce de résistance, if you will. Chisato's desk is wooden, like the rest of her furniture. A couple of sketchbooks and notepads are stacked upon it, and there's a plastic pot where all her colored pencils and fine-tipped ink pens. That sentence feels weird to me. Anyways. Good night, AY7. Have a nice sleep, I guess. There's no rest of the day for sleeping. Chisato's fond of drawing, and the drawers beneath her desk are stuffed full of art equipment. Spare paper, more colored pencils, pots of ink, you name it. It isn't Chisato's extensive collection of art supplies that impresses me, however. It is, instead, the large gray monitor that sits on her desk, and the equally large gray box tucked away beneath it. It's Chisato's computer. The computer looks very out of place when contrasted with the carefully cultivated aesthetic of Chisato's girlish bedroom. It sticks out like a sore thumb among all the pastel pink. Maybe it's because it used to belong to Sari. This monitor is a hand-me-down, and so is the PC tower beneath it. A custom job put together by Sari's fair hands. The old PC is ugly, sure, but it's so useful even the appearance-obsessed Chisato put up with it. Who in their right mind would turn their nose up at a free PC? I'm so jealous. It's so cool you have a computer. You're so lucky, Chi. You always say that when you come here. When are you going to get used to it? When it stops being so awesome! It's just a PC. That's easy for you to say, being rich and all, but these things are like insanely expensive! I thought your dad had a PC of his own. He does, but it's for work. He keeps it in his study, and I'm more or less forbidden to touch it. Unless I need to look up stuff for homework. I can't browse the net like you. There's no way I'd be allowed a computer in my room, and even if I did have one, I wouldn't be allowed to use it. My family is still on dial-up. It takes forever to connect to the internet, and it makes this really annoying sound too, like this. I do an impression for Chisato, which makes her frown. Alright, I get it. You don't need to demonstrate. We were using dial-up until last year too. You're lucky you're not stuck with it anymore. I don't know what my dad'll ever get with the times. You'd think it was still the 20th century at my place. You're living in the future, Chi. I don't know about that. You're being too modest. Your family literally has 3 computers. 3! That's like almost as many as we have in our school's library. You're exaggerating. Hitotsubi isn't that impoverished. It's something compared to Saint Cecilia. Yes, well, my parents pay an extraordinary amount of money to send me to Saint Cecilia's. It's unfair to compare the two establishments. Digital bends, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and switches her PC on. If it was me, I'd probably use my big toe to boop it to life. But I guess that's one of the reasons why Chisato is a lady, and not me. I turned over to Chisato, her eyes wide with curiosity. Did you want to show me something? You didn't pick up another new Otome game, did you? I haven't in a while, no. What? We've almost finished First Live. I thought we were going to get through well, I was close. Heida's route, then start something new. Almost something really different. Did I say I wanted to do that, Aku, when I called you earlier? Well, no, but then don't go jumping to conclusions. You only set yourself up for disappointment. But nothing. It's in my house. It's in my PC. I do what I want, or nothing at all. Not technically your PC, it's Sari's. She gave it to me. You said you were tired of her hand-me-downs. And I meant I am tired of her hand-me-downs. The computer is an exception. How convenient. I pout, slumped over the back of Chisato's chair, and rest my chin on top of her head. I want to play a new Otome game, Chi. I'm craving some eye candy here. That's funny, given you pay your male classmates precisely zero attention. Why should I? They're not aloof and mysterious like Toya, and I bet they're not half as good at cooking as he is. Bet to the guys in Otome VNs, real guys are a massive disappointment. Well, I wouldn't know. There aren't any boys in my school for me to be disappointed by. You're not missing out on anything. Teenage boys are way uncool. I'd rather fall in love with a fictional character. They're less likely to mess you about, and they're way more good looking. Do that thing again, Saku. What thing? Messing up your hair? That too, but... Chisato tips her head back. I move back out of necessity, but I remain slumped over the back of Chisato's chair. I'm standing and Chisato is sitting. Our faces are inches apart. Loose tendrils of my escaping hair brushes against her cheek. You can't compare real life to the love interests in Otome DMs. There's no character designed to be likable, but real life people are a lot more complicated. You'll be let down if you down-temper your expectations accordingly. Oh, yep. I don't see why I should have to settle for less, though. I understand how you feel, but you'll never get a boyfriend if you don't lower your standards. But I don't want a boyfriend. I'd much rather spend time with you. Well, thank you. Sora looks back at the PC monitor. It might be the glow from the curved screen that's to blame, but her face looks slightly flushed. I like spending time with you too. I liked reading First Live together, even though you insist on giving the hero a good voice. Well, we'll have to put the Otome game on hold for today, though. That isn't what I wanted to show you. What is it then? Is it something online? It's a website I found. Thought you might find it interesting. Interesting, huh? It's not porn, is it? No, of course it's not. Which is just something so vulgar. I don't know, you were just so secretive about it. I just wondered. Well, don't. So it's not porn? No. Okay, keep your panties on. So, if it's not porn, is it a guy? Have you been chatting with somebody up? Nothing that scandalous, salacious. So you really don't have a boyfriend? No more than you do. I'm not particularly interested in it either. Phew, that's a relief. Chisato's imaginary boyfriend 0? Me 1. I feel like I've scored a pretty substantial victory. What I meant to show you before you interrupted is... Chisato taps an unfamiliar URL into her search bar. She's one mouse click away from her destination when a voice calls from below the stairs. Chisaku! Dinner's almost ready. Could you girls come down? I'll be Chisato's mother. It looks like Chisato's big news, whatever it is. We'll have to wait for later. Alright, I'm starving since somebody... I poked Chisato in the cheek. Somebody wouldn't let me have a kayaki. I'll devour all that beef tongue in no time flat. Dinner that evening is a relaxing affair. Sabri isn't at the table, so it's just Chisato's parents, and me. Ms. Shima is a kind woman who has always paid me special attention. I think she regards me as a surrogate daughter, given the amount of time I've spent at her house. She certainly treats me like one. She always fusses over me, asking if I want my cup of green tea refilled, or extra ice, or extra rice. Ice too, for ice drinks, I guess. Coming from any other woman, such enthusiasm might be tiring, but I've always found Miss Shima relaxing to be around. Really seems to exude an aura of tranquility, what with her bobbed black hair and her evil smile. If I had to liken her to anything, I'd say she's maybe equivalent to a Zen garden. Chisato's father, on the other hand, is quite different. Mr. Shima is quiet, almost stoic, and he doesn't talk very much. He has a busy job, and it's rare he comes home early enough to eat dinner with his family. When he does get home in time for a family meal, he's typically so tired he's not interested in making small talk. Mr. Shima only speaks to reassure his wife that yes, he's fine, and no, he doesn't need more food. Chisato looks a good deal like her mother. They both have straight black hair, but I think her personality is more like her father's. They're both so aloof. So, what do you think? Miss Shima asked me as I dig into my beef tongue. Do you like it, Saku? I hope it isn't too chewy. It's fine. I think it's tasty. I think it tastes amazing. I'm glad to hear it. I know beef tongue is one of your favorites. I had to make it for you when she said you'd be coming over. It's been a long while since you last stayed the night. I know, it's like so sad. I've missed your cooking. And I've missed your bubbly personality. Now, why don't you have some more rice? Your bowl is looking empty. Wow, I was just thinking I could go for some extra rice myself. You read my mind. It's not part of a housewife's job when, or indeed if, you have children of your own, I'm sure your own latent telekinetic powers will awaken. Miss Shima laughs as she retrieves my almost empty bowl of rice. Takes it to the rice cooker, which is sitting on the kitchen counter, and scoops more pearls of warm white rice into my bowl. Chisata watches her all the while, her arms crossed. I wouldn't count on it. Saku scarcely notices what's happening in front of her own two eyes. There's no way she could ever be an Esper. Hey, are you calling me dumb? No, I'm saying you're unobservant, incredibly so. The things you don't notice could fill an almanac. Says the girl who gets taken by surprise when we meet a bit earlier. You let out that squeal. You let out that squawk. I did not squawk. Yes, you did. You totally did. Alright, girls, settle down. Ms. Shima hands me my newly filled bowl of rice, then takes her seat at the table again. Tepe is tired after work, aren't you, Tepe? Tepe, dear? As much as I love listening to your lovely chatter, he could probably do without the noise. No, it's fine. It's rare to see Chisato in such high spirits. I'm glad to see her having so much fun. It's not like I'm having fun exactly. Saku's really annoying. Oh, someone annoying invited her to our house for a sleepover? I was feeling generous. I thought she might be lonely without me. Really now? That is kind of you. I don't think you suffered fools gladly. I didn't think you suffered fools gladly. I can't fucking read or comprehend English very well. Mr. Shima laughs. You girls are so close. I used to bicker with my friends like this when I was a boy too. It takes me back. Mr. Shima doesn't embroil his recollections, but the smile on his face doesn't waver though throughout the meal. He didn't scold Chisato and I, but we stopped arguing all the same. Mr. Shima's smile must have mellowed out the atmosphere. The four of us eat together, like any family would. Chopsticks scrape against bowls, and every once in a while, Miss Shima rises to pour us more green tea from the gentle, steaming teapot in the middle of the table. It's a leisurely affair, and the food is nothing short of delicious. If happiness had a flavor, I'm sure it tastes like Miss Shima's cooking. I feel like I'm in heaven. Yeah, that was a good meal. I'm so stuffed, I don't think I could eat another bite. Again, real quick, just to make sure I don't lose my progress. Good. You've had more than enough to eat already. I couldn't help myself. Your mother's food is crazy good. You know how much I love beef tongue. I love almost anything so long as it's meaty. Yep, you know it. I flash Chisato a peace sign, which makes her sigh. That's how she reacts to a good 75% of the time of the stuff I do, and say if not more. I'm so accustomed to it, it doesn't bother me. I'm in such a good mood, I don't know if anything could bother me right now, not even Chisato's surly temperament, or how dark it is outside. It's a little past 6, according to the clock on Chisato's bedside table, but the sky's pitch black already. Like right now. It's fucking pitch black, I can't see shit. It's late December, right now, and sun sets pretty early now, around 1800 or so. The nights are short, dark and cold, but that's not enough to dampen my spirits. My optimism burns within me like a firework. I'll never be down in the dumps, not when there's delicious food to eat. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, Saku? Chisato looks at me archly. She's perched up upon her swivel chair, one leg crossed over the other, her knees dark and opaque beneath her tights. She's changed out of her school uniform, as have I, and now we're both in our casual clothes, which are vastly more comfortable than lying around in. As much as I love Chisato, I always feel a little awkward around her when she's wearing her St. Cecilia's uniform. It's just so red. How long are you going to lie there? I have something to show you. I want to show you. Oh yeah! Sorry, Chi! I hoist myself up from Chisato's bed with more difficulty than I'd care to admit, and bound, or at least throttle, over to her side. What do you want to show me? I'm really interested. So you forgot all about it? I've had memory. You should know that. I've always been awfully on, like, tests and stuff. There's something bad. There's having bad memory, and then there's being willfully ignorant. There's nothing willful about it. I just get distracted. Is all about your mother's cooking. I really am sorry, though. Chisato doesn't look amused. Does she ever? But I think my apology won her over. Oh well, I'll show you if you really care. I do! Show me the goods! Are you sure it isn't porn? No, it's not porn. Look here. Chisato turns back to her monitor, then pulls out a website. The website isn't, contrary to my teasing, filled with any lewd photos. There's just a bunch of text and hyperlinks that has set on an uninspired gray background. What's this? A forum. I can see that much, but what's it for? Developers. Of what? Games? Visual novels, to be more precise. Huh? Really? Yes, really. It's a forum where independent creators can upload their own visual novels. I've tried to look through some of them. There's some interesting finds. Are these, like, free games? Chisato nods. Are they filled with cute boys? None of them are. Some aren't. It's quite a mix. I see. That's kind of cool. So these visual novels aren't made by big companies then? They're by individuals, mostly. Or small groups of individuals. I don't think anybody who posts here is affiliated with Visual Arts or Konami. People make these games and upload them for fun, as a hobby. Wow, that seems like a lot of work for a bunch of amateurs. Specifically if they're not getting paid. Most of these visual novels are relatively short. They tend to use stock music and photograph backgrounds. Like, the one we're watching right now. The one we're playing right now. Funny. I guess that make producing them more manageable, yeah. Show me a few of them, Chi. I'm curious. Of course. Chisato navigates through the forum. There's so many topics and hyperlinks, it's a bit hard for me to follow. I'm computer illiterate, though only barely, given I don't often have a chance to use a computer. Is it real doujin hours? No, no doujins. These are visual novels, Possum. Misato's a lot better at tech stuff than I am. She seems to know what she's doing, though. I guess her familiarity with this site doesn't hurt. There's about a dozen of these amateur visual novels for my appraisal. I skimmed through screenshots of whips, work in progress projects, and character profiles, art assets, and snippets of stories. A couple of these visual novels have really nice art, which wouldn't look out of place in big commercial releases. The majority of them, however, leave a fair amount to be desired. The line art and coloring of the characters are shaky and proportions suspect. Still, it looks like a lot of effort must have gone into them. Even the worst of these projects must have come about through a spark of inspiration. I don't think anybody would think so much I am into telling a story if they weren't passionate about it. So, what do you think? These people must have a lot of free time on their hands, mustn't they? I'll say, some of these games look like they must have taken a long time. It's crazy cool, though. I applaud their enthusiasm. I thought you might say so. You know me so well. Hey Chi, I kinda wanna check out some of these games. Do you wanna download a few? We could do that, I suppose. But I had a slightly different idea. Like what? Well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to agree if you're not interested, but running this firm got me thinking. You like writing, and I like drawing. We both read a few Otome games, and we know how they work. Winter break starts today, so we have a couple of weeks off school. I don't have any plans, and we've not spent much time together lately, so I thought, well, I thought it might be fun if we made an Otome game of our own. We could upload on this forum when we're finished and ask for feedback. What do you think? Does it sound like a good idea? Wow, Chisato must really be really earnest about this idea, cause she's actually blushing, like, all the way to the tips of her ears. It's such an endearing sight. I can't help but grin. Chisa was right. We haven't spent much time together in the last few months. We used to be so inseparable, but that was back in middle school. We're high schoolers now, and we go to different schools. Yeah, I'm sure that's why she's blushing. Definitely, not the other reason. Definitely. We can't eat lunch together. We can't eat lunch together in the plaza anymore, or have joint study sessions in the library. We're busy with homework and club activities, and Chisato's even has cram school. Chisato and I haven't exactly drifted apart, but we have been missing apart. But I have been missing her. It's nice to know that she's been missing me too. I'm not about to turn her down, not when I've been wanting an excuse to spend more time with her. Okie dokie! Okie dokie, let's give this a whirl. Sounds like fun. I do have a few doubts though. Such as? I like reading Otome games, but I've never thought about writing one myself. I wonder if there's anybody out there who'd be interested. I'm interested in your stories. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have suggested that we work on one together. Well, that's very nice of you. Aw, geez. Now it's like my turn to blush. But what if nobody else cares about my writing? It doesn't matter, because I care. You won't be working on this alone. I guess. So, an Otome game. If we're seriously going to work on this, we need to think of a story. Where should we set it, do you think? That is a good question. School settings are very popular. We could try that. We could, yeah, but aren't they too popular? Heaps of ultimate games are set in schools. It'd be hard to stand out of the way, even if you do like my writing. You're putting your faith in me? I don't wanna bore you with yet another generic high school drama. I'm gonna be fond of high school drama. Me too, but you can't deny that the market's oversaturated. Why don't we go with something a bit more fantastical? Such as? Well, here my voice peters out, almost like my enthusiasm. Where do I want to set the story exactly? Honestly, I have no idea. For a wannabe writer, this isn't the most auspicious of beginnings. I'm sorry, Chi. I was trying to think of something cool, but nothing came to me. I'm flat out of inspiration. Then let's go with a school setting. That's why I suggested it. But that's way too simple! Simple is best. But there'll be no buts. I'm making an executive decision here. High school or bust. But I'm the writer! And I'm your best friend. Not to mention your creative collaborator. And I know how your mind works. You always overthink the little things. If we go for a fantasy setting, you'll spend the next 2 weeks plotting out the finer details of the world, and you'll never get around to writing any of it. That's not what we want, now is it? Well... Baku? Ah, jeez. Shineto's voice is starting to sound all steely. I think I'm trying to piss her off. I suppose I have no choice but to capitulate. Okay. Let's go with the high school setting after all. It should be easier to work with. I knew you'd see it my way. I didn't have much of a choice. Please don't sulk, it's unbecoming. Of what, a lady? I don't go to St. Cecilia's, remember? I'm not a well-mannered, mademoiselle like you. No, you're certainly not. You can be supremely irritating when you want to be, but I'm willing to overlook that for the sake of our friendship. I can say the same about you, you know. Then we're even. Now let's not bicker before we're even begun work. It doesn't bode well for the rest of the game. If we want to make something good, well, semi-decent, then we'll have to work together. Alright. You raised a good point. I'm sorry, Chi. I'll try to be a bit more mature. And I'll try to avoid being too overbearing. Really? You can do that? I don't know. I don't know if I believe you. Hey, Saku. Knock that off. You're acting like a child again. Everybody acts like a child compared to you, your highness. But sorry. That's my bad. I'll do better next time. Please do, or our collaboration will be an uncomfortable one. Now, about the setting. We're going to the school, right? I think that would be for the best, yes, but what kind of school? Public one? Private? Do you have any preferences? I don't know. I don't know that much about private schools, but I think that sounds nice. It could be a classy, expensive academy for the elite, just like Saint Cecilia. Cecilia isn't that fancy. How can you say that when the building is so big? There's a big iron gate. It's made of red brick, and it even has its own chapel. It's like something from the Victorian London. Alright. Maybe the building itself is a bit ostentatious. A bit, she says. But the lessons themselves aren't much different from the ones in Hitotsuba. Maybe not in terms of content, but your parents have got to pay a heck of a lot for the privilege. You don't realize how lucky you are, Chi. I don't know if I'm all that fortunate. Saint Cecilia's a nice school. I think I would have preferred to go to Hitotsubi with you. Huh? Are you being serious? I'm always serious. I have new classmates now, of course, but they're not quite the same as you. I miss eating lunch with you, reading your stories. It's easier to me, I suppose, when we're together. I don't have to put on a front. Susanna's voice trails away. She sighs her lips. Is she wearing lip gloss? Versus. Not to imply that you're perfect, because you're not. Don't get carried away. As if I could. We might be best friends, but I can always rely on you to put me in my place. You're even stricter than my mother is. I only say these things because I care about you. That's what my mother says too. Whenever she scolds me. Evidently, she didn't scold you enough. She can't have done a bad job raising me though, cause you still like me. I didn't know you missed me so much, Chi. That's like super sweet. Oh, shut up. Chisato pulls a face while I giggle. The atmosphere here has lightened considerably after our dispute. If it can even be called that. Our personalities and our own values might be opposed, but it's rare Chisato and I argue. Not properly, at least. We tease one another all the time, but we blunt our words just enough to avoid any bruised feelings. We've known one another for so long, we know exactly how much we can push each other before things go a step too far. Yeah, I think I can see where Chisato was coming from just now. I find it easier to be myself when I'm with her too. So, to get back to the matter at hand, we seem to be going off on a lot of tangents. It's making it quite hard to plan out our infant story. I think I'm leaning towards a private school. It gives the setting a bit of extra flair. That, and I can use it as an opportunity to extract more info from Chisato about the inner workings of Saint Cecilia's. It's a classic case of 2 birds, 1 stone. Alright, that sounds good to me. And what about the heroine? She should be a student, of course. Maybe a first year? I wonder what the school uniform should look like. If she's a student at a private school, it should be something refined, preferably a long skirt. It's hard to make long skirts look cool, though. I don't want her to be too plain. Aren't Otome game heroines meant to be on the unremarkable side? Makes it easier for the reader to for themselves in her shoes. That's true, yeah. If you're going self-insert, though, you'd want to end up in a nice pair of shoes, wouldn't you? Nobody wants to be an utterly blank slate. I agree with you there. As the story will be set in a school, our heroine will be wearing the uniform during the majority of her scenes, so... What do you think? She sat down, pivots in her chair, then selects a sketchbook from the pile on her desk. She flips it open, picks up a pencil, and dashes off a quick sketch. I'm curious about the fruits of Chisa's labor, but decided to stay put for the present. Chisada doesn't like it when I peer over her shoulder while she's drawing. She says it distracts her. I don't always do what Chisada asks, but I pay this work of hers special attention. I'm a critic too, and I find it impossible to write when I'm being stared at. That is, practically, why I have such difficulty working when I'm in class. The lion's share of this difficulty can be attributed to my inability to pay attention. A couple minutes pass, the scraping of Chisada's pencil against paper the only sound I can hear. Chisada herself remains hunched over her sketchbook. Her dark hair cascades over her shoulders. I can't imagine having hair that long. My current do, which brushes my shoulders when I when one down, is a pain enough to dry as is. I want Chisato's shoes, I'd be pretty frustrated by all the loose hair, but she doesn't even pause to brush it aside. She really must be into her drawing. I guess I'll kill time by thinking up more ideas. I'm in the middle of brainstorming a backstory of our nameless heroine when Chisato sets her pencil down. Here. She takes her sketchbook in both hands and swivels in her chair to face me. What do you think? Let me see. I lean forward, then examine Chisato's handwork. You're doing a lot today, what the heck? She's designed not just one, but 3 school uniforms. They're different styles, and they're all charming without being over-designed. A ribbon here, a sash there. Her sketches are rough, obviously unfinished, with thin and wispy lines. But they look good regardless. They're far better than anything I could draw. These are really good, Chi. You think so? Yeah, I'd love to wear any of these uniforms though. I think my favorite is this one. I wanted the second uniform after some deliberation. The puppy sleeves are really cute, and so is the belt over here, around the waist. It really ties the whole thing together. Kind of sounds like St. Cecilia's uniform, actually. It looks kind of like. That's what I based it on, yes. I thought you might like it, given how complimentary you are about it. I am? Yes, you are. You were so taken aback with this uniform, you practically had a nosebleed when you first saw me wearing it. Guilty as charged! I just can't tell myself. That red skirt is much nicer than Hitotsubi's boring getup. Not that it suits me. What do you think of that? I'm not a young lady, duh. I don't know why you're so hung up about that. I'm sure you would look fine in my uniform. I would offer to let you try it on if you would want to. But we need to focus on our heroine first. True. So, Is the unit been taken care of? I might do a few more adjustments, but we can put that on the back burner for now. Alright, now it feels like we're really making progress. We've got a setting and their heroine's base design. Now I guess she needs a name, What should we call her? I don't know. You're the writer. Isn't naming the character your job? I guess, but the story is a duel of effort. We should give her a name we both like. Or maybe we can name her after us. How would that work exactly? We could mush our names together like what we do. What do we call it? Oh yeah, portmanteau. I think that'd be pretty cool, cute. Can our names be much mushed together? They're quite different. Let me try. We could call her Bachi Kyo. They're not bad names, but they don't seem quite right. Maybe I should take a different track. Hey Chi, you have a baby girl. If you had a baby girl, what would you call her? And why do you want to know that? Because thinking of names is like having kids. This heroine's gonna be our baby, Chi. But that's a rather unique way of looking at it. I haven't given my potential future child much thought. I'm still in high school. Thinking of baby names feels a bit premature, but are there any names that you particularly like, Saku? I'm not sure. I haven't given much thought either. I'm fucking falling asleep. This must help me. Save me. In my life. Don't actually do. I don't want to date any of the guys in my class, much less have a kid with them. It'd be different if it was Toya. Of course. But I think, Sumire is a nice name. Sumire. Like, Violet? Yeah. Goodness, that's surprisingly traditional, coming from you. What do you mean, coming from me? I thought you would pick something out there like, I don't know. Hirarai or Hanabi? Sumire almost feels too normal. It's really girly, huh? It doesn't seem like it'd be my tastes, but we're not thinking about pen names for me. We're thinking up names for our character. She'll probably be a shy, demure girl, so Sumire should work just fine. And let's go with that. You don't have any objections? No. I also think it's a nice name. You've outdone yourself. Oh shit, what did I do? I minimized everything by accident. Oh god, fucking the game crashed again. Damn it. Second, as I reopen the game. We didn't lose anything. It keeps crashing though, which is weird. Why? Why do you keep crashing? No! God damn it! Again! I just gotta do this over and I can just speed through everything. Crashed again. Bro. Uh... Skip option doesn't freaking do anything, which is weird as well. And skip doesn't do anything. Bro. Bit buggy. The game came out like yesterday, so that's fair. Almost. Almost. Almost there. Almost there. Almost. Almost. Almost there. Directions. No, I also think it's a nice name. Pretend yourself. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much. So, I was giving the story a bit of thought while you were sketching up the uniforms. I think I gotten the finer details all hashed out. Let's hear them then. It's a bit cliche, but I think we should make it a classic fish out of water story. You should start at Sumire's first day of this new school, which is like crazy different from anything she's ever known before. The other students are wealthy elites, but poor little Sumire is all out of place because she's in a super poor family. So she got into the school on a scholarship? That's right. She's from a single parent family, and she lives in a rundown apartment block. She's had to work hard from childhood to support her mother, all while balancing her studies. She's just like Cinderella. Sumire hasn't had much time to fuss about her appearance. She doesn't know much about fashion. She's pretty, automated game heroines always are, but in this understated kind of way. The girls in her class turn against her the moment she arrives at their school. They treat her like an outsider. She gets teased a lot, and somebody even throws her school bag in the fountain. Poor Sumire starts to wonder whether she made a huge mistake. She's feeling pretty down. And then she meets the first love interest, and the plot sets into motion. So what do you think? It's pretty compelling stuff, isn't it? It's pretty compelling stuff, isn't it? I don't know if you should be saying that about your own story. It seems a touch egotistical. It does sound interesting, though. I'd be interested in reading it, though. I do have one quibble, which is, you said first love interest. Yeah, so? It implies there's more than one. Well, duh. most anime games have at least like 4 heroes at least, and the player will feel ripped off. I understand that, and I know it's important to have some variety in the love interests. Loading 4 character routes during the course of our winter break doesn't seem realistic. It's an awful lot of work to take on. Ah, yeah, I didn't think about that. I didn't presume that you would. Planning isn't your strong suit. You're too easily swept away by ideas. Where's the game? Don't lose. Yeah, I know. I'm almost ready to bite off more than I can chew. That's why I've never finished a single story before, despite having a start on a whole slew of them. The issue isn't that I have no ideas, it's that I have too many of them. I build these ideas up in my head like monoliths, and before I know it, they're towering in front of me. A story that could have been told in 10,000 words turns into something that'll need 100,000 words to do it justice, plus a TV anime and a whole bunch of supplementary manga. Obviously, it isn't possible for one high school girl to tackle a project, or projects, with such insane scope. Having an overactive imagination can be a curse as well as a blessing. Ultimately for you, I'm here to keep you in check. We will be finishing this project no matter what, even if we have to pare things down to do it. So we're going to be taking shortcuts? It's a necessity for any creator, especially independent creators, if they want to release anything on time. I know Chisato is right, but airtight reasoning doesn't sit well with me. I won't be satisfied if I've not done my very best, but doing one's best doesn't always equal results. I'm gonna try to be more pragmatic. Hey, I'll try and live with that, so we'll only be doing the one route? That would be easier for both of us. I have less to draw, and you have less to write. We both win. Our readers mightn't be happy. Might not, but you'll have to live with it. They aren't the ones creating it, ergo, their options are irrelevant. Their opinions are irrelevant. Irrelevant, huh? That's harsh. But true. Man, you become super cutthroat, Chi. Is that what they teach you at St. Cecilia's? No, they don't. I've always been like this. Come to think of it, you have always had a sharp tongue. Get the checks out. Hee hee hee. If our story does perchance get popular, we can always add more routes later. But that would be putting the... Sorry. If our story does perchance get popular, we can always add more routes later. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Let's focus on the task at hand. Designing the first, and potentially only, love interest, huh? That's right. Let me see. If we were going for a traditional route structure, it's just a bunch of different guys. There's a lot of popular archetypes like the charming prince, the serious school council prez, and the delinquent. Heck, even a teacher who doesn't like a mature older guy. What do you think, Chi? I think I have no desire to work on a love story between a schoolgirl and a teacher. No? But even First Live had a teacher route. Yes, it did. And that was fine, but I wouldn't want to create something like that myself. Why? Is it because of the morals? A relationship like that would be kind of icky in real life. No, it isn't the issue. Though I have no desire to date a teacher myself either. Most of my male teachers are old men. How old are we talking about here? Old. I can't put a precise age on it, but I wouldn't be surprised if their physics teacher is in his 70s. Yikes, that really is old. I told you so. He has a long white beard but the top of his head is bald. He looks a bit like a wizard. So he is no catch, huh? Absolutely not. And what about the younger teachers? There must be some hotties who aren't, like, on death's door, right? There's Mr. Watanabe, the classics teacher. He's not bad looking, and he's not so old, but he's off limits. Why's that? Because he has a wife? Oh yeah! That would cause complications, huh? It's also illegal. Taking advantage of your younger students is a crime. Now, in the world of anime games, it isn't. Anime games exist in a separate, consequence-free universe. They're not exactly realistic. Don't I know it? If anime games were remotely true to life, you'd think there'd be at least one guy in my class I was interested in. But alas, there is none. None of them can match up to Toya. Heck, none of them can match up to Chisato. She's not even a guy. So if you don't have any moral concerns, why are you so opposed to student-teacher loving? I'm not opposed to it, not in games at least. But it's beyond my technical expertise as an artist. I'm not good at drawing older characters. I'm practicing, but it never turns out well. I don't want people to laugh at my art. Ah, now I see why Chisato's being so unusually restrictive. He must be embarrassed. That's pretty cute. Okay, worry not. Worry not, Chi. We'll nick that potential teacher out. Our Sumire is a good, pure girl, and she'd never let an older guy lead her astray. She's only into guys in her own age bracket. Phew. That's good to know. I'm pleased our heroine is so thoughtful. No problem. So, is there anything else you don't like drawing? I'm not good at drawing muscular men either. I can do feminine boys and even handsome boys, but not rugged ones. I guess we'll be scratching the Skull Delinquent off the list too. There should be things a bit more manageable. That should make things a bit more manageable. Let's think about our options now. Again, we've got the class prince, the school council president, or why don't we go with a childhood friend? That's always popular. You're just saying that because you like Toya, aren't you? What? No? Totally not. Saku? Chitato's eyes bear into mine. Her gaze is piercing. Feels like she can see right through me. Okay, maybe I'm taking some inspo from Toya here. But it sounds like I'm gonna rip the character off wholesale. I do have some principles. I'm not a thief. So what will your Toya be like? would be called Toya, for one thing. Of course not. That would be too obvious. Thinking of going down to a strange childhood friend route. This guy and Sumire used to play lots as kids, but they fell out of touch. Then when they see each other again, all those old feelings are rekindled. It'd be crazy impactful. It'd be a crazy impactful reunion. As for his personality, he'll be a bit cold at the beginning, but he'll warm up to Sumire as the story progresses. He has a bit of a sort of sadistic side, and sometimes he teases her, but he cares about her a whole bunch. Yeah, what's a sadistic about? Exactly. Does he walk her around campus on a leash? What? No way! He'd never do that! That's too kinky! Then what? He helps her study for her exams in the school library. That doesn't sound very sadistic, eh? And he makes her solve math puzzles. Ah, I see. I think I can see why you might find that sadistic. It is sadistic! There's something worse than algebraic equations. They're like a total pin, but Toya... I thought you said he wasn't called Toya. Not Toya, I mean. Makes Sumire... Makes Sumire... Oh, fuck, I'm lost. Makes Sumire work at them. Because he cares about her. He's a little strict, but that's how she shows his affection. Sounds a bit too familiar. I think we should be able to work with that. Though, needs a better name than not Toya. Yeah, I figured. I'll try to come up with some ideas. You do that. I, meanwhile, will work on his design. I have a few ideas already. Alright, let's get started! I crack my knuckles together in peak enthusiasm, which, of course, makes Chisaki wince. I wish she wouldn't do that. She doesn't sound very happy, but she rarely does. I've learned to take her poor mood in stride. It doesn't show it doesn't show on her face, but I strongly suspect she's just as excited about this, if not more so, than I am. Chisato and I spend the rest of the evening building the foundations of our ultimate game. Chisato works on the character designs in her sketchbook, while I fill out the fine details on the plot. After some deliberation, I decide to call the love interest Takumi. Awesome. The secret's not out yet. Chisato gives him a bad boy kind of look, with messy black hair and striking blue eyes. He looks quite the catch if I do say so myself. He is not quite as dreamy as Toya from First Live. But then again, few characters are. I'm a newbie creator, and though I'm doing my best, I'm not trying to shoot for perfection here. As Chisato has already said, is a recipe for disaster. I jot down my notes in one of Chisato's spare sketchbooks. I have so many ideas for Sumire and Takumi. Takumi is, Munchula's love life. I can hardly wait to get it all down. It takes a few hours, plus a bit of back and forth with Chisato, but I'm eventually able to hammer out a rough plan. There are 20 scenes, all told, with chronological 3 months of in-game time. It's a fair bit to write on my own, but I think I can do it. If I can manage 4 scenes a day, I should have it done by next week. This is quite a bit but I'll give it an honest shot regardless. Quite a bit. I'm confused. Anyways. This time, I'm not alone in my endeavors. Ginato is with me to cheer me on. To cheer me on. That's got to count for something. I should be able to overcome anything with the power of friendship, even writer's block. Alright, you can do this, Saku. It's time to call upon the powers of your ancestors. Whoa! Now I feel pumped. Sato, who's been sketching, glances over my shoulder. What do your ancestors have to do with this anything? What does your ancestors have to do with anything? My family is Hijikata. I could be descended from the leader of the Shinsengumi. For all I know. It seems quite unlikely. Hijikata isn't a particular uncommon name. It's rarer than Shima. And for all you know, I could be descended from Shima Sako, who is a samurai from the Sengoku period. He fought in the Battle of Sekigahara. Haven't you covered that in school? Maybe. If we did, it didn't stick. He doesn't feature in half as many TV dramas as Hijikaki Tashizo, and he's never been played by Murakami Hiroki. Make me say all the Japanese names. What a time! So you only care about historical figures if they've been played by actors you like? Well, duh! Why else would I care about these old dead guys? Goodness me, you really are shallow. I'm almost impressed. Why, thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I know, but I'll take it as one. I grin, then stretch. I'm feeling pretty good about this story, and I want to ride this initial wave of enthusiasm as long as I can. Maybe I should start by writing the opening scene. I'm excited. Glad to hear that. It is getting late, though. It's already past 10. Oh, sorry. What? Now it's my turn to stare at the clock. I'm sure Chisato must have made a mistake, but no. Chisato's grades are much higher than mine, and she never makes mistakes. Catching her out is impossible. The digital display on her clock says it clearly. It is indeed 10:25. That's funny. It was 7 last time I checked. Where'd all the time go? It flies when you're hard at work. You must be unfamiliar with the sensation given your flaviness. You didn't need to tack on that last part, you know. My apologies, the opportunity was so perfect. It would have felt a shame to waste it. You never have any nice words to spare for me, do you? That's not true. I told you that I liked your stories. They just need a bit of fine-tuning. Ah, yeah, I guess you did say that. I guess it's too late to start writing now, then. We'll have to see. At the very least, I think you should put that first. She sure is ruthless. Or you get sucked into any writing. I don't want you to leave too late. I don't want I don't want you leaving it too late. Goodbye. Okay. Now that Chisato mentions it, a warm bath does sound appealing. I've been taking notes for a while, and my wrist is starting to cramp. Is it alright if I step into the tub first? I was going to suggest that, actually. You're a guest, it would be impolite to make you wait. Don't give me that, Chi. I've been here for so much. Your place is like my home anyway. I'm away from home. I think I'm more than just a guest at this point. Alright then, I can bathe first, if you would prefer it. You'll have to make do with my second-hand water. Which will probably be lukewarm by the point you use it, and to take long baths. No, it's fine. I'll use the bath first, if you don't mind. I thought you might say that. Sharing bath water. And so predictable. Indeed. You're nothing at all like Ichikaki Ushizawa. I stick my tongue out, then retrieve my pajamas from my school bag. I brought them with me, plus my toiletries, knowing I'd be heading straight to Chisato's house after school. I can't wait to step in the tub. I'm sure to run the bath nice and hot. It's been so cold lately. Actually, it might be nice to eat something chilly in the bath, like ice cream. I've heard the contrast between hot and cold make it taste even better. Sorry, but we don't have any ice cream in the house. Really? You don't have any single tub of Haagen-Dazs? Not a single one. You'll have to give up on your degenerate fancy. Your degenerate fancies. I wouldn't let you eat ice cream in the bathtub even if we did have it. What if you drop some food into the tub? Sounds like a disaster, wouldn't it? Oh, I didn't think of that. Never do. It'd be pretty awkward if I got melted ice cream in the tub, I guess. It'd be fine if you were careful. Unfortunately, you're not careful. You're one of the clumsiest people I know. Point taken. I guess I'll have to take a rain check on that whole eating in the bathtub thing. I'll have to give it a whirl later. Or never. It should be fine if I do it in my parents' house, right? That wouldn't cause any inconveniences. Not to me, maybe, but think of how your mother and father would feel. I bet they'd appreciate it. You're so sensible, Chi. Stop crushing my dreams! I do wonder why so many of your dreams involve food. But we can ponder that later. Don't have your bath. You're holding me up. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. I offer Chisato a salute, which she returns with a dramatic roll of her dark brown eyes. This is how most of our interactions go, but I'm never tired of them. I don't think I'll ever get bored of being with Chisato. That sounds pretty cute. This is the life! I luxuriate in the warm water. The curve of my spine presses against the edge of the tub. I like my baths extra hot until my skin turns pink. The air is full of steam, which fogs up the bathroom tiles. Tiles fog up? That's news to me. It's with a content sigh that I slip an inch deeper into the water. It's all the way up to my shoulders now. I'm almost completely submerged. Is there anything better in this world than a nice hot bath? It may be more enjoyable, perhaps, if I had a tub of Haagen-Dazs to keep my company. But Chisato voted that idea pretty quickly. Vetoed that idea pretty quickly. It's sad, but I'll have to make do without. As much as I love ice cream, Chisato's friendship is worth much more to me. And there's more than just her friendship if we stopped hanging out. I lose her mother's just delicious cooking, and Sayori's easy company. This bathtub, which is way huger than one in my parents' house. I lose my second family, my second home away from home. It's too depressing to contemplate, so I won't contemplate it. Problem solved. I hum to myself as I glance about the bathroom. It might be misted up with steam, but I know where everything is. I know where the toothpaste and toothbrushes go. I know where to deposit my dirty clothes. I even know where Chisato's mother keeps spare the toilet paper. At this point, I'm pretty much the 5th unofficial member of the Shima family. Just don't think. No thoughts, head empty, no problems. I think that's why I like spending time with Chisato. Her house is so familiar to me. Easy to unwind here. My idle humming gives way to a soft sigh. I slip even further into the water, my eyelashes fluttering. I shampooed my hair before stepping into the tub, and it smells faintly of lychee. I didn't bother to bring my own toiletries. Instead, I used Chisato's. That's pretty gay. I didn't think she'd mind. I'm always borrowing her stuff, and she's always borrowing mine. It's the relationship we have. We're so close we could even spell alike. That is so fucking gay, and I love it. Oh my god, what the hell? This thought makes me smile. It's inevitable that I'll get older, and so will Chisato. Maybe things will change, and maybe they won't. But it really would be nice if we could always be best friends. Ah, there's nothing like a hot bath to ease my aches and pains. What aches and pains? You're a teenager? Not an ancient granny. That doesn't make me immune to the stresses of life. What stress? Oh, you know, homework and stuff? As if you ever once cared about that. You've always been blasé about school. That's not entirely false. No, that's 100% accurate. But I'm not going to be blasé about this project of ours, Chi. I'm giving this story some serious thought while I was in the bath. That and my continued desire to eat a whole tub of Haagen-Dazs, preferably cookies and cream. It's my favorite flavor. Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. I'll be annoyed if you flake out on me. Do you really think I would? We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Boo! You should have a bit more faith in me. I thought we were supposed to be friends. We are friends? I wouldn't have suggested we work on this project otherwise. I'm just trying to curb my expectations to avoid any further future disappointments. That sounds pretty pessimistic if you ask me. I think it's realistic. Yuzuru gets on her feet and crosses her room to change her own pajamas from a set of drawers, then hugs them two, and then hugs the two them chest. And hugs them against her chest. I'm going to have my bath now. Did you leave the water for me? Yep. I wasn't too long, so it should still be plenty hot. Aren't you glad you have such a considerate bestie? You're not all bad, I suppose. I'm glad to hear it. So, gee, is it alright if I use your PC for a bit? Just while you're in the bath? What do you want it for exactly? Jake, look at the form you showed me. I'm curious, I'd like to research the other games people have been making. If that's fine, just don't go tampering with my files. If you delete any of my schoolwork, I'll be angry with you. I won't, I promise. You can count on me. You should know that I'd never snoop through your stuff. That'd be like, so tacky. Even if I am admittedly a little curious in all the files Shizato has saved on her PC. I'm not curious, however, to risk incurring her ire by snooping through them. I don't want to be a lady like Chisato, but I do have a basic concept of right and wrong. Good. And you also promise that you won't look at any illicit, shall we say, websites? I don't want anything dubious in my search history. Well, I wonder. That is a pretty big ask. Saku. Don't glare at me like that. I didn't mean it. I'm just kidding, Chi. I swear I am. What's down with some viruses inside? How considerate of me. I hope you were. For both our sakes. Sometimes I wonder what I'm going to do with you. Be best friends with me forever and ever? Well, maybe, provided you don't annoy me too much. A small, delicate smile captures Chisato's lips, though it only lasts a few moments. Now, that's enough of that. I've let you sidetrack me for long enough as it is. If I don't hurry, the bathwater really will get cold. Oh no, we wouldn't want that! You deserve nothing but nice, toasty baths, Chi. You're like, the best! Thank you. I'll be back soon. Don't do anything silly. I won't! I'd chill after Chisato, grinning mischievously as she leaves the room. She closed her bedroom door behind her with a dull thud, leaving me to my own devices. Her PC's monitor is still switched on, but the chair station in front of it is empty. I guess it's time for me to do some digging. I hop onto Chisato's bed, then park myself on her PC. Hop off of her bed. I get a bit of a thrill when I sink into her plush swivel chair, which is prompted only when I grasp hold of her mouse. It's rare that Chisato lets me use her PC unsupervised. I think she's afraid I might look up some stuff I shouldn't. That, or I might break something. I never actually pull up porn sites despite my teasing. I'm still a pure mid myself. But this secondary concern is fairly legit. I don't know much about Chisato's PC cost, but it must have been expensive. I'll have to be careful with it. The forum dedicated to independent visual novels is still on the screen. Chisato must have been looking through it herself while I was soaking in the tub. I scroll through it, clicking on whatever project catches my eye. More of the project is a work in progress by a forum user called USA Bunny. It looks like quite the ambitious project for what I presume is a one-person team. USA Bunny is credited as the artist, the writer, the programmer, and they plan for the finished product to have over 20 different endings. What the fuck? The art for the character looks pretty detailed, and there's quite a lot of them. Did one person really draw all of this? That's kind of crazy. They must be really passionate about this project if they're working this hard on it. But I'm no less passionate, and I'll be working on this with Chi. I'm sure we'll be able to make something cool. We just stick to it. Oh my god, they're pretty. They're so cute. I love them. I'm busy turning these thoughts over my head as you do, when Chisato comes back from her bath. She's tied her hair back into two pigtails, wearing her pajamas, a ruffled white nightgown that wouldn't look out of place on a bisque doll. Her snowy white skin is flush from her bath, and she looks a little damp despite toweling herself dry. Looks crazy cute if only she weren't pouting. To be utterly adorable. So, Chi, something up? I'm not certain. Huh? Sound like Chisato. That sounds like Chisato. She might look fragile, but she's quite the headstrong gal. She's always bossing me around. What's in your mind? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? No, you didn't. At least... Did a glance at the PC. I don't think you did. Hey now, don't look all suspicious. I didn't look through your files. I didn't go to any of the weird websites. I was looking through I'm looking at the games, like the whole time you were in Bath. Which game? Until Death Do Us Part. Have you seen it before? Oh yes, one of the more polished efforts on the site has offer. The art looks really nice. Their efforts are commendable. They sure are. I bet our game will be even better than theirs. Such confidence. Fortunately, my visual art is still rather amateurish. I don't know if I can get with Usabani. I'll do my best though. You always do. I bet things will be fine. So turn that frown upside down. I'm confident that we can finish the writing and the art, at least if we work together. But we'll need more than raw assets to put our visual novel together. Like what? An engine? To build it on, obviously. I was so swept up in my initial proposition, it slipped my mind. But we can't work on this project with only an art and a writer. We need a coder too, to put everything together, otherwise we won't be able to make our own visual novel. Oh yeah, you're right, it totally slipped my mind too. I wonder how you'd go about making a visual novel. Anyway, would you need to download something special for it? There are a few programs you could use. I've done some research, and most of the games released on this forum use Kitty or Nscriptor. Do you have any preference? I'm not sure. I've heard Nscriptor is easier to use, but I don't know much about these engines or about coding. I haven't recorded anything myself either. It sounds tough. I've heard coding is akin to learning a new language. I could try and teach myself the basics, but I don't know if I have the time or if I will manage all the art for this project. I'm doing all the writing. Plus, I'm super bad at English. There's no way I could learn a new language in like 2 weeks. Quite the conundrum. Maybe I could ask Zari about it. Oh, that's not a bad idea. She's good with tech, isn't she? She's gotta be seeing as she built her own computer. Big sister has many talents. Most of them are utterly useless. So you can be surprisingly helpful though, every once in a while. That's a harsh way of talking about your own sisters. Don't you love Sarenchi? You know she thinks the world of you. I don't just like her, I suppose, but she does get on my nerves. Which isn't much. Everybody annoys you. No, annoying people annoy me. Please don't exaggerate. Yes, ma'am. It would be convenient if Sari could help us, but I doubt she will. Knowing her, she'll ask for a ridiculous, arduous favor in return. We may not have another option. I certainly don't have the time to fiddle around with Nscriptor. She frowns and shrugs. Oh well, we can ask her about it later. Well, we got a bit more preliminary work done. I want to finish working on my character sketches. Then we should get some sleep. Quite late. It sure is. The clock on Chisato's bedside table says it's past 11. I can't fucking read. It's not quite sleeping time yet. But I can feel the fatigue of the day setting upon me. I'll start writing the first scene. then I have a whole bunch of ideas. Glad to hear it. I'm counting on you, partner. Let's give this our best shot. Sato and I work on our respective tasks for about an hour until 23rd of December rolls over with the early hours of the 24th. Chisato calls things off a few minutes past midnight and shuts her sketchbook with a final thud. I think I've hit a good stopping point. Go to bed. What? Already? Yes, already. It's late. Boo. I pout. Sato might be finished with her work, but I'm not quite ready to hit the hay. Can I go a little longer? I've still got stuff I want to jot down. Make a note of it. And flush it out later. But I'm inspired now, not later. That might be the case. I don't want you getting burned out from the get-go. This should be a slow, sustained effort, not a sprint. You sound like a teacher, Chi. You sound like a small brat now. Put that sketchbook down, and two, give yourself a callus. I might be too late for that. Really? Let me take a look. Chisato raises from her chair and then takes a seat by my side. Pressure sinks, though slightly, beneath her weight. Gently, Chisato pries the pen from my fingers, then holds her hand to hers. We're still sitting crazy close together. And feel her shoulders brushing against mine, not to mention the intensity of her gaze upon my hand. Crap, now I'm getting flushed. I think I can see a lump on your index finger. You've been gripping the pen too hard. Too long. I've never been one for moderation. Believe me, I know. Maybe we should put a plaster on that. Doesn't throb, does it? Nah, it's fine. It's not, like, serious or anything. Don't let it bother you. Doctor raises an eyebrow. Are you trying to tell me that your health is important? No, I mean, yes, what do I mean? This question was hard to parse, and my pounding heart isn't helping. Why do I feel so fluttered? I'm glad you care about me so much, Chi. One of us has to. But I'm fine. It's only a little lump. It should go away on its own with enough time. Time and rest, I should say. Is that your official diagnosis, doctor? It is, yes. Now, let me prescribe you a good night's rest. That should give your poor hand a chance to heal. Is that an order? What do you think? It just squeezes my wrist. He isn't gripping me hard enough to hurt. That defeats the purpose of this whole doctor-patient roleplay. But the intent behind it is clearer than glass. There's no way I can argue with Chisato. Not much gets like this. He's even more stubborn than I am. Alright, Doc. Let's get some shut-eye. That is an excellent suggestion. I do say so myself. You did say so yourself. Jizra snorts, then relinquishes her hand on my arm. She crosses her bed and turns off her monitor and PC. Then she flicks off the light switch, plunging her past her bedroom into darkness. I put my sketchbook and pen down and slide beneath her sheets. Chisato soon follows suit. Oh my god, look at them. They're so cute. What the fuck? It's illegal. This is so illegal. What the fuck? I love it. I love them. I love the girls and the gays. I love them so much. What the fuck? Bro. Bro, look at them. We lie together in darkness for a while, curled beneath the covers. I can hear the wind outside blowing against her bedroom window. It is nice and warm in Chisato's bed. I observed Chisato, my eyes tracing the smooth planes of her face. Her eyes shut, her fingers curled by her pillow. Her skin is cloaked in shadows, but it can't mask her good looks. There was only one bed. She really is pretty. Baku? Chisato cracks her eyes open, then frowns. Why are you staring at me like that? Ah, nuts. I thought I was being smooth, but apparently not. How could you tell? Your eyes were closed. Being too quiet. It was obvious that you were up to no good. Hey, I took offense to that. I wasn't doing anything bad. I'm looking at you. Well, don't. Creepy. How mean. I thought we were supposed to be friends. We are friends? That doesn't mean you have the right to gawk at me. I wasn't gawking, I was appraising. Like an antique dealer, you mean? She's another pose of face. Somehow that's even worse. Says you, Dr. Shima. I thought medical professionals weren't supposed to sleep with their patients. I thought this might fluster Chisato, but it doesn't. Instead, she frowns. If my bed bothers you that much, you can sleep on the floor. Like I do that, the floor is all hard, and you don't even have a futon laid out. Stop complaining. Stop staring. You're sleeping. We need to get up early tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. I turn away from Chisato, suitably chastised, and close my eyes. I can't see Chisato anymore, but I can hear her sigh behind me. Her lips will doubtlessly be pursed into her trademark pout. Goodness gracious, what am I going to do with you? You're such a handful. I say the same about Chisato myself. I've shared this bed with her hundreds of times in the past. I don't think I've ever felt quite like this before. What? It's pitch black when I wake up. I feel groggy and disoriented. Still half asleep. I blink in the darkness, slowly adjusting. It takes a few moments to register the presence lying beside me, curled up beneath the sheets, and a few moments more to identify it as Chisato. I fell asleep with our backs to one another, but we must have shifted in night. Chisato's bed is large, but her face is perilously close to mine. Her curled fingers thread through my loose hair. Chisato's eyes are closed and her chest is rising and falling in a regular, even manner. She must be fast asleep. If I'm with Chisato, it stands to reason that this is her bed. This is her house. It's rare she spends the night at mine. Why would she? When her house is so much bigger. Oh yes, that's right. She'd invite me into a sleepover. I wonder what time it is. I seek out the digital clock on Chisato's bedside table. My weary eyes pick out the numbers in the dark. It's about 3:15. It's no wonder it's so dark. I know I should try to go back to sleep, but my throat feels parched and I'm horribly thirsty. I should really grab a glass of water before trying to snatch any more sleep. Upsy daisy. I put my body into a sitting position. I feel groggy, but I'm not so out of it that I can't make myself move. The bed springs creak and the covers shift about me. Says I mumble something in her sleep, but her eyes aren't open. She's still asleep. Phew. I feel relief Chisato doesn't like to be awoken early, and I don't want to risk incurring her wrath. I slide out of bed, then set my bare feet onto the floor. The doctor's room is pitch black, curtains drawn. If I hadn't spent so much time here, playing dress-up in front of her mirror, and flicking through magazines on her bed, I'd be more hesitant about creeping about in the dark. There's a lot of odd pieces of furniture upon which to stub unsuspecting toes, or else to take a tumble over. Fortunately for me, I, however, know Chisato's bedroom too well for this to be a problem. It takes me eight strides to reach the bedroom door. Sidestep the shadowy specters of the furniture as I go. Then I grasp the handle and give it a sharp tug. Push the door open, and care not to make too much noise. Step out in the hallway. Finally, I pad through the hallway, trying to stifle my footsteps. Soon reach the top of the stairs. They start down the foyer, which is pitch black, almost eerily so. It's like I'm staring into the abyss. Darkness has this weird way of turning the familiar and everyday unfamiliar. The familiar and everyday unfamiliar and unsettling. An ordinary house can turn it into the set of a horror movie. It's dark enough. I descend the stairs at snail's pace, my footsteps slow and stumbling on the dark. I don't want to go down too quickly and risk taking a slip. I've never broken a bone before, and I have no desire to see how it feels now. I reach the foyer after taking several anxious steps, a series of steps, 12 to be precise. I counted on the way down. Safe. I exhale, uncurling my fingers from the banister, and steal down the hallway. Soon my destination is in sight. I push open the kitchen door, expecting nothing in the way of a greeting. Zaku, is that you? But my expectations are subverted in the most jarring way imaginable. I'm not alone. Someone is here in the kitchen. The lights are off, but the fridge door is ajar. White, brimming light spills from the fridge, illuminating the face of a hideous demon. I squeal in alarm, though I'm able to stifle it at last minute, pressing my palm to my mouth. Anxiously, I glance up at the ceiling. Did Chisato's parents hear that? Chisato? I can't hear anything upstairs, thank goodness, but my heart's pounding a mile a minute. Sauron! I growl at the figure hunched by the fridge, which is not, as I now see, a demon. It is instead Chisato's older sister, dressed in a tracksuit, with her hair all messed up. What are you doing here? You almost gave me a heart attack. I see the same for you. I didn't hear you until you came in. I thought you might have been a burglar. There's so much left. Oh, there's so much left to do. Well, you're not wrong. Can you see that now? Sorry, tittered. What? That was quite the impressive scream just there. I'm surprised you didn't wake up my folks. I'm glad I didn't. I didn't want to disturb them. I'm glad you didn't, too. I don't think they'd be too pleased to see me being up at this hour. When did you get back from work? A couple hours ago. I was gonna hit the hay myself, but I got kind of peckish. I was hunting for some snacks and maybe something to drink. Sari takes a can of chilled beer from the fridge, then shoots me a toothy grin. Don't tell me about this, Kay. This is our little secret. Is that your dad's? Maybe. I don't know if I can condone that. I don't know if I can condone theft. Now you sound like Chi. She's ripping off on you. Sorry, closed the fridge with a thud. Glass bottles dashed away with like clinking together as she does so. I'll never know what's missing. I'll buy him a replacement later. Cross my heart. Well, alright then. I'm not the one you should be making excuses to, though. Such a bad girl. Don't you know it? Sari pokes out her tongue, which makes me giggle. I head for a cupboard, searching for a glass, while Sari cracks open her beer. She brings the rim of the can to her lips and knocks it back, sighing in satisfaction. That hits the spot. A good drink always tastes better when you're worked for it. Did you have a bad shift? Hard shift? It was no harder than usual, I guess. People are always annoying. Really? I thought it might have been busy. It's almost New Year's. Now that you mention it, maybe there were a couple more assholes getting up in my business than the norm. You shouldn't call your customers that. You should call your customers that. I'll call them whenever I want when I'm not on the clock. Sari takes another swig of the beer, while I run myself a glass of tap water. Water might not be as luxurious as Kieran's lager. I think that's Sari's drink, but it's more to my tastes. I've had sips of alcohol before. I can't say I'm overly fond. It doesn't taste very refreshing. So, what are you doing down here? Thirsty? Thirsty? A little, yeah. Do you want some of my beer? No, thanks. Aren't you interested? Not particularly. Don't you want to see how being an adult feels? I'd rather not. It's all the same to you. If it's all the same to you, stop trying to corrupt me, Chi. She wouldn't like it. My little sister doesn't like anything I do, unless it benefits her. Sari doesn't sound particularly sad when she says this. Her voice is light-hearted, light and unaffected. Light and unaffected. Even airier than the even airier than the bubbles in her lager. Well, I'm spitting off. I wouldn't want to tell you. I wouldn't want to tell you, Taku. Have a good night. Sari turns to leave, but something suddenly occurred to me. There was something she thought to want from Sari, wasn't there? We were going to ask her about it tomorrow, but seeing as we're both awake, I might as well ask her now. Hey, Sari, wait up. Something I wanted to ask you. Oh? Want to have a beer after all? No thanks, this is way more important than that. Important, huh? Sari pulls a face. That sounds tedious. Can I wait till later? I thought I might as well ask now. Oh well. Alright, let's talk. Do you want to take this chat to the balcony? Isn't it a bit chilly outside? It's not that cold, I'm sure you'll live. Some fresh air will go well with my booze. And it's a nice, clear night. You can see all the stars. Oh! Alright then, let's have it your way. I don't often hear that. It's one of the downsides of being the older sibling. You hardly ever have your own way. Oh, sorry out. Sayori out. Up the stairs and then to her bedroom. The balcony of the Shimi household is located through Sari's bedroom, so I have to cross it on my quest for fresh air. I've not been in Sayori's bedroom that often, but it's just as messy as I remembered. Scattered clothes are scattered about the floor, and Sayori's desk is piled with dirty plates. I'm not the tidiest person myself, but I decided to keep my top lip buttoned Ari Sayori's general untidiness. I bet Chisato would have a few choice words to say to her sister on the subject, though. Here we are. Open sesame. Sayori unlocks the sliding door that leads to the balcony. Pause it up. Pause on it. Instantly, the breeze rushes to meet me, ruffling my hair and rumpling my pajamas. Sayori steps out and onto the balcony, still clutching a can of beer in her right hand. Follow suit and let the night swallow me. The sky overhead is deep dark blue, blue black, like a bruise. It's sprinkled all over the night sky. Sprinkled all over with stars. The moon, which hovers in the sky, is round and full. It's a cloudless night. The moon's milky light washes over the rooftops. Television aerials, and the trees, painting them all silver. It's a pretty scene. I drink it in, while Sayori takes another sip of her beer. That hits the spot. So, Saku, what did you want to talk to me about? It's not a big deal, really. I just was wondering, do you know anything about coding? Coding, huh? That's an awfully specific question. But yeah, I know a bit. Why? You know, are making a visual novel? We need help coding. So, I can do the writing and she can do the art. But neither of us know how to put it together. Oh, you're talking about those dating games with anime art. The ones where you hook up with cute girls? You can hook with cute guys too. So I wouldn't use that exact term. That sounds seedy. The stories she and I read are pure and wholesome. Full of rosy cheeks and softly brushed fingertips. That's only during the initial stages of the heroine's relationship. The couples usually progress to holding hands before the credits roll. Oh yeah? Uh-huh. Sometimes they even kiss. Oh my. How salacious. Well, call me interested. I never knew she was into stuff like that. Didn't she tell you? She never tells me anything, that sister of mine. That's why I'm glad to have you around, Saku. It's nice that you like talking to me, even if she doesn't. Of course I like talking to you. You're funny. You're funny. You're a clown, you mean? Kind of, yeah. Gee, thanks. Sayori's response is sarcastic, but she doesn't look upset. She smiles, takes another swig of her beer, then looks back over the roofs and the treetops. So, you're writing a visual novel of your own, huh? Yeah, we started earlier this evening. It was Chi's idea. How interesting. I am learning a lot about my sister. Do you have a deadline for this little project of yours? We want to finish it during the winter holiday. We're trying to finish all the art and writing in 6, maybe 7 days max for New Year's? So, what will you do with it when you're done? We were thinking about uploading it online so other people could read it. Can you find a forum that's full of free visual novels made by hobbyists? Oh, really? That sounds like a cozy community. Sayori smiles, then tips her head back. It's cold enough that when she exhales, her breath remains lingering in the air like steam. I don't know much about visual novels myself, but if it's something she wants to do, I guess I can pitch in. I can't imagine putting a bunch of art and text into an engine can be too hard. Would you really lend us your hand then? Why not? I'm happy to help. But you've got to offer me something else in return first. Huh? I pull a face. You can't be real. You're not seriously going to extort my younger sister's best friend, are you? Oh, I'm being really real. That's how life works, little Saku. It's tit for tat. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Ew, I'm not scratching your back. We're not monkeys. You mean literally silly? Gosh, you kids are such a riot. Oh, I just want something in the way of compensation. That's all. Time is money, you know? It's certainly not free. I don't know about that. You seem to have a lot of time to kill, Sayorin. If you didn't, I doubt you'd be talking to me right now. Oh, that's harsh. Though I guess it's kinda true. Not like I had much to do. I graduated last spring. I've been applying for jobs. I can't work at a convenience store forever. But the market's kind of saturated, and I'm not the most motivated, and, well... That's got nothing to do with you. Sorry for going, off on a rant. I must have drank a little too much. It's alright. We're all friends. We've all had our faces. Apart from Chi, my little sister is so upstanding, I bet she'd have no problem looking for a job when she graduates. Hi, Decker. How are you this Christmas evening? You enjoying the Christmas season? Had your Christmas dinners and whatnot? Had the roast beast? There yawns and stretches, still grasping the empty can in her right hand. Oh, my time still ain't free. My time still ain't free though, no matter how much of it I have on hand. You want me to code for you? You have to pay up. But I don't have any money. Then let's forget about money. You ought to give me something precious instead. With the Pokemans? How'd you Pokemon? Did you progress? You fought pennies? I think I was actually about those before. You do the league yet? League? You did all that jazz yet? Like what? Like what? My first kiss? Your what? Clary stares at me, her eyes comically large. It looks a bit like the cute witch girl from that kids anime that we talk about on TV. That catch on TV Asahi in the morning. Not that I'm a fan of or anything. I'm not a fan of that. No, definitely not. It's a good thing Suri's finished with her beer. If she hadn't, I imagine she would have had a mouthful of it on my remark. All over her feet. I've never kissed anyone before. Not in all my life. That'd be pretty precious, wouldn't it? And you're offering it to me? All I can think of giving to you. Jeez. Sarah scratches her head, perturbed. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't exactly take you up on that. You know I'm cool and all. Really, I'd be weird if you didn't fall for me. But the fact that you are my kid sister's best friend, it feels pretty weird. Besides, I always figured you were gonna save your first kiss for Chi. Huh? That's my turn to flounder. I was just trying to tease Sayori a bit. But now she's gonna turn the tables on me. How is any of this fair? But why'd you say that? It's not like I want to kiss Chi or anything. But you two are super close. You make an adorable couple. We're an adorable couple of friends? Nothing deeper than that. Really? Sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Okay, whatever you say. Sarah's reply is light and lifting, and belittling. I can tell by her tone that she doesn't believe a word of it. Ugh. That smug smile of hers is infuriating. What does she imagine she's up to when I get up to anyway? Wait. Let us not go there. Get there. I think I'd be happier not knowing. I must say though, you two really are sweet together. I have friends and all, but not as close to them as you and she are. If I'm being honest, it makes me feel kind of jealous. You've got nothing to be jealous about. She always scolds me. And yet you still spend time with her? Well, yeah, she's my best friend. See? Daria lops over me and nudges me in the ribs. You bicker all the time, but you've never had a serious argument before. You're like an old married couple. You're rooting into too much, really. I glanced away from Sayori, unable to look at her in the eye. It's a cold night, but my face feels horribly hot. It's true that I'm close to Chisato, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to kiss her. Or does it? The thought is more appealing, certainly, than locking lips with any of the boys in my class, but... Now, Saku, don't look so down. You're making me feel like a bad guy. I'll help you out with your individual novel, so don't worry. I've been itching to work on something productive myself beyond endless job applications, which always seem to get turned down. But I haven't given you anything yet, though I don't have anything to offer. Nah, you have. Your washing your face is pain enough. I've committed it to memory right here. Sayori taps her temple with her index finger. So I'll never forget it. Whenever I feel down, I'll just dwell upon your flustered face. I'm sure it'll make me feel a whole bunch better. Blah. That sounds kind of creepy, Sayori. How is it creepy? I don't know exactly, it just feels like you're taking advantage of my innocence. No, I'm not. That wasn't my intention, I swear. I bet that's what all predators say. Hey, Saku! Sayori pouts. She looks so frustrated. My facade lips and I let out a small laugh. Got you! You got me? Yep. I wasn't being serious. I don't think you're creepy. I do think you deserve a bit of a payback though, after you spouted all that nonsense about cheating me. Ah, I see. This is the counterattack. It was, yeah. What do you make of it? Effective. Sure threw me for a loop. I'm used to being insulted by Chi. It makes, but it kind of smarts when it comes from you. I'm glad you don't really think I'm a creep. But I wasn't just spouting nonsense back there. Not wholly, at least. I really do think you and she would make a good couple. I head back to Chisato's room after talking with Sayori, then slide beneath the covers. I do it so stealthily that Chisato doesn't even stir. The good thing that Chisato isn't awake. If he was, I'm sure she'd scowl at me for staring at her, and ask me what my problem is. Do you have a problem? I'm not sure. Sayori seems to suggest my interest in Chisato was deeper than that of friendship, but I don't know if it was being serious. I know I shouldn't dwell upon it too much, but when I'm lying in bed beside Chisato, I can't help but wonder how I really feel about her. I sure felt happy when she invited me to her house, and maybe I was a touch too relieved when she told me she didn't have a boyfriend. I'd feel awful if Chisato chose some random guy over me. I thought these were normal feelings of jealousy all girls get when their best friends are threatened. When their friendships are threatened, but maybe there's more to it than that. Do other girls feel as envious as I do for imaginary suitors? I might be taking things a bit too far. I try to picture Chisato with a handsome boy, but I don't get too far in my imagining. It's a pretty unpleasant scenario. All around, and just wrap it. Getting a boyfriend might be a normal type of growing up, but it's growing apart from your old friends. The relationship is set in stone. I know it's unreasonable to expect everything to remain the same, but a warm breath stirs Chisato's dark tresses, but she doesn't shift. She's fast asleep, blissfully unaware of my teenagerium inner turmoil. I don't think it matters if I love Chisato, or like her, or anything in between. I'm a simple creature. I'll be happy so long as we can stay together. That's all I really want. I'm going to take a quick break, get some water, and maybe get something to eat real quick. Mostly, I don't know, get some snacks. We'll be back in a quick bit. Yeah. And we're back. We're back. Crash, no crash, we're good. Okay. Hey, Saku. It's time for breakfast. I moan inarticulately into my pillow. I have a sleep and try to squirm away from the hand of my unknown tormentor. I'm so sleepy I can't even bring myself to open my eyes. Give me another 5 minutes. My tormentor! My tormentor! No, I won't give you another 5 minutes. My tormentor, alas, don't heed my words. I suppose they wouldn't, given their status as my tormentor. Tormenting Pete goes with the territory. They descend upon me, fingers curled tight about my shoulders, and give me a shake. My cheeks hurt at the pillow with a paw, but it doesn't really hurt, but it felt disorienting. Hey, I can give their sympathy by acting weak and helpless. I suppose with a shot it wouldn't entirely be an act. I certainly feel weak and helpless right now. If I were a character in an RPG, my health bar would be dangerously low. Please have mercy, I'm just a small, pathetic little larva. Leave me alone. Sorry, but I won't take that. I need to get up, get dressed. My mother will be waiting for us. The miso soup will get cold. Now this is enough to grab my attention. Follow me intrigued. What else are we having for breakfast? So that woke you up? My tormentor scoffs. You're so simple-minded, Saku. Hey, I did say I was a small, pathetic little larva, didn't I? Suppose you did. The tormentor sighs and then steps away from me. I feel the telltale shift of fabric, which would only suggest they're folding their arms. Are they that disappointed in me? Oh well, they should know better than not to pin their trust in a larva. Personally, I think you've been more low. Personally, I think you're even more lower than a larva. You're so lazy, you might as well be an amoeba. Thanks very much. I grin into my pillow. I would say I live only to eat and reproduce, but the second part is not super valuable right now. If you're awake enough to make wisecracks, you should be awake enough to get dressed. Now get up. There's miso soup waiting, and white rice, and pickled plums, and horse mackerel. That sounds like a splendid breakfast, actually. I love that. Oh, horseradish! Now I'm starting to salivate. I peel my cheek off my pillow and sit up on my head, on my haunches, and as an eager puppy. The blanket falls away from me, exposing me to the elements. It's a bit chilly. The promise of miso soup and horse mackerel has warmed me up. White spots swim before my eyes as I open them like fireworks, but I soon blink them away. When I finally return to my senses, or some of them, let's face it, I've never been properly sensible. I'm finally able to ID my tormentor. Of course, it's Chisato. Nobody else would shake me awake like she does. That took entirely too long. Why can't you wake up on your own and at a sensible time? My mother asked me the same thing on school days. I wish she wouldn't sound so positive about that. I've got to be proud about something, right? They are your actual abilities, not your inabilities. There's nothing good about being unable to wake up on your own, not when you're basically an adult. Basically, but not quite. I'm starting to worry you'll never grow up. Why would I fuss about doing boring stuff like that when I know you'll always be there to whip me up into shape? Don't on that. I won't be one forever. You'll be here with me, right? You're right here. You're here with me right now, though. I am, yes. Sometimes wonder why, though. Why you spend so much time with me? The mind does boggle. I don't think it's that confusing. Don't you hang out with me because you love me? Let's not go that. Let's not go that far now. Hope you're not planning to go downstairs just like that. Those eyes rack over me. She really has that unimpressed, eternal thing down pat. It's quite eerie, actually, how much older than her age she appears. If she's the parent, would that make me the unruly child? Sorry, Chi. I wouldn't want to show up in front of your folks. I wouldn't want you to show up in front of your folks. I'll show you up in front of your folks. I'll get dressed ASAP. Please do. I don't want to have to wait much longer. I slide out of bed, then rummage through my discarded school bag for my casual clothes. I pull them out and begin to get dressed, while Chisato politely turns her back to me. My fingers feel cold and stiff, and I fumble a bit with the fiddly clasp of my brow. It takes me 4 attempts to finally get it hooked up with a bit of a murmur, cursing on my part. Once I finally got it on, I pull on my shirt and my pants and force my hair into something that vaguely resembles order. I guess I should do it. I tie my hair back into a ponytail, and examine myself in Chisato's floor-length mirror. That's what it's called, floor-length? It doesn't look like I don't look like a model, but at least I no longer resemble a larva or an amoeba. What do you think, Chi? Do I look good enough to meet your parents? Please don't say that. Say what? You know, that? You've already met my parents, and it makes it sound like we're dating or something. I think back to what Sayori said last night. That we'd make a good couple, and I laugh awkwardly. I guess so. Yeah. That'd be pretty awkward, but... But what? We did spend the night in the same bed. And now that I think about it, it is Christmas Eve. Isn't it a holiday? Isn't this a holiday for couples? I'll give you a couple of black eyes if you don't stop being so ridiculous. What? Hey, Chi! How does Chisato fishes a pillow from her bed and hurls it at my face? I was expecting this sudden projectile, and I'm able to catch it before it hits me. I'm pretty good at sports, if I do say so myself. I'm on the school track team, and I've pitched in a few times at our baseball team. Baseball games. Same idea. Chisato was definitely smarter than me, but she's not physically stronger. She'll never best me. Not with a mere pillow. Why'd you go and do that? You could have taken out my eyes. Good. You deserve it. Making such stupid jokes at my expense. Wow, how harsh. You hate the idea of going out with me that much? You're blushing. Don't drop this, Saku. I'll send you home. I swear I will. Okay. Touchy much. I sigh and then hurl the eerie pillow back onto the bed, join its soft and squishy brethren. It really is Christmas Eve, though. That's not a lie. It is, yes. And you know. I shrug and smile, hopefully. We are spending it together. Does that mean anything? It means neither of us have boyfriends, and we've nothing better to do than hang out with each other. If you did have a boyfriend, would you not want to hang out with me? I don't know, I haven't thought about that. Why does it matter? I don't have a boyfriend, and neither do you. We might as well spend Christmas together. That's all there is to it. Now let's stop chatting. We need to take it downstairs. My mother's waiting. Okay. I followed Chisato out of her bedroom, lured by the promise of miso soup and horse mackerel. I'm awake. My senses restored. I realized that to start how hungry I am. I can't wait to dig into Miss Shima's cooking. Pretty excited, as always. I am whenever food's involved. But for some reason, my early conversation with Chisato had left me in a funny mood. Would she really abandon me if she had a boyfriend? That's an unpleasant thought. I try not to contemplate it. I don't want to spoil my appetite. Breakfast that Miss Shima has prepared is, as expected, an intricate affair with a lot of side dishes. Miss Shima is an excellent cook, and she uses meal times to show off her expertise. There's white rice and miso soup, which is to be expected, plus the horse mackerel, Chitato promise, pickled vegetables, onsen eggs, and a wakame salad. Alright everyone, dig in. If you want more rice or miso soup, just ask. I made lots of extras. Oh, that sounds great! I can't wait! Sarah descends onto her food like a vulture might a festering corpse, with about the same degree of tact and charm. Digs her chopsticks into her grilled fish and fries its flaky pink skin off the bone. Then she shovels it into her mouth, alongside a hefty helping of white rice, which washes down with miso soup. Suri's demolished a good chunk of her meal before Miss Shima managed to fold her paper and set it aside. Fold his paper, so I missed her. Mr. Shima frowns and then observes his oldest, wayward daughter. You should slow down, Sayori. I don't want you choking. I'll be fine, Dad. I'm a little kid. You shouldn't have to worry about me. You might not be a kid, but you sure act like one. You're like a normal person, please. The food isn't going anywhere. I know, I'm just so I'm so hungry. I'm a working member of society, so I've gotta eat my fill. There's a working member of society too. He doesn't tear out his food like a madman. That's cause Dad's an old fossil, whereas I'm a cute young girl. I need sustenance more than he does. We have to dispute those spurious claims of yours. What? That I need sustenance? Would you rather I eat rocks and dirt, G? Do you want me to perish? You want your precious pictures to die? No, that's not what I meant. I'm calling to question your self-proclaimed status as the cute young girl. I don't think that's an accurate assessment. Huh? What do you mean by that? I am cute. I am young, and no matter how you want to slice it, I am definitely a girl. Not even you can counter that. I think when you're in your 20s, it would be more accurate to call yourself a woman. But even that is up for debate. Based on the way you eat, I'd say you're more like a creature. How harsh! You're so mean, Chi. You bring it upon yourself. Hey, Mom. He called me a creature! Yes, so she did. And? And what? Miss Shima smiles placidly. Would you like more rice, Sayori, dear? No, I mean, yes, I would like more rice, but that's not what I'm talking about. You can't let Chi get away with just saying her only big sis. Not after at a breakfast table. Tell her I'm not a creature. I'm a cute young girl. You're a nuisance is what you are. Despite being the so-called older sister, you don't act like it. Misato is far more mature than you. See, even father agrees. I'm the superior daughter by far. No, you shouldn't. You should know that we don't have favorites, do we, Tepe? We love both of you equally. You're every bit as precious as Misato is, Sayori, despite your... bubbles. My what? Able to sit down and shut up, maybe? Ugh, you guys are the worst! Patting Sayori slumps down in her sleep. You're all out to get me! Maybe we wouldn't be out to get you if you didn't make yourself such an easy target. Don't fret, Sayori, dear. Your mother will always be on your side. Now let me get you that extra rice. Thanks, Mom. At least you're not a complete ogre. The ogre in this family is you. Wow, Chi, that's so sweet. I love you too. I can't help but giggle as the Shimas argue. There's something very cozy about their interactions, more than mine with my own family. It's not that I don't get along with my family, but they're not easy to joke around with. My mother is the queen of petty complaints, and she's always finding things to grouse about. My father, meanwhile, is perpetually stressed, and thanks to his job, my family aren't exactly poor, but we're nowhere near as wealthy as the Shimas. We've always been short on cash. We've always been short on cash, and when you don't have much money, it tends to dominate your life. That would explain why my mother is so tetchy, and my father so perpetually on edge. I can't blame them for being so serious. Since I'm still a teenager, I don't have to worry too much about things like finances. I've never even had a part-time job. I wonder if I'll change when I get older. Will my patience also begin to deteriorate? Here's your extra rice, Sayori. Be careful, it's still hot. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. You're like the only person in this house who gets me. What's there to get? You're exceedingly simple. You like eating and drinking and smoking, and that's about it. And what's wrong with that? We've all gonna have hobbies. Maybe so, but I do wish your hobbies weren't also very bad for you. A few moments elapse in silence, during which the Shimas all eat their breakfast until Suri pipes up once more. Hey, Chi, I ran into Saku last night. We were in the kitchen, and we got to talking. Something kind of interesting. Oh? Sato purchased our lips together. What were you doing in the kitchen last night, Saku? No reason really, I just wanted a glass of water. I was thirsty. Is that all? What else would it be? It's not like I've got any balls to go. It's not like I got any balls to go to. I wasn't up sacrificing chickens in some creepy occultic ceremony either. That does not sound too unlikely if my older sister was involved. I was myself involved in all kinds of nonsense. That's because I like to live life on the wild side. It's an adventure. Only irresponsible people say things like that. So what were you talking to you and Saku discussing? I wasn't trying to warp. I hope we weren't trying to warp her. What next station? As if I'd do something so wicked. I wonder. I wasn't, I swear. We were talking mostly about random stuff when she brought up the little project you two have been working on. She said you might need a seasoned computer pro to help with something, with some coding. Oh yes, that's right. I was about to ask you about it myself, actually. But this is time. Would you mind lending us a hand? Of course not. I told Saku as much. It's not like I've got anything else going on. I think it sounds fun. Alright, I'll hold you to that. Please don't let me down. As if I would. I didn't disagree with that. Neto presses her lips together. She doesn't look very reassured, but still she says, "Can I come to your room when you finish eating, Sayori? I need to show you the program we're planning to use." Oh wow, you really must be serious about this. I can't remember the last time you came into my room. It must have been at least a year, if not more. I thought you were trying to avoid me. I was. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Neither Saku nor I know enough about coding to manage it on my own. If I had more options, I would take them, but you're the only person I can ask. So, I'm your last resort? More or less. I don't know if that makes me feel very good, but I'm glad you're trusting me with something for once in your life. It makes me feel like a real big sister. What are you guys talking about? Mishima looks between her daughters perplexedly, her head tilted to one side. Are you working on some school project? Oh no, it's nothing so drab and dreary. Chi and I begin, but Chisato soon cuts me off. Yes, that's right, it's a school project. Doesn't she want her parents to know that she's working on a romantic visual novel? Maybe she's embarrassed about it. Chisato isn't the sort of person who gets easily flustered. Her reaction is somewhat surprising, but I think it's pretty cute. Well, I can't say I understand much about coding, but you girls sound really enthused. I hope you have a good time. Oh, I'm sure you will. I was already excited about our project, but now Sayori is on board, I feel more excited. Maybe we'll be able to finish this visual novel after all. Now that really would be worth celebrating. Fun music. Boop, 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 boop. Bum, bum. I can't believe that you're in your 20s, Sayori. Your room is a disgrace. Huh? Oh yeah. There smiles. Not surprised with the nary trace of embarrassment upon her face. I guess it is kind of messy, huh? That's an understatement. The floor is covered in clothes, and how long have those dirty plates been here? Well, gee, that's a good question. I'm not sure if I rightly remember that. You're even untidier than a teenage boy. And you're even pickier than our mother. Sayori pokes out her tongue and then takes a seat at her dirty computer desk. She turns on her PC monitor and then looks at Chisato, asking, So, what's the site you wanted to show me? That's more important than castigating me over a lot of mess right now. A bit of mess, right? Is that a bit of mess? Your room is truly filthy. But I suppose I'll let it slide for now. Cicero commandeers Sayori's mouse, and then brings up the Enscriptor website. This is the program I want to use to build my project with. Do you think you can learn how to use this? Well, let me see. Sayori downloads Enscriptor, then starts glancing through it. Can't make heads or tails of it, but Sayori is nodding sagely, kind of like a bod. He's out of that word. She looks practically enlightened. This program doesn't look too hard to wrap my head around. With a bit of tinkering, it should be relatively simple to use. Does that mean you'll help us with our project then? Sure. It looks like a fun enough way to kill time. It's not like I've got anything else better to do. I'd be more than willing to lend a hand, especially for the sake of my adorable little sister. Sayori shoots Chisato a toothy grin, which she does not reciprocate. Chisato keeps her arms firmly folded, as though trying to protect herself from something. Maybe she's afraid Sayori's poor fashion choices are catching. Tracksuit, lol. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Chitato's response when she finally gets one out, and says businesslike as they come. Clipped and cool. It sounds like the kind of thing a young sister would say to her older sister. It's far too formal. It doesn't sound like that. Hey, Chi? Sayori seems to share my sentiment because she pouts. Why have you gotten so distant? I'm doing you a favor, you know? I'm aware. I do appreciate it. That's why I thanked you. It's just the way I am. I respect miracles. That's just the way I am. My foot. You didn't always act like this. You used to be so pretty darn affectionate when we were kids. You were always clinging to me. And you took advantage of it. You always teased me. Did I? Yes, you did. You captured my favorite doll with a homemade guillotine. Oh yeah, I guess I did do that, huh? Did. And more besides, none of my toys were safe from your ravages. You ate my favorite pudding, and you pushed me into the lake, into the lake at the local park. I could have drowned. Hey, I resent that. I might have broken your toys and eaten your pudding, but I never would have pushed you. I was a rotten kid, but I wasn't a cold-blooded killer. I was a rotten kid, but I wasn't a cold-blooded killer. That was an accident. And all the other things? Guess they, might have been a bit more deliberate. I knew it. Nobody can accidentally make a guillotine with a shoebox. One of Dad's razors and a bunch of elastic bands. That was calculated. It was pretty cool though, right? Might have thought so. Didn't? You might have thought so. I didn't. I cried when Rika's head fell off. And you've never trusted me since then? I gave you enough chances, you always blew them. You've always been an awful big sister. Ouch, that's pretty harsh, Chi. But I suppose I might have done one or two things to deserve it. Oh, it's much, much more than one or two. 3 or 4? If we're talking hundreds, maybe. Is it that many? I used to have a diary. Got it all written down. I can show you the evidence if you want. Talk about dedication. You're better keeping a naughty list than old Saint Nick. It wasn't my intention to make a note of everything you've done to irritate me. You're so annoying on almost constant basis. It's really happened. Ah, jeez. I'm not gonna win the love of my cute little sister, am I? My cute little sister this Christmas, then. I think you'd be a perfect candidate for a lump of coal. Oh, how you wound me! I'll admit, I've not always been the best big sis, but I've done a lot of growing too. I don't harass you like I used to, do I? You haven't just got my head dolls in a while, no. There, you see? There's progress. That isn't saying much. I threw all my old dolls out a long time ago. Jeez, you're hard to please, ain't ya? Oh well, I do want to make amends. Really, I do. So I'll try and be on my best behavior. I'll help with your project, sis. I swear I will. Good. Thank you. That's all I want to hear. I can't do much coding right now, though. If the art and the story aren't done, you'll have to handle all that fiddly stuff first. That was the plan, yes? I take it you'll be doing the art then? Mm-hmm. Now I'm doing the writing. I have the setting and the characters hashed out already. It'll be a blast. Really? I didn't know you could write, Saku. Indeed, I can. I've over many talents. I'm sure you are. There must be a special spark to you, or she wouldn't be so attached. I am not attached. You make me sound like a lovesick puppy. Aren't you? You better watch your tongue, Sayorin, or she'll throw a pillow at your head too. Oh, did the girls get into a fight? I wouldn't call it a fight exactly. It was more like a dispute. It was a dispute we didn't need to bring up again. Thank you. It might be Christmas Eve, but it doesn't mean we need to make a couple jokes. Oh, you're right. It is Christmas Eve, isn't it? Did you forget? I might have. I mean, it's not like I've got anything special planned. I'm just gonna go work again, and same as always. When you're a productive member of society, the days all start blowing together. Don't try to sound so profound. You work at a convenience store. So, it's better than nothing. You don't work at all, Miss High and Mighty. I don't need to. I'm a student. Yeah, well, enjoy it while it lasts. Your teenage years are more fleeting than you might think. Aren't you a bit too young yourself to wax philosophical like that? You're not an old man, no matter how much you drink. Sometimes I feel like it. Going over like old men sometimes. Three turns off her monitor, then gets to her feet, stretches and then smiles. Well, this old man's tired and I'm gonna have a nap. Night, you two. It's morning. Night. I answer Sayori. I answer Sayori on autopilot, but Sato looks less than impressed by the turn of events. She plants her hands on her hips and says, "You can't be serious. How can you sleep now?" Quite easily. Do you want to watch me? No thanks. I meant to say, how can you sleep when it's so early in the morning? You should be waking up, not going back to bed. You're so solvent. You're so slovenly. Slovenly, I don't fucking know whatsoever. Maybe that's how it works for you high school girls. But I got another late shift this evening. I want to rest up, or I'll be dead on my feet. You just sort out your sleeping schedule. You'll turn into a vampire. Now wouldn't that be interesting? Exciting. I could creep into the night, stealing into pretty girls' houses and sucking them dry. That doesn't sound all that bad. Ew. Do not laugh like that. Make my skin crawl. If I'm a vampire, it goes to show with territory. You guys are my nightly haunts with Saku over there. Her blood looks like it's particularly yummy. Leave Saku alone, you creep. Oh, what's raunchy? Are you jealous? Don't you want Sayorin to suck my blood? I want both of you to stop being silly. You're just as bad as each other. Chitara turns her back on us, her dark traces fluttering when she sets off. Come on, Saku, we're leaving. Uh-oh, somebody sounds pissed. You'd best go after her, Saku. Your life mightn't be worth living if you didn't. That's okay. If I get on Chi's bad side, you can always suck my blood and turn me into an immortal vampire. Nobody's turning anybody into a vampire. Now come on. Roger! I heard after Chisato's heels like a faithful dog while Sayori chuckles. You two really get on well. Huh. It's so gosh darn adorable. It's almost enough to bring a tear to this jaded old man's eyes. What I wouldn't give to be young again. I spent the rest of the morning typing up the first few scenes of our story into Chisato's computer, while Chisato finalizes the character designs on your sketchbook. I haven't used the computer much, but I at least know where all the keys are on the board are. My typing speed leaves something to be desired, but it's still quicker than writing. It's easier to erase some mistakes on the fly. I made a type of 5 pages in my first hour, which doesn't sound like much, but I'm proud of it. It's the first scene out of the way, at least. I got my exposition about Sumire's family and their dire circumstances down, so now it's time to introduce the love interest. The keys clack between my fingers at an incredibly rapid pace as I grow more comfortable with this layout. I think I'm making pretty speedy progress if I do say so myself. I should be an expert typist in time the sun sets. I get so embroiled in my work, it takes a few moments to notice the familiar presence standing behind me, my shoulders. Oh, Chi! How long have you been standing there? Not that long, only a few seconds. Did you take a break from drawing? Shadow nods. I think I finished Sumire's base art. I need to scan the sketch, then finish it up digitally. Did you want to trade places? I can write out the rest of the scenes with the pen and paper. I was going to suggest that, but it's fine. You look like you're concentrated. I don't want to disturb you. Are you sure? You can't exactly finish your work if it doesn't if I don't get off the PC. Don't worry about it. Keep on writing. I can start work on Takumi's sprite while I'm waiting. Okay. I'll turn my attention back to my script. I resume typing, but I can't get into the rhythm of things as I did before. She doesn't move. She's still standing behind me, even closer now than she was before. What's she doing? Hey Chi, did you say you were gonna get back on to your own work? I will in a minute. Is something wrong? No, not really. I was just curious. About story, of course. I wanted to read what you've done. Well, gee, that's really flattering. I'm super happy you're showing interest, but it's still a rough draft. I haven't gone back to edit it yet. I bet it's really repetitive, and there's probably a whole bunch of typos. You should wait until I fixed it up before you read it. Perhaps you're right. Tetra relents. She draws away from me, which is something of a relief, and simultaneously a bit of a bummer. It was a bit awkward, yeah, but so acutely aware of my best friend's body. But being so acutely aware of my best friend's body, but I didn't dislike having her chest push up against my arm. I still want to read it though. I've not seen you write before, and it was kind of cool, I guess. Cool? I am? Not most of the time, no. Don't get all swollen head under most circumstances. You're woefully inept. Well, gee, thanks for the compliment. You're so nice, Chi. Didn't let me finish. Sato hump our rumps cutely. I was gonna say, while you're often inept, you looked a bit different now when you were writing. I've not seen you so focused before. It was impressive. Aha! I see. Couldn't tell me when I was in my serious mode. It made you fall for me. Now you're venturing into the realm of fantasy. Well, I am a writer. I guess that goes with the territory. I'm supposed to make up stories. About your characters, yes. About me? No, thank you. That's going a step too far. What? You don't want me to immortalize you as an adorable heroine? Let's stick to telling Sumire's story for now. Alright, you're the boss. So, what do you think of my story so far? You must have read a little of it, at least over my shoulder. Did you like it? I try to affect an air of irreverence, but I'm actually rather interested in Sato's answer. I'm pretty happy with what I've written thus far, even if it's a rough draft, but there's no guarantee Sato will like it. He's a harsh critic, especially to her friends. I'm fully prepared to have my work sliced in ribbons. I can only pray she'll spare my ego from a complete annihilation. I want to be writer with a few unfinished stories to my name. If it was really hard on my first serious effort, I might try. She contemplates for a few moments. Her expression's inscrutable. Then, I think it's interesting. Really? You like it, Chi? I wasn't able to read enough of it to form a solid opinion. But I suppose I like it. Yes. It's obviously unpolished, and I did spot a couple of small type mistakes. But they can be fixed up later. You're doing a good job. Wow, that's surprisingly sweet of you. I'm not being sweet. I'm simply telling you the truth. If I hated it, I'd let you know. Yeah, I figured. You're not one to mince words. I was totally afraid for a little while that you'd eviscerate me. It might be cruel, but I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to ruin my nails. I meant, like, verbally, so, do you think other people will find my stories interesting too? Sure they will, but even if they don't, I don't care. I want to read the story to the end, so you have to keep writing. They won't let you slack off. Now that's kind of scary. It's a bit reassuring too, though. Alright. I'm gonna try and knock out 3 whole scenes before lunch. I'm not going to disappoint you, Chi. Chisato likes the story. That's all the encouragement I need. I really am going to give this my all. Woo! I spent the rest of the day with Chisato in her girlish bedroom, working on our project, which we decided to call, after some deliberation, my bittersweet love story. I toiled away on my PC, her PC, until lunch, and the pair of us switched places. I detail the next handful of scenes in one of Chisato's sketchbooks, while she scans her drawings and begins to color them digitally. Time passes in a rush of frantic activities, and before I know it, the sun has already set. We're in the tail end of December, and the days are a sliver of what they are in the height of summer. It's a little after 5 o'clock when we set my pen aside, my wrist aching, and I glance out the window. The sky is a dark blue, and it's all scattered with stars. I stretch, then frown. I wonder if I should head back home. Is it that late already? You're getting there, yeah? Oh my. I didn't realize so much time had passed. I guess it flies when you're having fun. I flash such a bright smile, but it soon wavers. My parents would be worried. We're wondering where I am. I said I'd be back this evening, but... My glance drops to Chisato's sketchbook. Its white pages crammed full of my ideas. My handwriting is pretty bad, and I curve my characters just so make them look cute and bubbly. My teachers don't like the way I write. My joyless maths teacher, Mr. Erie, in particular, he says my writing is hard to read. Personally, I think he's complaining too much. There's a bunch of boys in my class with handwriting worse than mine. All crooked, all wonky, chicken scratch. At least I make an effort. I don't ever want to go home just yet. Though I've still got a bunch I want to write, and I don't trust myself to do it at home. I'll never get anywhere without you prodding me, Chi. So you admit you're hopeless without me? That was never up for debate! These little smirks. That's true enough. I'm glad you're so self-aware. It's one of my saving graces, nihihi. I laugh weakly, then frown. I don't want to call it quits on this story, but not when you said it was interesting. How do I feel like betrayal? What do you think I should do, Chi? I wonder. Let her toys with a lock of her long, dark hair. Her expression contemplative. If you don't mind, you could always stay here a few nights longer. Of course I wouldn't mind. I'd love to spend more time with you, Chi, even if we weren't working on my bitter love story. But what about my parents? Would they be alright with it? Well, your parents. I doubt they'd have any problem. My mother loves you for some unknown reason. And your father? When he's not at work, he's usually in his study. He's always so busy, he doesn't notice what's going on most of the time. If your parents really wouldn't mind, I guess I could stay a little longer. It'd be nice if we could spend a bit more time together. It is Christmas Eve and all. I fail to see how that's irrelevant. It's super relevant. It's, a holiday. We wouldn't be going out if you stay here. We won't be going out. If you stay here, you'll be in my room around the clock, and you will be writing. You'll be writing. I won't go easy on you, even if you are my friend. Hehehe. How harsh. Still, that's the way I like it. You wouldn't be Chi if you weren't kind of mean to me. I think I need it to keep me in line. You do indeed. Now that you've admitted to it, you can't act like a victim when I boss you around. I have no functions about cracking the whip. Function. I can't fucking read that. Anyways. Oh, how exciting! You don't mean it like that, idiot. What a pity. I pout, which prompts Chisato to sigh in this deeply fed up manner. I think you've been spending too much time with my older sister. She's a bad influence. Oh, I'll be fine. I won't let Sayori correct me, I swear. I flash Chisato a set of double peace signs, to which she rolls her eyes. She's awfully good at that. I think you're plenty correct already. But you can still be saved if you promise to work hard and stay with Sayori. You keep this in mind. I'll ask my mom if you can stay a bit longer. Do you think your parents would let you? They should be fine with it, yeah. It's not like we celebrate Christmas Eve back home, or Christmas proper. We don't even give out presents. If it's the same for our family. That's usually when work, Christmas anyways. We should be getting fried chicken though. Ooh, fried chicken! If I say over, can I have some? No, you'll have to sit in a corner and watch us eat it. How cruel! Won't you at least let me gnaw on a bone or two? You, an animal? Well, maybe. I really don't mind crunching bones between my teeth. The marrow is not so bad. You, maybe you really are an animal. I'd rather not see my best friend towering down on greasy bones from KFC. So I guess I can set aside a few thighs for you. Alright, now I've gotten spent. Now I gotta spend Christmas with you. I'll go and ask my mother. I'll go ask my mother then. Do you want to come with? Sure. I bump on the bed, a flurry of teenagery energy, and head downstairs with Chisato. We find Miss Shima in the living room, watching something on TV. She has one of Mr. Shima's crisp white shirts on her lap and a sewing needle in her hand. I think she's stitching a missing button back into it. Miss Shima looks the split of a typical... Looks like the splitting image of a typical traditional housewife. Her dark hair piled back into its habitual bun. If only she were wearing a kimono rather than a white sweater and a long skirt, then she'd fit the cliche down to a T. Hey, Mother, can I ask you something? What? Of course you can. Anything for you, Chisato. A smiling Miss Shima sets Mr. Shima's shirt aside, turning down the volume of the TV, then swivels about to address us. I must say, it's so nice of you two. You've both been shut away upstairs all day. You almost seem like a stranger, Chi. I think it's kind of cute that Miss Shima uses the same nickname for her daughter that I do. I wonder if she picked it up for me. I've been with Shima's house so often it must have stuck. Sorry about that, Mother. We've been busy. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. What have you been up to? What have you been up to then? Winter homework? Ugh. I pull a face. I'd rather not think about that right now. Mr. Eerie gave me so much equations to do. So many equations to do. Doesn't he know it's nearly Christmas? Where's his holiday spirit? Ishima laughed at this, as she often does in regard to my outbursts. She seems to find me funny. I take it he has not heard of peace on earth and goodwill to all men. He definitely hasn't. He's a total sadist. I bet he goes off on making. Gets off on making your girls cry. Oh, Saku, don't say that in front of my mother. Hizuru hisses, affronted. and nudges me in the ribs with her pointed elbows. Miss Shima, however, doesn't seem all that perturbed by my outburst. She laughs again, and then shakes her head. You must be accustomed to crass comments, with what, having Sayori as a daughter? Oh, I don't care, Chi. You don't need to scold Saku for me. But she was being rude. Maybe she was, but I can understand where she's coming from. I was a student myself once. I know how hard school can be. It's a total pain. I don't see why I've got to waste my time with work when I'm not even in the classroom. It isn't fair, is it? You're right, it really isn't. So if you're not doing homework, what have you guys been doing? You're working on your own visual novel. Visual novel? Is that something like a picture book? Kind of, it's like those story games Chi likes buying. Oh, like the ones why Chi likes to play on her PC with all the handsome, big-eyed boys. Ooh. Mother, please. Shadow deflates beneath her mother's good-natured questioning. She looks painfully embarrassed. I can tell Sato's had enough of the subject. If I was a better friend, I'd drop it, but seeing Chisato fluster is too fun situation not to exploit. That's exactly right, she's always playing games like that. We meet a lot of handsome boys, you meet a lot of handsome boys and you date them. We want to make like something similar. Hey, Saku, cut it off, my mother doesn't know to know all the details. But I want to know the details. I'm interested in you, Chi. It's not important, really. Now, if it isn't true. Don't downplay your interest, Chi, dear. I don't understand them, but that doesn't make them. But that doesn't make these visual novels virtual novels. I said virtual novels. Again. Virtual novel, yeah. Virtual novels. That's visual novels, Mother. Sorry, my mistake. I don't know anything about these so-called visual novels, but I know you like them. That makes them important. You're being way too serious about this, Mother. It's embarrassing. It's what us mothers do, I'm afraid. We exist to embarrass our precious daughters. My mom is plenty embarrassing, too. She never leaves me alone when I have friends over. She's always in and out of my bedroom, offering drinks and snacks. There, you see? We mothers are made to be embarrassing. It's how we express our love. Miss Hijikata isn't so difficult for me. Maybe not, but Saku's mother isn't here right now. Just let her sighs. I feel like you're picking on me. I think if I do that, I throw one arm about Chisato's shoulder. You're being paranoid, Chi. I do wonder. Chisato pushes her arms away, my arms away, looks incensed, and I can't say I blame her. I wouldn't tell my own mother about my fondness for visual novels. And as for my feelings for Toya, forget it. That'd be too excruciating. Oh, you girls. Miss Shimi chuckles. Mrs. Shimi chuckles. You get along so well. You make me think of my own school friends back then, when I was your age. I hope your friends didn't torment you like Saku does me. Oh no, I was the one doing the tormenting. I've always had a unique sense of humor. Now that you mentioned it, I can totally see that. Chisato pouts while adjusting the hem of her shirt. She clears her throat, then she says after a pause, "So can I ask something now, Mother?" Oh yes, you said something. You said you had something to talk about, didn't you? Yes, I did. I was asking if Saku could stay here a few more days, but There's just a deadly glare. I'm trying to second guess that myself. I don't know if I have the fortitude to deal with her antics. What? Chi? That's not fair! Just think about our story! It's not going to write itself. Don't you care about Sumire and Takumi? Oh, who are Sumire and Takumi? Nobody. They're the characters we're in our visual novel working on. Sumire is the main character and Takumi is her love interest. Oh, I see. How lovely. Will you be working on the story more while you're here, Saku? That's the plan. It was the plan, but it might get derailed if you keep running your mouth. Huh? Are you threatening me, Chi? I might be. She has cracks her knuckles. She said her cracks her knuckles with a manner that can't be described as ladylike. Whoa! That's not the kind of thing students of the esteemed St. Cecilia should be doing. She looks more like a thug than a well-bred young madam. We've been learning from the French... We've been learning from the French Revolution late in history class. Don't you see how you'd fare without your head, Saku? No way! Not my cute head! Anything but that! I advise you to stop blabbing to my mother about you traitor. Miss Shimi, for her part, doesn't look at all perturbed at her youngest daughter's behavior. She only laughs like she's watching a two-person comedy performance. I don't mind at all. If you want to stay a few more days, Saku, the more the merrier. Oh, great! Thanks, Miss Shima. I owe you one. I'll try to do my best on my best behavior, and I promise I won't overstay my welcome. I'll be back home before New Year's. Imagine your parents would prefer that, yes. Try to set up just some time aside for your homework, alright? I wouldn't want this sadistic Mr. Erie to give you any trouble. I'll try to get to it. When I'm finished penning Sumire and Takumi's love story, that is. Oh, and don't rile my Chi up too much. Do you hear? I'm very fond of you, and I would feel awful if she really was driven to a violent murder. It would make things rather awkward with your parents, and blood is awfully hard to clean up. Thanks for the concern, I guess? Well, this is a lot longer than I expected. Well, it's no problem. Now, do you want to call your parents to confirm things with them? Oh yeah, I probably should do that. Thanks for the reminder. I commandeer the phone in the living room, then punch in my home number. My mother picks up on the fourth ring and answers in this slow, unhurried way. Hijaki's residence. Who's calling? I guess she's not that cut up about my absence. I give my mother a brief rundown on the situation, though I omit the part about the visual novel I'm developing with Chisato. So, can I stay for a few more days? I was thinking until the next Friday, if that's alright? 30th? My mother ponders. That's fine with me, but what did the Shima say? Do they mind putting you up for so long? I asked Miss Shima already, and she said she was fine. Well, if she doesn't mind, I have no problem. What's this icon on the top? I don't make any trouble for them, and make sure you come back by New Year's. You're supposed to be visiting your grandparents, remember? Yeah, I get it. My familial obligations aren't something I can forget about in a hurry. Worse luck. We always visit my parental grandparents in New Year's. They live a couple hours away in this small town which on the cusp of being in the middle of nowhere. Their home is a traditional Japanese house, all tatami floors and sliding doors. It's freaking freezing. I'd be happy if I never had to go there again, but that seems unfair to my grandparents. They're not all bad. I'm actually quite fond of them as far as old people go. My grandpa's a funny guy. My grandma's cooking is great. They're generous with their New Year's money. It'll be a sad day indeed when I'm too old to receive freebies from my extended family around New Year's. You should come back. You come back here and leave behind your school bag and uniform before it gets too late. And you can fetch some spare clothes while you're at it. You didn't bring enough pair of underwear. You didn't bring enough pairs of underwear for you for a long trip, did you? Well, no, I thought I was only going to be staying for one night. I know, you're so slipshod when it comes to making plans, Saku. In that sense, you're rather like your father. Now it's already dark outside. Will you be alright walking home on your own? I would offer to pick you up, but I'm not going to make a start on. I'm going to make a start on dinner soon, and your father isn't here yet. I'll be fine, miss. Our house is only like 20 minutes away. Are you sure? I hear my mother's furrowed brows and her words. I don't like the thought of you walking back here in the dark. Anything could happen, and it's so cold. I heard it's about to snow soon. It's no prob. Don't worry, Mom. If it bothers you, I can run all the way back. That would bother me even more. I wouldn't want you tripping. My mother sighs, and she's such a worrywart. She's less smiley than Miss Shima, but she expresses her fondness for me in other ways. It concerns me as it gets on my nerves, but right now, makes me smile. It'll be fine. I'll be fine, don't worry. The sooner we get off the phone, the sooner I can go there and back, right? Oh, alright then. You raise a good point. I'll see you later, Saku. Yeah, I'll see you. Hang up the phone and then relay a conversation to the Shimas. Miss Shima offers to drive me back home herself, but I decline. I don't want to put her out. It might be dark outside, but I still have the twinkling Christmas lights to guide me. My friend is quite jovial during this time of the year. It's never nice to take a walk on my own. It'll give me some time to turn over more ideas for my bittersweet love story. I always loved fretting, but I never knew it could be this much fun. The store page estimated a 2 to 3 hour gameplay. It's been 4 hours. This is 2 to 3 hours. Yes, 2 to 3 hours. Definitely. 2 to 3 hours. Brr, it's colder than I thought it'd be. I walk back home as brisk a pace as I'm able. My soul was slapping purposefully against the gray pavement. It's a cold evening. My breath escapes my mouth in gossamer clouds like mist. The breeze rubs my cheeks red, and the tips of my nose is tingling. I hope I'm not gonna catch cold. At least it's a bit of an incentive to walk even faster, so I can get this over with and done with. So, if I was taking my time, I'd take about 20 minutes to get back home. I'm unusually determined today, however, and my trek takes less than 15. Slide my key into the front door, then twist it with a click. I peel off my shoes in the entrance hall, and then dash upstairs, pausing only to give my mother a perfunctory greeting. I ransack my room, searching for spare pairs of underwear and socks and a few extra shirts. I shove them into my overnight bag, then tear out of my room and then back downstairs. My mother catches me before I can leave and gives me a bit of a talking to. Tells me, as she did on the phone, behave herself at Chisato's and not cause me problems. Would I, dear mother? You're not filling me with much hope, Saku. How rude! You should know I'm always on my best behavior when I'm at around Chisato. Are you really? Really, I can prove it. I can prove it too. She really threatened to castrate me once since I've been at her place. Well, it looks doubtful. And this is supposed to be a good thing? It's a new record. Sometimes I wonder how you and Sejo have stayed friends for so long. It's because I'm so cute, of course. Shouldn't say that about yourself, Saku. It's modest. Why not? It's true, isn't it? I think so, but I'm your mother. I'm supposed to think that. Are you saying it? Are you saying if you weren't my mother, you wouldn't think I was cute? You were a nuisance if I weren't your mother. You treat me like a nuisance anyway! And for good reason. My mother shakes her head and then waves a dismissive hand in my direction. I don't know how the Shimas put up with you, but if they really don't mind, I'd be glad to hand you over for a little while. Now, are you sure you'll be alright heading back on your own? I'm sure. I'm a tough girl. I can look after myself. I flex my noise and muscles in an attempt to prove my point. Approximately 2 to 3 hours of reading. 400k words. Next story with no choice branches. Custom character artwork. Filtered photograph. To a story about joy and creativity in the first apprentice. First crushes. Cozy Christmas vibes. 2 to 3 hours approximation. Well. Yes, clearly. You should be more worried about the miso soup, Mom. Weren't you in the middle of cooking? It'll boil over. Oh yes, that's a good point. See, I do have my uses. I'm plenty reliable. I give my mother a salute. This time, which she returns not with a roll of her eyes, as is her custom, but a smile. Where do you get all that energy? Your energy? I feel tired just watching you. Who knows? I certainly didn't hear it from you. Mama's eyes crinkle. He laughs, then shoots at me again. You're distracting me, Saku. Be off with you. My mother doesn't need to ask me twice. I shout my goodbye to her over my shoulder, to which she responds with a distracted, "Yes, dear. Stay safe, dear." I slide my shoes back and back at the front door. A few moments to double check that I've got all my things, put my coat back on, and then pull the door ajar and head outside. I walk along the darkened street, soles of my shoes slapping against the ground. 10 minutes later, I found myself in the plaza with the fountain where Chisato was waiting for me yesterday evening. The fountain plaza is lined with trees, which is strung with Christmas lights. The lights have been switched on, and they're twinkling merrily, just like the stars that fill the sky. I'm pretty eager to get back to Chisato's, start writing, but these lights are so pretty, they make me pause. When I inhale, I can smell the Arctic air alongside the aroma of cooking pastry and azuki beans. Azuki beans that's wafting from a nearby food cart. The food cart looks pretty popular. Pretty cute, coming up behind it. Couples in coats and scarves huddled together beneath the starry sky. I like a taiyaki myself, but I swallow the urge alongside my saliva. Miss Shima will probably be making a start on dinner even as I start, but they stand there, wasting time. I want to ruin my appetite on sweets. That'd be a huge waste, but how good Miss Shima's cooking is. I can have taiyaki later. Maybe as a treat for finishing my story. This Eve feels like a fairly appropriate time for the year to write a romance story. It's a holiday for lovers, as the couples meander about the plaza in a test. It's a good deal more crowded than it was yesterday, and most of the people pass are boy and girl pairs. Some look to be teenagers, while others must be university students, closer to Sayori's age than mine. I bet the restaurants around here will be all fully booked. Cinema's packed. People will be going out on dates all across town, while I'll be in Christmas Mosato's girlish bedroom, writing sweet girlish. I can't fucking read. While I'll be in Chisato's girlish bedroom, writing a sweet girlish love story. I won't be going out on a fancy restaurant, nor to a cinema, but I don't mind that. I want to go on a date with a boy. I'd far rather spend my Christmas Eve with Chisato. That's fucking gay, and I love it. Hey Saku, I heard from my mom that you were going to be staying here a little while longer. I'm greeted when I return to the Shima household by Sayori. She's sitting at the bottom of the stairs, pulling on her boots again. For once, she isn't wearing her tracksuit, which makes me wonder. Yeah, I'm seeing a bit more. Are you headed out to work, Sayori? I'm indeed. I could be going on a hot date right now, but no! I've got to mend the cash register instead to talk about a happy Christmas Eve. Do you even have a date to go out with? No, oh, I guess that throws another wrench in my plan, huh? What tripped you off? What tripped you off? I had work, anyways. Is it that is it the outfit or the bored, dead-eyed look on my face, like I want to croak? A little column A, a little column B. Larry laughs, then finishes lacing up her boots. Gets to her feet, her choppy hair brushing her jawline, and lops over to me. I'll see you later, Saku. Have fun with she. I will. I'll see you too. I hope you have a good time at work. I won't. Sayori ruffles at the top of my head, then turns to leave. Closes the front door behind her with a dull click, and the hall is soon plunged into silence. I hasten to remove my own shoes, which I lined up by Chisato's. Then my coat and scarf, which I hang on a peg next to hers. We are gay, and I love you for it. Then I head upstairs, my overnight bag looped over both shoulders. Ideas have been brewing inside my head since I set off almost an hour ago, and I'm afraid if I don't hasten to write them down, they'll escape from me. I never pinned down all of these pesky ideas. I didn't pin down all these pesky ideas of mine, so they can't get away. I'm going to show them who's boss. I'm so enthusiastic, I yanked the door to touch the bedroom open with too much force, so it bangs against the wall with a thud. Chisato, in the middle of coloring Sumire's sprite on her PC, but was in the middle of that. But my unexpected entrance makes her jump. Her pen flips across her tablet, and a large pink line bisects Sumire's head from her neck. Oh, hey, I'm sorry, Chi. I hope I didn't break your concentration. I did. It's too late to worry about that now. Sato undoes her last action with a scowl. The pink line disappears from her drawing, but so does an amount of shading about Sumire's face. My bad. You have to slam the door like that in my family's house? You should have taken the paint. You could have taken the paint from the walls. I know. I already said I'm sorry. I laugh awkwardly while poking the tip of my index fingers together. But aren't you glad to see me again, Chi? Glad might be a bit of an overstatement. I'm happy you're alright, yes. You got back quicker than I thought you would. That's what I wanted to get right back down to writing. You weren't running, were you? You weren't running, were you? I was power walking. Thought your face looked a little flushed, and your hair is full of, is all messy. My hair's always messy. True, I suppose. Well, if you don't mind, I won't I won't judge you for it. Tetra resumes work on Sumidays. I can't fucking position. While I deposit my bag on the floor and sit on Tetra's bed. Tetra's sketchbook is still lying there, off the covers, while I left it. Flip it open, pick up my pen anew, and begin to write. Ate dinner later that evening with Jimmy's family, minus Sayori, who's at work. Mishima's cooking is, as always, utterly delicious. Prepared white rice, miso soup. White rice and miso soup are everyday staples. The star of the show has to be her hearty beef and potato stew. What's wrong, Decker? What's with the lunny face, huh? The worm stew is perfect. It's a perfect dish to counter this cold weather. Each bite has a satisfying mouthful feel, and it warms me from within. The cuts of beef are thick and luxurious, and they're soaked full of flavor from the dashi stock. Mishima has added carrots, onions, and shiitake mushrooms into the stew, which offer up a variety of interesting flavors. Beef around and... You're weird, Decker. You're weird. It's so good I could eat forever. I'd like to draw the meal out. I like to draw the meal out for as long as possible to savor it, but I don't have enough self-control. It's not until I sit down at the dinner table that I discover how ravenously hungry I am. Learning might be sedentary occupation, but it's surprisingly demanding. I've used my brain too much. I know it's starting to overheat. I need protein, and lots of it, so I can get back into the zone. I dig into my food, with no small amount of enthusiasm, and soon polish off the lot. Take every grain of rice clean from my bowl, and fish out every piece of potato, carrot, and onion from the daki stock of the stew. My! You must have been starving, Saku. You fell upon my food like a hungry wolf. Have you been out exercising? Nuh-uh. The only muscle I've been exercising is the one in my wrist and maybe the one in my head. You mean your brain? Yep. I've given it quite the workout. Hehe. Evidently, you haven't been working it out strenuously enough. The brain isn't a muscle, Saki. It's an organ. Huh? Are you sure about that? I'm quite sure. Who told you that? My bio teacher. My teacher back in primary school. Something you learn when you first go over to the basics of human body. Let's say year 3. Your lack of general knowledge really is astounding. Alright. Point taken. Jethro might be my best friend, but she's merciless. When she digs her claws into somebody, she digs at them in deep. It's a good thing words can't draw blood, or I'd be coated in this stuff right now. I don't see why all this body stuff matters. All that matters though. I don't see all that matters though. It's not like I'm training to be a doctor or a serial killer. Now there's a curious thought. Does one need to train to become a serial killer? Do you think? I rather thought it was kind of a career path anyone could pursue, regardless of their schooling, or perhaps I'm behind the times. I figured I'd need to know a base level about how human bodies work to take your victims out and dispose of their evidence. You can be a killer without any know-how, but if you want to do it serially, you have to figure out some kind of system. Well, yes, that did not occur to me. Suppose that does show how much I know about the serial killer. Darling, please, as fond of you as I might be, I would appreciate if you didn't seek such things when you were trying to eat. Please don't talk about serial killing while we're eating. You're putting me off my food. Oh yes, I apologize, dear. Mishima tittered. Mishima tittered, while Chisati sighed. Sometimes I feel like Dad and I are the only people in this house with any common sense. It's surrounded by... yes. It says, are you including me as part of your family too, Chi? I don't see why she wouldn't. You come here often enough. Now, would you like some seconds, Saku? I consider it, but I eventually have to pass on Miss Shima's offer. As delicious as our cooking is, all this talk about serial killing has put me off my meal. Now I wonder why that would be. Haven't the foggiest clue why? I head back downstairs after dinner to resume my writing, while Chisato finalizes Sumire's sprite. Eventually, around 8, Chisato suggests we take a break. Looks pretty tired, and I'm pretty similarly worn out. I've been working pretty much non-stop all day, except from mealtime and quick trip back home to collect my things. If I was a superhero made from steel, I'd probably keep right on writing, but I'm not. I need to take breaks to recharge my proverbial batteries. It's kind of a bummer, given how into my work I am, but I bet future me will thank their strain past me. My wrist and my fingers are starting to ache. That when I spend the next hour in the living room watching some variety of shows with Miss Shima. When the show comes to an end, I head off to the bath. I lather soap on my body and wash myself clean, leaving a tub full of lukewarm water for Chisato. Once we're both washed and in our pajamas, we spend some time at our PC, watching random clips and chatting. It isn't until a little while after midnight that Chisato turns off her PC, and the pair of us slide into bed. I'm tired enough to drift into dreamland minutes after my head touches a pillow, but that doesn't let me off the hook that easily. Say, Saku? What is it? I was just wondering. Well, their size? I'm probably being silly. Well, that'd be a first. I thought was supposed to be the stupid one in our two-person comedy troupe. You're the smart cookie, Chi. So you're calling yourself stupid? Well, you know what they say, if the shoe fits, and all Mr. Eerie'd agree with. Oh, Mr. Eerie would agree with you at the very least. This is the second time you've talked about him today. You really don't like him, do you? Nope, I don't. Not one bit. I don't think he likes me much either, though, so we're even. It must be because my awful test results and the fact that I keep forgetting my homework. That would do it, yes. He does dislike you. If he does dislike you, you only have yourself to blame. Yeah, I've heard it all before. So what do you want to talk about? Is something on your mind? It's silly, like I said, but, I've been wondering. Are you alright doing this? Doing what? Working on this visual novel. It was my idea, and I'm afraid I might have dragged you into this. We did do a lot of work today. I didn't want to burn you out. Now why do you need to ask? You should know by now, Chi, that I don't work if I don't wanna. My teachers are well aware of that, Mr. Eerie in particular, and they're not even my friends. I get Chisato another prod, and then another. The other tries to squirm away from me, but I don't let her escape. I descend upon her, the worst of my exhaustion, momentarily excited, exercised, and seek out her underarms, her sides, and her stomach. My prying fingers sneak beneath the hem of her pajamas. I tickle Chisato in all her most sensitive spots. She squeals, her thrashing legs kick up the bed covers. Stop it, Saku. No, I won't. I'm punishing you for asking such a stupid question. Well, I'm sorry for being stupid. Chisato gasps, desperate for air, and pushes my fingers away. I'll test you because I care about you. If you don't like it, I can stop showing my interest, and leave me alone. Hey, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Don't be puffy with me, Chi. You tickled me. You were asking for it. I wanted to make you smile. You know I can't stand seeing you all gloomy, especially not about silly old me. If you don't mind working on this project? Of course not. I'm having a blast. Glad to hear that, but wouldn't you rather spend Christmas with your parents? Nah, that's fine. I already said my parents don't make a big deal of Christmas. In fact, my mom said she'd be glad to be rid of me. I'm in your care now, Chi. Please look after me. Oh please, it's not New Year's yet. Save your bowing for your first shrine visit. I'm not God. Maybe not. But you're so cool and elegant. You do kind of remind me of a goddess. Well, thanks, I guess. Chisato glances away. Her cheeks are hidden by a sweep of dark hair, but I think I can see the beginning of a blush crossing her cheeks. How is she so cute? I don't get it. Not proud. You're good now. Are we good now? You're not worried about me anymore, are you? No, I'm not. I see I was being too considerate. I don't know why I fuss so much, but thank you, Saku. For what? I don't know. A good friend, I suppose? Well, aren't you sappy? I feel my cheeks heat up, but I try to play it off with a casual laugh. You don't have to thank me for that. I like being your friend, and I like hanging out with you, and I like working on my bittersweet love story too. Don't worry about me. I'm going to keep doing my best. I'll do my best too. Alright, let's promise. My hand finds Chisato's under the covers. I rub our knuckles together and then grin. Let's try to get some shut-eye, okay? We need to be up bright and early so we can start on working. Alright, sounds like a good idea. Unusually so, coming from you. I poke out my tongue, then turn over. The blush is beginning to fade from my cheeks. The sleep is descending upon me anew. When my eyelids can slide shut, however, I notice something. The digital display on Chisato's bedside table reads in neon numbers 00:08. 8 minutes past midnight. No longer 24th, but the 25th, which means... Hey, Chi? Yeah? What is it? Merry Christmas. The following day dawns, and with it, Christmas arrives. It might be a popular holiday celebrated around the world, but not even that can deter Chisato and I from our plans. We are dressed upon waking, and then have breakfast with the Shima family. Sayori is present at the table, as she was last morning, wearing a crumpled tracksuit. Once breakfast has been consumed, the dishes and cutlery cleaned away, Chisato and I return to our bedroom. Set myself at Chisato's PC and type up the few scenes I wrote last night in Chisato's sketchbook. Chisato, meanwhile, busies herself with sketching out the finalized version of Takumi's sprite. We work this until lunchtime and switch places. Chisato commandeers the PC and I write the next handful of scenes out with the pen and paper. We could probably get more done if we had two PCs to work at, but that might be asking for a bit too much. We should be thankful for the resources we already have. Sister and I work together in companionable silence until the sun begins to set. It gets pretty dark past 5. The roofs begin beyond Chisato's bedroom. Windows black silhouettes against the roofs beyond Chisato's bedroom window, black silhouettes against the midnight sky. By this point, my wrists are beginning to hurt. I set the pencil down, which I've been gripping like a lifeline, and raise my arms above my head. I stretch them. I stretch the joints on my elbows. Clicking makes special touch. Do you have to do that? Do what? That. Unpleasant. I'm just trying to limber up, Chi. I've working super hard since we woke up. You praise me a little bit, you know? I'll praise you when I start seeing some results. I don't want you to get an overinflated opinion of yourself. Believe me, Chi, there's no danger of that happening when you're around. You never fail to put me in my place. And for the reason, it doesn't do to get complacent, but... Mrs. voice trails away, her fingers tap against the inside of her arm as she ponders. Eventually, after a few moments has passed, she relents and then says, I suppose you have been doing a good job. Keep it up. Don't get ahead of yourself, though. We still have lots of work to do. I know, but it is Christmas. And, silly Chi, it's a holiday. A holiday that neither you nor I celebrate. Maybe not, but it's a holiday nonetheless. Can't work up the whole day away. Even employees at big companies take breaks. I got a break already at lunch. For like 30 minutes? That's more than an hour. That's more like an hour. Details. The point is, I'm getting kind of tired. Didn't you yourself say we ought to pace ourselves? I suppose I did say that, yes. But is there anything in particular you want to do? No. Oh no, that's an easy question. I don't even have to think about it. I want to eat a lot of fried chicken, of course. Of course. Should have known you'd be thinking about that food. Well, why wouldn't I? Food is super important. Without it, we'd die. I can't argue with that. Don't your family get fried chicken on Christmas? You said they did it yesterday. We do, yeah. So when are we gonna pick the chicken up? I have mighty need for Colonel's 11 herbs and spices. Fried chicken thighs. He sort of looks at me flatly. Have you been fantasizing about fried chicken all day, Saku? It's what I meant, it's lunch! Well, at least you're honest. I like KFC too, but I don't know if it's anything that special. They just sell plain, ordinary chicken. Oh my gosh! I can't believe you just said that, Chi! Said what? You called KFC's chicken plain and ordinary! Well, it is, isn't it? No, it most certainly is not. KFC's chicken might not grant you everlasting life, but it's the only thing on this miserable little space rock that comes close to it. Their fried chicken is to die for! Fried chicken, though. It's not that special, you can buy it at any other place. I know you can, but it's not the same. If it doesn't come in a bucket with the Colonel's smiling face stamped on the side, that's just a branding thing. I just had no idea you like KFC so much. Well, now you do! You're such a fan, why don't you eat it more often? I would if I could, but it's kind of expensive, you know. I get that's the price you've gone you gotta pony up for quality, but many parents can't afford to blow money on fast food. Even if KFC is so much more than that. So, what did your family eat on Christmas? My mom is cooking, usually. She made cream stew last year. I think cream stew is nice. It is nice, yeah, but it's not godly like KFC. I can't say I really get the appeal myself. Well, of course she wouldn't. Her family is rich. They can afford to eat fancy food whenever they want. I can see you're so stuck on your thoughts about fried chicken. Not enough room in your head for anything else. Guilty as charged, Nikiki. In that case, I guess our work will have to wait. Chisato leans back in her swivel chair and folds one long slender leg over the other. Sayori said she'd pick up the chicken on her bike. She said she should be setting off soon. Do you want to go with her, Saku? Oh, can I? I'm sure Sayori wouldn't mind. She loves showing her motorbike off to people. That does sound cool, but what about her job? She has a day off. Speaking of the chicken? KFC is very important after all. Damn straight. I guess I'll go and pester Sayori in for a bit. You'll let me. Yeah, you do that. Have fun. I always do. I'll bid Chisato a fond farewell, then head over to Sayori's room. Lets me in pretty soon, after a bit of knocking on my part. Ask Sayori if I can accompany her on her KFC run. She seems more than happy to accommodate me. Of course you can come along. It'd be nice having some company. I would have befriended my little sister, but you know how she is. Grumpy? Exactly. You're far more easygoing. I chatted to Sayori for a bit, and head downstairs to begin our late night odyssey. We pull on our shoes and coats on the front door, then head outside. Drew stands by her bike, which is parked on the curbside, chained to a nearby lamppost, covered in a tarp. She pulls the tarp off, undoes the chain, and then steps back, grinning. Behold, this Honda is my beloved baby. I thought your PC was your beloved baby. They're both my beloved babies. Does she have a favorite? I could never. That'd be like asking Mother to choose between Chi and me. Which, while we both know she picked Chi, wouldn't it be right fair? Why are you so sure she prefers Chi? You wouldn't. She's like the model daughter. When she isn't being grumpy. I guess that's true. It's rather uppity, isn't she? Mary grins while running her hand affectionately along the sleek seat of her motorbike. Rattles off some info to me about the make of the bike, how long she's had it, and the custom parts she picked up, and I can't follow it. I understand nothing about motorbikes other than the fact that they look cool. She then reassures me that I'll be safe hands while I nod. I'm starting to feel a bit anxious about this expedition, but it's pretty exciting too. I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Whee! How are you doing back there, Saku? Are you alright? Am I ever? I'm sitting in the back of Sayori's motorbike, my arms wound tightly around her. It's dark, though it isn't all that late. The sky is laced with twinkling stars. There are twinkles too, the bright orange headlights of passing cars. The roads aren't too congested. How long have you had this bike anyway? got it my second year of uni, so let's see. I must have had it 3 years already? Wow, really? That's longer than I thought. I'm sure it flies. Huh. I have been riding this baby around since I got her. I did a few modifications here and there, but I think she runs pretty well. The handle is smooth as butter. You used to ride it at the university, right? Yep, it sure beats taking the train. It's faster, cheaper too. And it's way more thrilling. I'll say, it's super cool. I feel like I'm the king of the world. Alright, Jack, whatever you say. Larry chuckles. With that point of reference of mine hit nudge in the rib. I'm sorry, more preoccupied with our motorbike. I wish you didn't keep up a competition while riding this thing. If I were in her position, I'd be scared stiff. But you focus on the road and the paltry smattering of the cars. Pay attention to anything else, even a blind bit of attention. I guess the area is pretty cool after all. The whole area, in fact, is cool. Kind of, overall giddy. It feels like I'm in a movie. What movie? I hope you're not so stuck on Titanic. I'm not planning to run my baby into any icebergs. It might be winter, but I don't know if there's any of those on the roads. It's not even snowing. I heard it was going to snow later tonight on the news. Oh yeah? Yeah, that's why I set off a little earlier than anticipated. I don't want to get caught up in a snowstorm, or to steer when the roads are all icy. Guess that even the great siren has her weaknesses. Sure do. Sure I do. I'm not superhuman, though I'd be pretty neat. You weren't born on planet Krypton? Sadly not. And you're not a mecha? Nuh-uh. I don't think I'd mind that though. It'd be neat if I could shoot lasers from my eyes. That sounds like the kind of thing boys in the playground say. I laugh, though the sound is distorted by the purr of the engine, and the continued whoosh of the cool, biting breeze. The bike hums beneath me, and my body vibrates. It's a strange experience, unlike anything I've felt before. The wintry air is chill, but the rumbling bike feels hot beneath my thighs. I can feel the heat bleeding through the fabric of my shorts. If this is a movie, I'd like The Terminator. It'd be like The Terminator. Oh yeah? I love that movie. Are you talking about the second one? With the motorbike chase scene? Uh-huh. It's a pretty old flick. I'm surprised you know it. Have good taste. Clearly. I don't think I'll be getting into any high-speed shenanigans though. So you can rest easy, I'm a responsible adult. You might be responsible, but you're still super cool. I can't imagine steering one of these. It isn't so hard when you get to the hang of it, but thanks. I'm always a sucker for compliments. But I don't know if showing off to a kid is a great idea. I bet she'd call it pathetic. He says everything is pathetic. That's true enough, I guess. The light turns amber, then green. It revs the engine and speeds off again into the night. Well, I say speeds off, but she is, like she said, being responsible about this whole affair. She ensures that we're not going to pass the speed limit. She sticks to the right lane, and she doesn't try to overtake any cars. This is quite obnoxious as far as motorbike rides go. Orthodox. But maybe it's not like the Terminator after all. Several minutes pass in silence. My arms wound about Sayori's back until we arrive at our destination. Alright, this is our stop. We pulls up outside the KFC and then kills the engine. Then she looks at me. She looks at me over her shoulder. Afternoon, lady. KFC awaits. So you're too... Oh, you're too kind. Thank you very much, my great madame. My good madam. Don't mention it. I don't know about you, but I kind of murder some... I did murder some chicken thighs right about now. A minute later. Hey everyone, from home, I come bearing gifts. We got chicken, loads of it. There's enough thighs for everyone. Sarah and I announce our arrival as we stand in the entrance of the Shima household, my arms laden with a bucket of Cardinal's delicious fried chicken. Miss Shima comes bustling into the entrance hall, all smiles and relinquishes for us of our burdens. Thank you for collecting the food, Saku. I don't know how Sari would have kept hold of it without an extra pair of hands. Oh, you know me. I'm happy to help. I know that only too well. You're such a good girl. Mishima smiles at me while I slide off my shoes and broke off my jacket. My coat. Could you call Chi down for me? I want to start eating this as soon as possible before it gets cold. There's no need. I could hear both of you shouting a mile away. You're all so noisy. Ah ha 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 ha. Sorry about that, sis. I just couldn't contain my excitement. Fried chicken is like way too good not to shout about. It's one of the 8 wonders of the natural world. Thought there were only 7? One of those 8, counting the Colonel's love and fervent spices, fried chicken thighs. Ah, yes, I get them all at first time. She said to roll her eyes while I make a beeline for the dining room. I figured we'll be eating in there, like we always do, but Miss Shima interrupted me. Wait a while, Saku. I was actually thinking we could eat in the living room for a change. Oh, aren't you worried about getting food on the floor? I'm sure it'll be fine. We're all adults here. Well... Miss Shima pauses, then corrects herself. We're all almost adults. I trust you behave, Saku. You're not the sort of girl to play with your food. Oh, how little you know. I know it's unorthodox, but it's Christmas. It'll be cozier in the living room, and we can all watch TV. There should be a few special broadcasts on tonight. What's Christmas without a bunch of variety shows full of rabid celebs, huh? Siri grins and nudges me in the side. Watching a bunch of C-lists make fools of themselves will make the chicken extra tasty. It's been 5 hours. My throat is dying. Save me. I'm gonna grab my water real quick. End my life, please. I entered in the room, Chisato at my heels. Miss Shima, meanwhile, has to retreat to the kitchen for the plates, drinks, and condiments. Miss Shima is already sitting on the couch. Mr. Shima is already sitting on the couch when we arrive, flipping through some dry-looking accounts of some war from way back then. He sets the book aside when we enter, however, and smiles at us. I take you got the chicken then? We did indeed, mission accomplished. Good, I'm glad. Christmas just Doesn't feel like Christmas without Cardinal's 11 herbs and spices. Colonel's 11 herbs and spices chicken thighs. Oh, please. Not you two. I beg your pardon? Don't pay her any attention. Dad, she's just being grumpy. I am not being a grump. You so are. You need to stop being so serious. You're never serious enough. You don't need to be serious. It's Christmas. I'd rather spend this evening watching washed-up idols on TV in skimpy Santa costumes than listening to you complaining. Now what's this about idols and skimpy outfits? I'm very glad you asked. You see, I was about to elaborate on the point when Miss Shima returns, the fried chicken piling on a large plate with several smaller plates stacked beneath it. Here you go. Sorry for the wait. Puts the plates down on the hop table and smiles. You can have one. There's more than enough to go around. You can have extras if you like, seeing as you're the guest. Miss Shima hands each of us a smaller plate to contain our chicken. Then she smiles. Now, what does everyone want to drink? I'll have a cola. Same here. I wouldn't mind some cold oolong tea. Oolong tea? I sound like an old granny who drinks oolong tea and with fried chicken. I do. I happen to like oolong tea. It's refreshing, which is a good thing given fried foods are so heavy. If the chicken's that heavy, surely you won't mind if I eat all your share. What? Wait, no. That isn't fair. Life isn't. Get used to it. Sayori, you're so obnoxious. Give me my chicken back. Alright, girls, settle down. Miss Shima returns with the drinks. She sets down 2 bottles on the table. One of cola, the other of oolong tea, and hands out the glasses. Shall we put the TV on? You'll add to the festive spirit. Alright, I heard Very Berry is going to be on today's variety show. They better be wearing scandalous Santa outfits, or what's even the point? Scandalous Santa outfits do sound rather... Scandalous Santa outfits do sound kind of intriguing. I mean, Miss Shima trails off as Miss Shima shoots him a icy smile. Inappropriate! We wouldn't want children watching such things at such a past... It's not past 9 o'clock yet. Yeah, let's all think of the children. I bet that's a real #1 concern, Dad. Sayori tittered while Mr. Shima glanced away. I don't know if I've seen him look bashful before, but it's quite a funny insight. Sayori turns the TV on, then flips through the channels. She soon finds a variety of TV shows with Very Berry. They've been charged with the task of shoveling snow outdoors. At a remote, Ryokan wearing as Sayori's guest, Santa costumes. Santa costumes aren't all that revealing though. They're actually quite tasteful, with red hoods lined with white fur and skirts which extend to their knees. The costumes don't look particularly well insulated, despite the fur, but I suppose that's where the fun of this particular challenge comes from. 5 of us settle down to watch the TV, all the while eating fried chicken and taking sips of our respective drinks. The Colonel's chicken is delicious, as always, and it's paired well with cool, carbonated cola. The furniture takes a pretty silly bent. as a man dressed in a Yeti costume appears to assail the girls of Very Berry while they work. They all squeak in alarm. They all squawk in alarm, and one of them trips over her feet in her haste to run away. Her skirt flips up while she follows to reveal not milky white thighs, but a pair of plain black cycling shorts. As to be expected, this is a family show. Sarah muses, while the girl, I think her name is, Yumeko? She was in fear. I'm glad I'm not in Yumeko's shoes. Or boots, as the case may be. He looks frigid, sprawled out in the snow like that. I'm very comfortable indeed. I have fried chicken, I have chisato, and later, when we finish with the thighs, Miss Shima presents us with an elaborate decorated Christmas cake. What more could a girl ask for? She sat around out and returned to her bedroom until later, after consuming a truly monstrous amount of fried chicken and Christmas cake. The front of delicious 11 herb spiced fried chicken thighs have invigorated me, and I feel ready to start working again. I sit down at Chisato's bed and crack open her sketchbook. Chisato, meanwhile, sits herself at her PC and begins to draw. We busy ourselves in silence for a while, both of us working. I think I'm making good progress. I've only been at this for a couple of days, but I have 9 of my 20 planned scenes written out. Right now I'm working on a cute romantic scene between Sumire, and Takumi. This scene takes place in their classroom after the final bell has rung. The sun is beginning to set, casting a pinkish red glow over the desks. Sumire's class was supposed to be on cleanup duty, but a few bullies foiled hoisted all the work on her. Her classmates have long since gone home, leaving Sumire to sweep the floor and wipe down the windows on her own. I've been doing a problem fucking reading for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble reading simple words. Quite interesting. Sumire has been toiling to finish the 30 people's worth of miscellaneous chores for over an hour, to little avail. Her arms and legs are aching, and she's starting to make mistakes. She's so tired she trips over her own feet and almost falls. Fortunately, Takumi was staying late after school. The study happens to be walking by. He appears at her side as though drawn by her plight and scoops Sumire into his arms before her head can hit the ground. Takumi holds her close, his eyes serious, as he gazes into Sumire's face. His voice low, he murmurs softly, "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Sumire thanks him shyly, and Takumi sighs. "Good grief. You should be a lot more careful. I can't always be around to look after you, you know. It's a romantic scene. Writing it is making my heart flutter. I finish up the final touches, then set down my pen." I need to download the free game real quick. Free games. Free Epic games. I stretch, sigh, and look out the window. Chisato's curtains are drawn, and the sky outside is dark as pitch. That's a weird. I don't think I've ever never heard that before. Dark as pitch. The sky is full of twinkling stars, all of them smaller than spilled grains of salt. They flicker mysteriously while spiraling slowly through the wintry air. It's such a pleasant scene that I sit there in silence for a moment, transfixed, at least until I'm hit with an epiphany. Stars shouldn't be moving, should they? I rise from Chisato's bed, trip over to the window. I let my hand rest against the sill and look out, my forehead pressed against the cool glass. I can see the roofs of the houses superimposed against the night sky and the television aerials which got out of them. Above the houses are the stars. Most of the stars are fixed in place, but others seem to be falling through the sky. These stars are small and white and flaky like powder. Huh? I'm starting to suspect now that I'm not looking at the stars at all. These must be, in fact, snowflakes. It's been a while since I thought it's snow, and I'm getting kind of excited. Call me childish. You're childish, Saku. But I don't want Chisato to miss out on this. I'd far rather watch snow with her. Hey, Chi, come and take a look at this. At what? Sets her tablet and aside. Harumphing as she does so. That better be important. I was trying to work. It is important. It's super important. Look, Chi, look! I stab my finger at the window. Its smooth surface is fogged up thanks to my exhilarations, but the festive scene outside the glass should still be visible. It's snowing! Oh yes, so it is. Huh? That was pretty ho-hum response, even by Chisato's lackluster standards. Can't help but feel disappointed. Is that all? What else do you want me to say? Don't you want to take a look at the window? Look out the window too? It really is snowing, Chi, and it's not even January yet. It's hardly even there never snows in December around here. It's a Christmas miracle. Or a complete coincidence. Boo! I fish a pillow from Chester's bed and hurl it at her. Taking care as I do, so not to hit the PC. That's boring, Chi. You're so boring. You should try to look more excited. Why should I be excited about snow? It said it might snow on the news this morning. I'm not a little kid. If we suggest it, I am not planning to rush outside. There's no fix on my tongue. I wasn't gonna suggest that. Even if I have some class. Even I have some class. I'm not gonna have a snow. I'm not gonna have a snowball. I'm not gonna. Jesus fucking Christ! I'm not going to have a snowball fight with you either. Not at. She sort of checks the clock on her bedside table. Her arms wound about her pillow. Wound about her pillow. I don't know. 10 in the evening. Not even a little itty bitty snowball fight. Itty bitty. Not even that. No. There shouldn't be enough snow for it. The flakes are tiny. I doubt any of it will settle. They'll all have melted by tomorrow. And there's And that's all the more reason to enjoy it while we can. Don't you want to take a look at it? I'm looking at it right now. I mean, like, properly. Not on the balcony. Out on the balcony. The balcony? Those are shrugs. Shutters. It's cold out, but it's cold outside. If you got too chilly, I can always warm you up. I hold out both my arms, then wiggle my fingers suggestively. Chisato, as I expected, doesn't seem keen to take me up on my offer. On this offer. She turns her nose up in the air, her arms folding, and says, "I'll pass, thank you." Oh, come on, Chi. Can't you go outside for just a little while? It's snowing. It's really snowing. Like I said, it's just outer snow. Not subtle. It's nothing too special. But, well, that gung-ho about it, I suppose we can take a look. What, really? Yes, really. But only for a few moments. I still need to add the finishing touches to Takumi's sprite. Alright, Chi, let's go have a look at the snow. We've gotta be quick before it all melts. It's so pretty. It's just frozen rain. And the stars are just burning gases. They look pretty too. Not even you can deny that. Alright, fine. You have my point. Have a point. Visitor rises to her feet, brushes a few loose tendrils of her hair behind her shoulders, and offers me a smile. It shouldn't be so, maudlin. It's Christmas after all. Chisato and I leave her room and cross the landing. I rap my knocks against Sayori's door and wait until I'm greeted by a languid murmur of "Come in." I let myself inside, Chisato following behind me, and cut across Sayori's room. Chisato wrinkles her nose and she sidesteps a pair of trousers and a dirty sweatshirt, but she doesn't comment on it. Maybe she's trying to get into the festive spirit? Heath on Earth and all that. Together we step out into the balcony. City breeze rushes to meet me, rumpling my hair and pressing my cheeks. It's colder than it was during the KFC run. I was curled up on the back of Sayori's bike, not even wearing my coat this time. I have to drive my hands into my pockets out of sheer necessity. Letting her see out warmth like penguins right in the Arctic. Or do they live in the Antarctic? All huddled together. When I tip my head back, a few snowflakes brush my forehead and the bridge of my nose. They're so sheer they melt the moment they touch my skin. Brr! I shiver, then shake my head. It's cold. Yes, well, I did tell you that as much. It does look nice, though. Don't you think so, Chi? I guess so, yeah. I wouldn't mind staying out here for a while. Provided my sister remains on her best behavior. Sethor shoots Sayori a narrow-eyed glance. Sayori must have had the same idea as me, because she's also standing on the balcony. Sayori's lower arms are looped over the balcony's railings. In her right hand, she holds a cigarette, pinched between her fingers. The tip of the cigarette burns bright orange and exudes cloudy gray smoke. Sayori's fingers are trembling. She brings the cigarette to her lips and her face looks flushed. That could be attributed to the cold. It really is chilly, but I think it's more likely she's been drinking. I can smell the alcohol in her. I really wish she wouldn't smoke. It's a dirty habit. You'll get ash everywhere, and it stinks. Oh boy, you're so mean to me, Chi. Don't you have a single nice thing to say? No, I don't. You've got nothing to deserve it. You've done nothing to deserve it. Anything, I should have been nastier. I don't know if I can imagine that. You're pretty nasty. You're pretty nasty already. I thought little sisters were supposed to respect and love and their older sister. Isn't it like the law? I'll respect you when you start acting responsible. And sister? You're slurring your words, you useless drunk. You had too much to drink, but you've had far too much beer. No, I haven't. I drank just enough to have a good time. Which is, as I said, it's far too much. Honestly. I can't believe you're my big sister. You don't act like an adult. You don't act like an adult should. You're precisely because I'm an adult that I can drink and smoke. I want to indulge in all the vices I like, and you can't stop me there. You're a rotten adult. Maybe, but it's not. That's only cause the world's rotten. I didn't mean to end up like this. I just kinda happened before I realized it. I wish you wouldn't sound so proud of yourself. I know, everyone's gotta be proud of me, right? I know you should want to. Of course I wouldn't. You're having an awful hangover tomorrow. Miss Mature Adult? Yeah. Ain't nothing I'm not used to. I'm sure I'll be fine with the day after Christmas. All about is. According to Siri brings her cigarette back to her lips. Takes a long, deep drag before exhaling plumes of smoke in the sky like a dragon. It's really nice, don't you think? That's why we came out here. Yeah. It's a decision I would swiftly begin to regret. Dato winds her arms around her middle. Her face is almost pale, but it looks even whiter than usual, to an almost chalky degree. You could give the moon itself. She could give the moon itself, which hang above our heads in the night sky, running for its money. It's positively frigid out here. She rubs her forearms in an attempt to get warm, all while shifting foot to foot. I'm not sure it's working though. She's still shivering. A few gauzy snowflakes land on Chisato's head. They lace through her straight black hair like diamonds, but they don't last that long. The warmth of Chisato's scalp soon melts them. These snowflakes might have brief fleeting lives. That makes me appreciate them even more. Probably head back soon, Saku. My fingers are going to freeze off if we stay out here. Then I won't be able to pick up my tablet pen. Oh yeah, it'll be a pain. It throw a wrench in our plans, for sure. It would indeed, if our lead artist had to drop out. Couldn't you learn how to draw with your feet? That'd be really cool. I'd rather not. I'm somewhat attached to my hands. How about your mouth, then? You can put the pen between your teeth. What a stupid suggestion. Do you have any ideas how much this costs, Leori? I haven't a clue, shush. It was 6,000 yen. I'm not about to put something that expensive between my teeth. I might break it. Oh, what a pity. Sarah takes another drag of her cigarette, then stubs it out on the railing. The railings are damp from the melted snow, and the cigarette too fizzles out. Are you girls going back in then? I'd like to. I have no desire to freeze to death, moreover. There's no scholars at her older sister. You're a bad influence. I don't want to give Saku any funny ideas. Wow, you're like zero. You have like zero faith in me, huh? And for a good reason. You're a menace. Oh, come on, see, don't shout at me. Let's use our inside voice, okay? We're not indoors though, in case you notice. Good point. You don't hate me all that much though, do you? You act all huffy and stuffed up, but part of you loves me, right? I don't know about that. I do. You're not that huffy. You've got a soft side too, and I know you love me deep down. Very, very deep down, despite your many faults and flaws. Oh, what can I say? None of us are perfect. And you are particularly imperfect. But I suppose you could be worse. As far as our sisters go, you're not always intolerable. Oh, thanks. I love you a bunch too. Shush, don't forget it, Kay. Last lapses between the sisters. Three of us look up at the snowy sky and the moon hanging in it. It's so cold, my fingers are beginning to prickle, even inside my pockets. Tip of my nose is tingling and the wind is disturbing my hair. Welcome back, Possum. We're still going. The store page says a 2 to 3 hour read. It has been 5.5 hours. It's a bitter, biting night, but I find myself smiling despite all that. I always seem to smile when I'm with Shisato. Ah. We're almost done. They're almost together, I assume. We're almost there, Possum. My throat is dying. Ugh. The days pass the pair of us by. Where Mr. Sato and I work our socks off on our visual novel. Shisato finishes with the sprites and works on a couple of full illustrations that depicts the most crucial moments of our bittersweet romance story. I, meanwhile, continue to make progress on the script. I've been hydrating, but the thing is, my throat dies because I regret giving Saku the voice I gave her because it's just murdering me. I ended up exercising a few scenes and merging a few more together, which brings the final scene countdown from 20 to 16. Write the scenes down in Chisato's sketchbook first, then type them up on our PC. As I type, I make changes here and there, cutting out extraneous words and adjusting the flow of the story. The script ends up a bit shorter than I anticipated as a result of all my editing, but I think it's better paced. Eventually, after 6 grueling days, I had the script all hammered down. Written, proofread, though I imagine there's a bunch of errors that sneaked past me. Sato, meanwhile, has finished 2 character sprites and 2 CGs, one depicting Sumire and Takumi's first meeting, and the other their first kiss. In the meantime, in the interest of saving time, Sato and I decided to use photographs of the backgrounds. It's much quicker and less intensive than having Chisato draw them from scratch, and she isn't that good with detailed environments. She prefers drawing handsome men. Chisato and I head out with Mr. Shima's camera and snap pictures around the town. We even take a bus to St. Cecilia's. Though its gates are locked during the holidays, so we take photos of its stately entrance. Wow! I can't help but exclaim after alighting from the bus. This place sure is something. It's nothing special, really. What? How can you say that, Chi? With the building like this, parked in front of you? Even the entrance gate is huge. St. Cecilia's entrance is an imposing structure. 2 stone columns support an elaborate wrought iron gate, which stretches outwards as though to pierce the sky. Between the swirling lattice work of the gate, I can see a tree-lined avenue that leads to St. Cecilia's. There are so many evergreen trees, and the avenue is so long I can't see much of St. Cecilia's. This is super cool! I peer through the school's fancy, elaborate gates with wide eyes. I'm having a blast, but I guess I must look like a tourist. I suppose I am, because Chisato sighs. I don't know why you're making such a big deal about it. It's not like you've not been here before. I invited you here during the school's cultural festival. Yeah, but that was like ages ago. It was a month ago. Almost 2 months. Gee, that was the start of November. It's the end of December now. Hitotsuba is nothing like this. It's so fancy. You might be used to this place, but I'm not. I hardly ever have a reason to stop by these fancy gates. I suppose that's true. I'm used to this school, but I can see why it would make an impact. Makes an impact, alright. I'm starting to wish I could have gone here too. Your grades, wouldn't have been good either. Fair enough. And even if it were, my parents aren't rich enough. I sigh and kick out the ground with the tip of my shoes. I doubt I'd be a shoo-in for scholarship even if I studied my cute butt off like Sumide. There's no chance I ever could have gone here. But oh well. I doubt I'd fit with all of you well-mannered young ladies. I'd just make a fool out of myself, and unlike Sumide, I'd have no Takumi around to come to my rescue. That's not strictly true, you know. Say what, Chi? I mean, if you do come to St. Cecilia's, which you won't, so it's a mute point, then... Oh. Goodness. Is it hot in here? She shakes her head. Is it hot in here? Put the AC on. We're outside in the winter. I shouldn't have to spell it out. Read between the lines for once in your life. Cathedra doesn't elaborate further, despite my needling. But I think I know what she was going to say. You might not have a Takumi, but you do have me. Zeta could be so sappy when she wants to. It's pretty heartwarming. Man, I'm trying to blush. Alright, enough of this nonsense. We didn't come here to chatter, and my teeth are beginning to do that. We need to take photos, and quickly. It's freezing out here. If you do freeze, I can always warm you up. Do you want me to hold your hands? I'd rather you get out the camera and start snapping, so we can get on the next bus back to town. Jeez, knocked down again. Now I know how Siren feels. You're so cold, Chi. I am cold. I'm very, very cold. Let's get this over and done with, please. Okie dokie, you're the boss. I take Mr. Shima's camera out of its case, and begin to snap photos of Chisato's behest. It'd be nice if I could slip through the bars and the school gates to snap some photos of the courtyard, but that doesn't look like it's possible. Chisato might be at St. Cecilia but we haven't had permission to go inside, that would be trespassing, and trespassing is a crime. We'll have to make do with just the shots we can get. Like this shot of the gate, right here. The interior senses scenes of Sumire, and Takumi School. We'll have to rely on other people's photographs found online. Sato and I eventually finish our impromptu photo shoot and then head back to her house. We need to wait 10 minutes at the bus stop for the next bus, shivering all the while. Sato digs her hands into her pockets. We're almost there. Soon. My the voice can fucking rest. Soon. Sato digs her hands deep into her pockets. Not even that's enough to keep the chill at bay. Eventually she capitulates and she lets me link my fingers with hers. Very gay. Her hands are cool like ice, and her fingers are almost as pale. She shivers like something unbreakable. And I'm afraid she might melt. It's something I rarely notice since she's so very confrontable. Confrontable. But Chisato's actually pretty delicate. We ride back to town in silence, then return to the Shima household around midday. Once home, Chisato sets to work editing the photos we took. She puts a filter on them in Photoshop, which helps them blend in with the stylized shoujo manga style of the characters. You also find the new some few extra photos online. The interior scenes of Sumire and Takumi's school, where she crops down and filters in a like style. Then we set our minds to the visual novel's soundtrack. We don't know any composers who would be willing to whip up a few tracks for us free of charge, so we instead scour the net for royalty-free music, like this music we're listening to. We find about 8 tracks which would suit our story well, mostly gentle piano renditions of well-known classics. Our visual novel is supposed to evoke a soft feeling like a pastel cake, to focus around small everyday moments and meandering conversation, with lots of shy glances and hands to the sky. Music more dramatic than, let's say, Eric's Daddy would be totally inappropriate. After a huge amount of work, Sato and I have finally assembled all the pieces needed to pull out our story together. We have the art, the writing, and the music. My bitter love story turned out to be quite the short project, but has to be expected given our tight deadline. I think it's something we can be proud of. Here's to us, partner. I smile at Chisato. Once we finish uploading the last of the files onto a memory stick. Here's to us. Chisato returns my smile with a rare upwards quirk of her own lip. Thank you for going along with my selfish whims, Saku. You worked really hard. I could say the same about you. Really poured your all into this, and you looked really cool too when you focused on your drawings. Your gaze was super intense, like a hunter's. Oh my. That doesn't sound quite ladylike. Maybe not, but there's more to you than being a well-bred young madam. You're really fiery deep down. Being with you must bring it out of me. When we're together, well... Chizato's voice trails away. Shyly, she toys with a strand of her straight black hair, winding it about her finger, the length of ribbon. I want the very best version. I want to be the very best version of me I can. What a show! What a show off! What do you mean? You don't need to make make such an effort. I think you're cool regardless, Chi. But I'm glad you care about my opinion so much. Not like I care that much, it's just... Yeah, I know I can be critical sometimes, and I worry I might push you away. We are getting older, after all. We can't spend as much time together if we did so. If we worked on a fun project together, it might bring us closer. Do you think it worked? I don't know about that. Then, do you think it was a failure? No, I don't, but I do think it was unnecessary. We're best friends anyways, dummy. I think we'd stay together regardless, even if we didn't work on this project. But, all the same, I'm glad we did. I really did have fun. They're so gay for each other. And I love it. Hey, Sayorin. We have good news. That's how I greet Sayorin when I come clattering downstairs at lunchtime, full of joy and spring. Joys of spring. Even if it is winter right now. Oh? What's that? What then? Did something really good happen? Yes, it did. Something really good. It didn't happen on its own, though. See? I flop down in the seat next to Sayori and clear my throat. All dramatic-like. He and I have finally finished working on our visual novel. Oh my! Mishima, who's in the process of setting the table, glances at me. It is good news. No wonder you look so cheerful. You girls have been working awfully hard. We sure have. For a while, I was worried I wouldn't make it, but with Chi's support, I was able to push past my limits. My fingers are covered in sores for all the writing. Look! Oh my, those do look like some angry welts. Do they hurt much, Saku there? No, it's fine. Not a big deal. Yeah, it'll be hard to hold your chopstick with that, though. Are you sure you don't want me to do plaster? Thanks, but I think I'll be fine. I'm tough, you know, and I wouldn't want to be a bother. It's no bother at all. Won't you let me pamper you? You'd do the same to Sayori or Chi if they were feeling unwell. It's not like I'm sick or anything. The only bug I've been bitten by, to my knowledge, is the one of inspiration. But if you really don't mind, I guess it might help. Of course, I don't mind. Just give me a moment. Miss Shima bustles off. But not before crying, you girls can start eating if you want. Over her shoulder. I feel ravenous and dig into my ginger chicken right away. Ginger chicken. Tasty. The lots on my right hand index finger does make the process a bit of a challenge, but I persevere. I can't read. Nothing will keep me away from Miss Shima's cooking. This is delicious. I can't believe everything done so fast. You only been at it for like what, a week? That's right, we worked like super hard. We gave it our all, and now all the writing's done. And all the art too. Got all the building blocks we needed to make something really cool. Wow, that's amazing. Good job, Saku. You've outdone yourself. I know. Praise me more. You're amazing. The best. I can't wait to take a look through your story. Don't be too effusive with your compliments. Please, it's only a short visual novel. Nothing too special. from? Important? Yes. Oh. Hi.
Kinetic,
I'm
Kinetic
streaming.
At worst time because I'm texting. That's right.
Streaming.
Oh, you're streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's fine. Wait,
Yeah.
wait. Are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot, really?
Yeah.
Wait. Give me a second.
Okay.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll call you back then because like,
Okay. I'll call you when I'm done. I think I'm almost done.
Take your time because
No, the game's almost done. Is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I see. Okay, sounds good.
No, you know what's funny? The description says that it's a 2 to 3 hour read, right? It's been almost 6 hours.
Oh my gosh, dude, what the hell? Okay, that's insane.
Anyway, okay. I'll call you back when I'm done.
For sure.
That was fun. Anyways, hey, don't be so down on yourself. I think it's pretty cool that you got this project off the ground. I had a few doubts, if I'm being honest, when Saku first told me about it. You did? Uh-huh. No offense, Saku. Whenever people say that, they always proceed with a mark that ranges from minorly to majorly offensive. I expect that Sayori will be no different. But you're kind of ditzy. Ah, yes. There we go. That's the answer I was waiting for. Hey, that's mean. Sorry, Saku, but it's true. You're like the total opposite of Chi. Takes everything super duper seriously, but you never seem to take anything super seriously at all. You drift through life kind of like a... They're not wrong, but it's just funny. Also short guest appearance for my friend, who didn't realize I was streaming. So yeah, that's always fun. I'll lower the volume a bit. Fuck, I'm dying. They're gone now. They're gone now, but yeah. Do you feel life like a tumbleweed, maybe? A tumbleweed? What is this? A Western? I'm not American. I've never been to the Mojave Desert. Mojave Desert? If you wanted to call me spacey, you could have at least compared me to a dandelion clock. I guess that would be more girly, huh? It totally would. But that doesn't seem to suit you somehow. Why not? I think you know why. I agree with Sayori here. For once in my life, you're definitely more of a tumbleweed than a dandelion clock. Etuchi? Yoshi? Pourquoi? Je suis... I grab my chest in an exaggerated manner, and then slump back into my chair. I thought you were supposed to be on my side. There are no sides. I'm just stating the facts. Yeah. The Shima sisters agreed once in a blue moon. It's rare for them to gang up on me. I should probably be happy to see them bonding, but my self-esteem is taking quite the beating. I'm out chippy almost 24/7, the time when I'm awake especially. Accepted. I sleep when accepted. But despite that, Theory said I'm not a total ditz. I feel like neither of you are taking me all that seriously. I didn't take you seriously at first when you said you were going to make a visual novel. I thought you'd lose interest within like a few days that or you and she would get into some kind of fight. Yeah, well, you were wrong, weren't you? Indeed. And I was more than happy to eat my own words. Or, thoughts in this case? I didn't want to come across as unfun. Across a unfun negative Nancy. So I kept my lip buttoned. I wanted to see what you were capable of, and I'm glad you stuck with it. You girls really are the best. Clap, clap, clap. You don't need to say clap, clap. You don't need to say clap, clap, clap out loud. Yuri, not when you're actually clapping. Okay, good. I did her justice. I did both of them at the same time. I know, I don't. I'm just trying to get my enthusiasm across. Is it working? I suppose. So, will you help us code our visual novel together? We have all the writing and all the art, and we found some royalty-free music to use as the BGM. We sorted all these assets into folders and put them in a memory stick. And I noted which background musics were needed when in the script, and all the different character expressions. I wanted to make your life easier, Aaron. Well, but maybe I shouldn't have bothered. I pout. Maybe I'm being childish, but Sayori's tumbleweed comment still stings. And I'm not the most girly girl out there, but not a long shot from likening me to a tumbleweed? That's just rude. Aw, oh, come on. Don't be like that, Saku. I'm impressed that by what you've done. Haven't I made that abundantly clear? You're only impressed because you figured I'd never be able to commit to anything. And I was wrong. Let's bury the hatchet, okay? I don't know if things will be easy. You've ruined my sensitive maidenly heart. Aw, man, I guess I've not made myself very popular. So I need to work extra hard to make up for it. When do you two want me to start coding this project of yours? As soon as possible. Can you make progress after lunch? Sure thing, it'd be my pleasure, my ladies. Theory drops Chisato and I a neat bow, just like a butler. Her motions are fluid and graceful, although they're hampered somehow by her oversized tracksuit. It's hard to look elegant in a getup like that. I doubt even Chisato could. Actually, no, maybe Chisato could pull it off. She's crazy like that. Here you are, Saku. Sorry for delay. Mishima descends upon me, a few plasters in hand. She hands them to me. I apply them carefully on the red. Well, it's on my thing. What the fuck is a plaster? Plaster. Band-aids? Oh. Huh. Never knew. Anyways. Fun cultural things, alright? That should make handling my chopsticks a bit easier. So, what are you guys talking about? So, what are you girls going to be doing today? Do you have any plans? I'm going to code their visual novel together. I'll probably give it a read too. I'm curious. Coding? Mishima tilts her head to one side. She's wearing the same perplexed expression my English teacher, Ms. Aizawa, does whenever she has to wage war with the photocopier. It never seems to obey her. You mentioned this before, but I don't understand it. It all sounds very technical. When I was your age, I read magazines and went shopping with my girlfriends. Yeah, well, you lived in the Dark Ages. You're a veritable dinosaur, Mom. The times, they're changing. Evidently, they are. I can't keep abreast of all of this. And I'm glad you girls seem to be enjoying yourselves. You have You've had fun, haven't you? I've had the most fun. Then that's all that matters. Now, I can't say I understand what coding entails, but I do understand reading. Would you mind if I took a peek at the story you've written to Saku? What? Oh, Drat. I wasn't expecting that. Thought of handing my story over to Suri is embarrassing enough, without Miss Shima scrolling right through it. It's just a straightforward romance story, no spicier than anything you see on TV drama, but it is pretty sappy. It's not the kind of thing I want my best friend's mother to read. I racked my brain trying desperately to think of a way to dissuade Miss Shima from curiosity, but on the act. Of course you can look at your mother. There's little point writing something if nobody would read it. I'm sure Saku will be very happy for the feedback. Wouldn't you, Saku? Little kicks my shin but beneath the table. I whimper through, though not in pain. My face is burning bright red, just like the wealth in my precious fingers. This was excruciatingly embarrassing. Is this Saku's way of paying me back from telling her mother all those days ago about our visual novel? When it was still in a work in progress? If I had known my candidness would come back to bite me so spectacularly, I would not have been a bit more discreet about it. It's too late to regret now. Wonderful. I can't wait to have a look. I'm sure Saku can't wait either. I groan and then slide down in my chair. I don't want Miss Sunny to read my story, but how can I stop her when she's finally like, nah? I eat the rest of my lunch in silence, while the members of the Shima family talk about my imagined writing prowess. It would be no exaggeration to say that this is the most awkward meal I've ever had in my life. All the files for our game are in here. Take care of it, alright? Of course I will! You don't need to tell me twice. Suri accepts the memory stick from Chisato and then offers her a jaunty salute. My cute sister's precious illustrations are stored in this bad boy, and of course, Saku's magnificent magnum opus. I'll guard it with my life. I think enough about my so-called magnum opus to last a lifetime. Part of my story, it being the only thing I've ever finished, but it hardly deserves all the accolades. It's a brief script that details the developing relationship between two fairly typical characters, one of an aloof childhood friend, and the other of a shy and innocent schoolgirl. It's something earth-shattering. In fact, it's kind of cliché. Don't expect too much from it. Don't want to disappoint you. I'm sure I'll be fine. I have faith in you, Saku. You've always been imaginative. What I recall. What are you recalling exactly? You and she used to play all kinds of games when you came over. There were Scary Woods and the thing with magical girls, and that one set in the circus. You literally thought all of those stories up, right? With a bit of help from my favorite TV animes, yeah. There you see? You've been telling stories since you were a kid. You've got years of experience, so don't push yourself down. I'm looking forward to reading your story. You did mention that at lunch, yes. And that's not just me. Mom's super stoked too. I bet she'll be stopping by to take a look when the housework's done. Don't remind me. I don't want to think about Miss Shima perusing my immature romantic yarn. It's painful to contemplate. It'll be fine, Saku. Momon's pretty busy. I doubt she'll read too much of it, unless it's really good, of course. It won't be. Hey, where's your confidence gone? You were so excited when you announced you'd finished your project. That was before I knew it was going to be subjected to the scrutiny of your mother. My mother's not like a literary critic. She's pretty into saucy romance stories herself, and none of them are masterpieces. I had to flicker through one of them myself a way back, and some of the language used might make your hair curl. It's super scandalous. I think I would have been happier not knowing that. I never really looked at Miss Shima in the same way again. I'll never look at her in the same way again. Was that supposed to cheer me up? It was an honest attempt, yeah. But, did it work? Not really, no. Oh well, if you plan to publish your story on the net, yeah, you gotta get used to the idea of people reading what you've written. Miss Shima? Scandalous magazines? AO? AO? Scandalous? Isn't that like the whole point of uploading? I guess so. I wasn't really thinking about that though, not while I was working on the story. I was too busy trying to get it done on time. Well, if it's done now, at least it will be soon, after I've applied the magical touch. I'll whip these assets up into a cohesive visual novel in no time. Hand-holding? No! That's too lewd. Too lewd. Get that out of here. Get that thought out of here, Possum. Too lewd. Get that out of here. Then we'll upload it to the internet. This was the end of Isran Golemine and Chisato's plan, but it seemed really distant when I first began, sitting down the major plot beats for our story. Now that the possibility of unleashing it to the world, the wider world, has finally arrived, I'm starting to reconsider. There's no telling who might read our story once it's been uploaded to the wider world. It might be perused by high school students like Chisato and I, or men and women even older. College students might come across it, or college graduates like Sayori in their early 20s, or maybe members of an even older generation like Mishima. What if somebody like Mr. Eerie comes across it? No, that's really a chilling thought. I put a lot of effort into the script, but that won't mean anything if the faceless anonymous denizens of the World Wide Web, they won't know who I am, and they won't care about bearing my feelings. If somebody dislikes it, then whatever reason, I have no doubts they're hastening to tell me. People on the internet don't tend to mince their words either. I'll be opening myself up to some potential harsh criticism. That's pretty scary, but is something wrong, Saku? You're looking awfully pale. What? Oh no! There's no point dwelling upon the negative comments I might receive. My bitter, sweet love story hasn't even been released yet. I can worry about that at my leisure later. I'm sure it'll be fine. I put a lot of effort into this script, and I like how it turned out, even if nobody else does. I think I can be proud of that. I'm glad to hear it. I think you're forgotten something. I am? Yes, you are. I like this story a lot, too. I think you did a good job, so please don't worry so much. I'm sure everything will work out fine. Gee! I blink. I didn't expect Chisato to be so supportive. Especially after her ribbing over the dinner table. It's a surprise, one that catches me completely off guard. I feel so grateful my eyes start to prickle. But Sayori's littling voice jolts me back into reality. Well, ain't this sweet? You girls are so cute together. It's kind of gross. I'm gonna vomit. Please do it on the floor, and not over your monitor or your PC. We need those to work so you can finish your original novel. Right you are. Sayori laughs. You're so utilitarian, Chi. I swear, Saku's the only person you give a damn about in this world. And what if she is? Oh! You didn't even deny it! Why should I? Why should I deny that Saku is my- Why should I deny that Saku's my friend? That should be obvious. I guess so. Alright, girls. Alright, girlies. I'm gonna be at this for a while, so why don't you make yourselves scarce? I need to concentrate, and you deserve a break. Go out and have fun if you can. Provided you're not too obnoxious. You're not too anxious. You deserve it. Sato and I bundle up in our coats and scarves and then go for a leisurely stroll outdoors as her series progressed. We wander aimlessly through the streets, ducking into the shop whenever the window displays catch our attention. The sky is powder blue, and there is a bit of chill in the air. I burrow my fingers deep into my pockets, trying to keep the wintry cold at bay. Store fronts are all decorated in the spirit of the holiday season. There's tinsel strung up in the windows and with fairy lights putted throughout them, and snowflake decals stuck against the glass panes. It's kind of kitschy, but it's cute. It feels like the town is all set up for a festival. After a couple of hours of roaming, Chisato and I find ourselves in the fountain plaza where we met when school got out last Friday. The sweet smell of frying taiyaki batter drifts through the air, shot through with the distinctive aroma of azuki beans. It's not been long since we had lunch, but my stomach's starting to rumble. Hey, Chi? Yes, Saku? What is it? Can we get a taiyaki now? Can we please? Please? What are you, a child? Legally, yes. And so are you. Don't take such a high and mighty tone with me. We're only teens. You're a teen. We are teens, yes, though judging by the way you act, one might think you're still in preschool. I read the first line in the wrong voice. Doesn't matter. Those upper lip curls. Who gets this excited about taiyaki at their age? I do! You wanna let me have one last time, and I've been craving them ever since. Are you still stuck on that? Yep. You should call me Constant. You could call me Constant. You're constantly annoying. But you still love me. I give Chisato the upper arm a tug. Come on, it's a custard-filled taiyaki with my name written all over it. Everybody with taste knows Azuki is the superior taiyaki filling. But I suppose we could buy a couple. We have worked hard. I think we deserve some kind of treat. Alright, thanks, Chi. I love you. I give love away too easily. A few taiyaki are hardly worth in a romantic confession. Come on, Chi. The taiyaki are only part of it. You know just as well as I do. I love you for way more. For way more things than that. Such as? Your continued companionship, of course. You act kind of grumpy, but you're sweet deep down and you're super supportive. You always cheer me up when I'm feeling blue, and you listen to my silly problems. And you said we could buy taiyaki, which makes me love you even more. You're so simple. Chisato shakes her head, but she doesn't look pleased. I can see her smile, though only slightly. Let's get a line, shall we? Yay! There's only a handful of people queued up outside the taiyaki vendor, but it doesn't take long for us to get to be served. We hand over our money, and we're presented with 4 taiyaki in a brown paper bag, 2 Azuki-filled ones, for Chisato and 2 custard-filled ones for me. We take our spoils to a nearby bench and sit down. Then I begin to eat. The tail of my custard taiyaki crunches satisfyingly against my teeth. The outer shell of the taiyaki is crisp, but its gooey custard insides are silky smooth. The contrast between the two textures is delicious. It's delicious, but the custard filling is far hotter than I anticipated. It's like molten steel. Ah, my mouth is on fire! You alright, Saku? You need to spit it out? Shake my head while valiantly trying to chow down on my taiyaki. It's hot, almost blisteringly so, but spitting it out would be a total waste. I need to power through this. I swish the taiyaki tail from one cheek to the other, then swallow it. My tongue tingles in the aftermath. My poor mouth is on fire. I might have to take the rest of my taiyaki more slowly for my own safety. You really are like a child. You have no sense of self-control. Sorry, Chi. Just couldn't help myself. It smells so good. It might smell good. If it literally came out of the pan, of course it would be hot. What's that? Okay. Haven't you ever heard of common sense? I'm passing, maybe. I grin, which of course prompts Chisato to roll her eyes. Chisato and I chat idly for a bit while waiting for our sweet treats to cool. Once a couple of minutes have passed, I make another attempt at my taiyaki. I bring the fish-shaped pastry to my mouth and blow on it. My lips pursed, then I take a careful bite. This bite is less devastating than the first. The custard is still warm, still hot, but it's not blistering. I chew and swallow, my head bobbing back and forth until my taiyaki has been demolished. That was delicious. Chisato still hasn't finished her first taiyaki. She's taking small, elegant bites like a lady. Or maybe a bird. Watching her eat is pretty cute. I can't take my eyes off her. Saku? Chisato notices my looking, I'm not exactly trying to hide it, and sets her taiyaki down. She frowns. Stop staring at me. Why should I? You're putting me off my food. What? You're saying my face is ugly? No, I'm saying it's distracting. Knock it off. But I wanna watch you, Chi. Why can't I? It's a free country. Fine, if you're free to look at me, I should be free to poke out your googly eyes. My eyes aren't googly. I press my hands against my brow. My fingers sprayed as though I attempt to double check Chisato's cruel comment. Not that I can. It's hard to feel the curvature of your own eyeballs. Besides, you can't poke my eyes out. That's a crime. I see. What a pity. Chisato takes another bite of her taiyaki. Chisato starts from the head of the taiyaki, unlike me, and the taiyaki's innards have been exposed. The bright red azuki beans, steaming in the cool air. I'm not a fan of azuki beans. Their texture is unpleasant, and their look is downright disconcerting, especially when they're stashed inside of a shell of a taiyaki. Their bright red color makes me think of, well, innards. I wonder if that's why I have such an aversion to azuki beans. Azuki bean taiyaki. It's as if I'm pondering this that I feel something cold settle on the crown of my head. Then another. I My eyelashes tremble and look up. For a few moments, I think it might be rain, but soon I realize it's actually snowing. These flakes are soft and ephemeral. The flakes which fell a few nights prior over the roofs and the treetops, and the television aerials. It's too weak to wispy to settle properly. The gauzy snow melts when it lands on my lap, and the smacks of the wood bench and the azuki beans fill Taiyaki in Chisaki's hand. Chisato's hand. Chisato clicks her tongue. Snow's gonna sama Taiyaki. My wrong voice. You better eat it fast then. And get a azuki bean on me? No, thank you. If you get any on your face, I can always lick them off. You'd be so gross. Why shouldn't it be Why should it be gross? We're best friends, aren't we? Maybe, but even I have my limits. Which are... licking food off another's face seems a good place to start. Besides, I thought you didn't like azuki beans. I'm willing to make an exception if I can lick them off your face. Idiot. Chisato scowls, but she doesn't push me away as I predicted she might. Instead, her face turns this soft shade of pink, like the azuki beans, but more pastel. Her understated reaction is so cute. I'm gonna get flustered myself. I glance away from her and look at the sky. More powdery flakes are spiraling through the air, caught by the breeze. They settle upon my shoulders and my shoes and quickly melt. They disappear without a trace. Once more, I turn my mind to the visual novel I made with Chisato. The internet is a big place. There's an awful lot of stuff stored in it. There's no guarantee I'll get any attention, either positive or negative, even if we upload it to the dedicated forum that Chisato found. It, like the snow, will probably fade away into obscurity. Not many people will read it. Not many people will remember it. It's even more unlikely that it'll win any awards or accolades. There's something special about our first foray into the realm of visual novels. But I don't think I don't think the time we spent on it was wasted. Chisato and I did more than develop a game. We had a lot of fun together. I think it's brought us even closer. This visual novel, and it's imperfect, and it's imperfect though it may be, is the proof of my friendship, Chisato. It wouldn't exist if we didn't know one another. It's our baby. I'm proud of. Proud of us. Hey, Chi? Chisato looks at me curiously. There's a few crumbs of Taiyaki on her lower lip, and a stray azuki bean stuck on her cheek. I wonder if it's an invitation. Does she actually want me to lick it off? But still... my biting heart. Be still, my beating heart. I just wanted to know. I stretch, holding my arms horizontally, and lace my fingers together. I click my elbows. Chisato hates it when I do that. Then say, Are you happy with what we've accomplished? Chisato swallows her mouthful of taiyaki pastry and azuki beans, and then smiles at me. Yes, I'm happy with it. Good. I'm glad. Me too. I shift a little closer to Chisato, our shoulders brushing and peering into her face. Oh, by the way, you've got an azuki bean on your cheek. I do? Uh-huh. It's just here. Can you get it? Sure. My voice trembles despite myself. I feel flustered, but I think that's alright. Chisaki's face looks faintly flushed too. I considered licking the azuki bean away as promised, but that would probably be a bit too much for both me and Chisato. I opted instead for the middle ground. I lean in and brush a stray designating a saya with my index finger. It rests on the pad of my finger for a few moments, one small singular bean. Thanks for the food! Then I open my mouth and place the tiny Izuki bean on my tongue. Oh my god, so cute. They're so cute. Welcome back, fair maidens. Did thou both enjoyed thine leisurely stroll? It was fine, thank you. But why are you talking like that? No reason. Lovely maid. No reason, lovely man as well. I just thought it'd be a bit of fun. Cute little beans, I know. Well, don't. You know I hate it when you have fun. Ouch, how harsh. You're pulling a face like you've been stuck on a lemon tree. Do you hate spending time with me that much? I've already told you, I don't hate you, I simply dislike you. You know, that ain't exactly the glowing praise you think it is. It's like, as good as you're gonna get until you show me what progress you've made on our visual novel. If you've coded it to a satisfactory standard, I might even learn to tolerate you one day. So you're saying your feelings for me are based on how useful I am to you? More or less, yes. Man, you're so harsh. You might be my baby sister, but there's nothing cute about you at all. I say the same about you. Damn. You're even more cutting than usual today. You're tearing me apart here, Chi. A laughing Sayori spins about on her swivel chair, then pulls up a program on her monitor. Behold, your visual novel has been finished. Thanks to yours truly. Oh! I bound across Sayori's bedroom, sidestepping a discarded pair of trousers, and parked myself by her side. There, on Sayori's monitor, taking up the whole screen, is mine and Chisato's visual novel. I've devoted the last week of my life to writing this thing, and I've stained a bunch of red welts on my fingers for my efforts. It took a lot of work, but it's finally done. That was really fast. It was like it was like a day. It was less than a day of just putting things together. But I guess it's like they're using like a pre-built engine, so maybe it's like a bit of not too much coding involved. It's not like going from the ground up. The main menu of our visual novel takes up the entirety of Sayori's screen. The logo, which reads "My Bittersweet Love Story," appears in the middle of the screen, with Sumire and Takumi standing beside it. Beneath it, both Sumire and Takumi have a thin red thread twined in their pinky fingers, which join together to show the depth of their relationship. The navigation buttons are in the middle of the screen. New game, continue, settings, and quit. It's fairly standard as far as visual novels go. There's nothing on First Live when it comes to production values, but I'm impressed nonetheless. First Live was made by a whole company, while My Bittersweet Love Story was made by a team of 3 if you count Sayori. It's a big accomplishment. This is so cool. Can I start the game, Sayori? I want to see it in action. Sure, be my guest. I commandeer the mouse, then guide it to the new game option. Click it, and the screen fades to black. There's a brief pause, then a filter. The filtered photograph of a brightly blue sky appears on the screen, alongside the first words of my project. We've changed styles. We've changed styles. I examine my reflection in my bedroom mirror and adjust the hem of my school skirt. It's secondhand and a bit too long for me. But it's luxurious all the same. It's nothing like the uniform I wore at my old school. From this day forward, I'll be attending St. Michael's. St. Michael is an elite exclusive school built for the wealthy and state-of-the-art arts classrooms, experienced teachers, and the most extravagant out uniforms I've ever seen. Here we go, straight within the story. Fog. First we're playing a visual novel about making a visual novel, and we're playing a visual novel about making a visual novel, and a visual novel and a visual novel. It's the visual exception on many levels. I used to dream about attending St. Michael's, but I knew that to be nothing but more than a fantasy. My father died when I was young, and my mother has been struggling to raise me even ever since. It would be unfeasible to expect her to pay for my tuition for such an establishment. I was ready to give up my childhood hopes. But after securing the best grades in my class, I was able to earn a scholarship to the school of my dreams. I've been anticipating this day since I received my scholarship, with both excitement and anxiety. I've never been so doomed to school like St. Michael's before. I hope I'm able to fit in. I'm afraid my classmates might laugh at me and my uncultured ways, but I can't let my worries get the better of me. I'm determined to make my dreams come true. I adjust my ribbon looped through my collar, then take a deep breath. I square my shoulders, then turn on my heels, picking up my faded brown school bag, and head downstairs. My new life is about to begin. So, what do you think? Do you like the way I've laid everything out? I used the background music you provided, but I downloaded a few extra tracks from some royalty-free sites. I downloaded a bunch of sound effects too. I think it turned out pretty nice if I do say so myself. The art's good, and I like the story, though it is kind of funny. Huh? What's funny about it? It's so lovey-dovey. I didn't think you were into mushy stuff like that, Saku. Is that a bad thing? It's just a little surprising is all. I don't think the story's bad, though. Takumi has some strange lines, too. Her love interest is kinda cold. In fact, he kinda reminds me of Chi here. That's not just... That's just a coincidence. That's just a coincidence. Are you sure? He really does tick off the boxes. Childhood friend, kind of distant, a bit of a jerk, but a softy deep down. That's Chi all over. Hey, I'm not a jerk. Not completely, but you're pretty good at acting the part. Even Mom said the same when she gave the story a quick read. Mother didn't say I was a jerk, did she? Not in so many words, but she kind of implied it. Miss Shima didn't really read through the script, did she? She did. She sure did. Ah, jeez. I hope she was just saying that. No, oh, not my mother. You should know that, as us Shimas stick to our words. We're an honorable clan. So, what do you guys think? Do you like it? It's better than I imagined it would be. You did quite a thorough job. Well, of course I did. This is part of the project we worked on, sis. You put in a whole bunch of effort, so I had to follow suit. I can't have you upstaging me. You did do good, Chi. Did I do good, Chi? Have I gone up at all in your estimation? I would think better of you, certainly, if you learned how to speak properly. But perhaps. I think I might be able to tolerate you. Now I'll tolerate you. Now I know you're not completely useless. Thanks, Chi. I love you too. And what about you, Saku? This is your story too. What do you think about the finished project? I'm still clicking through the story, my eyes dancing across the text. Sumire has arrived at St. Michael's now, but she's confused by the school's sprawling layout. She doesn't know where to go, and nobody stops to help her. Students at St. Michael's look at her shabby uniform and her scratched school bag and turn their nose up at her. Poor Sumire. Sumire is starting to lose her nerve. She begins to wonder whether attending St. Michael's has made she begins to wonder whether in attending St. Michael's she's made some kind of mistake until she runs into Takumi. That's when the real story starts. Oh my gosh, this is so cool! I can't believe it. We made a visual novel. A real visual novel. You can play it and read it, and it's got art and words and music and everything. We did it. We really did it. Oh my god. I need to do this real quick. Print screen. I'll paste this somewhere so I can save it for later. Put it in here. So cute, I love it. Back to the game. I step away from the PC, then pull Chisato into a tight hug. Saku, what are you doing? Celebrating! What? Why? Why not? We earned it! I'm so enthused, I don't care what... that Suri's here. I don't care what she might say. Chisato is the only person on my mind, and right now, she's even in my arms. It's a bit embarrassing, but... oh well. Chisato eventually relaxes against my embrace, then reciprocates. She winds her own arms about my waist, and offers me a small, sweet smile, sweet enough to cause cavities. I suppose we did earn it, didn't we? Yep, together we're an unstoppable team. I couldn't have made this visual novel without Chisato. She stroked my spirit when they began to flag, and she gave me the faith I needed to persevere. None of this would have happened without her. When we're together, I feel like I can accomplish anything. I think it must be why Chisato, despite her cutting remarks, is my very best friend in all the world. I really do love her. Not touching, you guys are super cute. I hate to break up their happy time together, but Suri's voice, light and lifting, interjects itself into the proceedings. Do you know what your job isn't finished just yet? Huh? I step away from Chisato, my face flushed, then glance at Sayori. What do you mean? Your visual novel might be finished, but you still need to upload it to the internet. It'd defeat the point of making it otherwise, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, I guess that's true. So my old anxiety is beginning to return to me. It bubbles in the pit of my stomach, but like a noxious swamp. I usually act happy-go-lucky, but even I get concerned from time to time. This is most definitely one of those times. I don't want other people saying that our story is boring. Not when Chisato and I worked so hard on it. Maybe I'm being too precious. Yeah, persist. But I think any kind of negative criticism would leave my poor little heart in two. I don't know if I'm prepared for this humble visual novel to receive scrutiny from the entire internet, but it'd be even worse if it was ignored altogether. I don't want anyone else to read it. But sure, let's upload it. You got no problem with that, right? Have you, Chi? Of course not. Anyone's project is a natural part of the creative process. This was always our end goal. Moreover, we have nothing to do. We have nothing to be disappointed in. I like our original novel. I'm sure other people will too. Yeah, I bet you're right. It might have been slapped together, but we put a lot of passion into it. It'd be a shame if nobody else got to read it, other than Leon and her mom, I guess. Did you have fun working on it, though, Chi? Of course I did. I really enjoyed myself, actually. All the more because I was with you. You know I can be a bit stern. You could say that again. And maybe I'm not the best at expressing myself, but I'm glad you're my friend, and I'm glad you can put up with my picky mood. I say a lot of things I don't always mean, but I'm being sincere right now. I'm glad you're my friend, Saku. For a few moments I feel overwhelmed. My heart is beating double time. I'm not sure why being with Chisato has stirred up a lot of strange emotions within me lately. It's a lot for a dense girl like me to take in, but I do know one thing for certain. Thanks, Chi. I like being with you too. Then, can we always stay together? Of course we can. We're best friends, and I have a load more stories I want to tell with you. Do you want to do this again? Yep. I'm plotting out our next epic inside my noggin. My bittersweet love story was only the beginning. I'm gonna write something more and more. I write more and more, so I want you to do all the art. I want us to be a team. You can support me, and I can support you. That's the way it's always been, hasn't it? Well, of course I support you. You need somebody to keep you in line if you're planning to make a habit of writing visual novels. I'd love to read more of your stories. So, let's do that. Let's keep on creating. I'm sure we'll make lots of fun. We always do. That should go without saying. With this cheery exclamation, I ascend upon Chisato for the second time this evening. I wind my arms about her waist, then pull her into a hug. It might mark the end of my bittersweet love story's development, but it's not the end of my story with Chisato. We're going to make even more exciting stories together. I just know that we will. I'm starting to feel inspired again already. Saving. I would just go save. I can't wait to start writing. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love it. Once again, slash report game. So, even though you just watch me play it, I recommend go check out the game yourself again. Maybe play it again. Maybe play it on your own time, or check out her other games. Ebi-Hime makes a lot of cool games. I haven't played any of them before, but reading the synopsis, they look really cool. There's a few free ones. There's free. Most of them I think are paid, but like. They sound really cool. They sound and look really cute, and I've had a few of them on my wish list for a while now. I've been like debating on getting them. I need more time to I need find time to get them and play them. Obviously, but oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Well, everyone, thank you for reading Winter Fragments. I hope you enjoyed. And for once. This is a visual novel. I can say this. And for once, this is a visual novel I can say this about without any caveats, given it's a cheerful story. Wow, that sure makes it change. That sure makes it change. I feel like the overwhelming majority of visual novels I've released this year have been incredibly gloomy for some strange reason. So about Winter Fragments, it's a visual novel about a couple cute girls who make a visual novel of their own. Ergo, I suppose you could liken it to a little bit of Shirobako, which is an anime about a few cute girls working on an anime industry. Granted, Shirobako has a pretty large cast, and they aren't all cute girls. But still, I'm sure there's a fair few visual novels out there with the exact same concept as Winter Fragments. Cute girls making a visual novel. But the only one I'm familiar with, off the top of my head, is Sakura Gamer. Actually, I've read Sakura Gamer. I'm Yuri-jin at heart, and I've read all about you. I've read a lot of Yuri novels, haha. And I thought the general idea was pretty fun. Besides reading stories about characters who's passionate about things, in the case of Sakura Gamer and visual novels, who work together to achieve a common goal. Sakura Gamer is a Sakura visual novel, however, it has a lot of fan service, which often felt a bit incongruous with the actual plot. Plus, the main character of Sakura Gamer is described as being pretty shy and awkward. I feel bad for her, constantly being groped by characters who seem to be significantly hornier than she is. I like the base idea behind Sakura Gamer enough, however, I want to make it a story with a similar premise, hence Winter Fragments was born. It's basically Sakura Gamer if you make the characters younger, set in the past, and strip all that fan service element. Oh, and if you set it over Christmas, of course. Another inspiration behind the story was the free visual novel Digital Seclusion by Zolar. This is a visual novel which touts itself as being a love letter to visual novels in general, especially PC 98 visual novels. But it's so depressing. The main character in Digital Seclusion is a shut-in, more or less, who spends his life obsessing about characters from various visual novels, so to such an extent he goes insane. I thought this was a pretty dour love letter as far as love letters go, so I decided to write Winter Fragments as a response in part to Digital Seclusion. If Digital Seclusion is a visual novel about consuming too many visual novels and subsequently having a breakdown in isolation, then Winter Fragments is in its inverse. A visual novel is about the joy of creating a visual novel alongside a close friend. I thought to make the characters in Winter Fragments younger because I wanted the story to have this hopeful, slightly naive feeling to it. The main heroine of Sakura Gamer is actually kind of jaded as far as Sakura visual novels go, and the hero of Digital Seclusion is downright miserable. I wanted Saku to contrast them by being very cheerful and upbeat, and largely positive about the visual novel she's making. That's a lot to read, actually. Sakura has a few doubts, of course, as to whether her visual novel will be received well, but she has so much fun during the process of creating the aforementioned visual novel that maybe this doesn't matter too much in the end. It's more fun to create, after all, when you're focusing on that, what makes you happy as a creator. I suppose this visual novel was also a bit of a throwback to my earlier visual novels, which were significantly less polished in terms of appearance and in terms of writing. I started out releasing visual novels for free, like Saku and Chisato, and had no intention of selling them or trying to turn in a profit on them. I just made visual novels because I liked them. My visual novels look a lot shoddier as a result, since I used 3D models I've edited in PMD editor, filtered photo backgrounds with stock Ren'Py UI. It took me a depressingly long time to figure out how to implement my own UI. Lol. I'm not good at coder. I'm not a good coder, that's fair. No one starts off with that. But I still had a lot of fun with my older projects. In that sense, maybe the act of selling my visual novels took some of the joy out of the experience. When you're selling a product, you have to ensure it meets a certain baseline of quality. Which meant for me, I had to bid goodbye to my 3D character models and filtered photo backgrounds and go for custom assets. But I'm torn. Who do I raid? I'll raid Fox. Fox red. Wolf. Friends. I had to sink more money into my own projects, so people would want to pay money for them. In turn, I had to think a little more about the sorts of stories people might want to buy. I couldn't write stuff for its own sake quite so much. Well, I say that, but I'm pretty selfish, so I still tend to write a lot of weird stuff. I doubt that'll be popular, but it satisfies my creative urges, like Asphyxiate and The Mermaid Zenner. Haha. And that's not even getting into how many words I've written in the service of a certain psychopathic prince who has stolen my heart. Anyways, I wanted Winter Fragments to capture the feeling of working on a creative project for the first time for no reason beyond it's fun. Isn't that the purest reason to create? Saku and Chisato can afford to be idealistic about this creative process, therefore, because they're still school students. They don't have to worry about paying bills, or they're not trying to make any money on the back of their creative works. They're just a couple of friends doing themselves. As for the Yuri elements of the story, they're pretty light. I've been describing Winter Fragment as a Yuri visual novel because it's obvious, at least. Hope it's obvious? Well, both characters have crushes on one another, but neither of them confesses, and there isn't any kisses. There aren't any kisses. Their relationship remains fairly ambiguous at the end. By the end of the story, deliberately so. I wanted Winter Fragments to focus more on the creating process, writing a project part, than the falling in love part. So I placed more focus on Saku and Chisato working on their visual novel than their developing feelings. As such, there aren't much room in the narrative for any declarations of undying love. I think it would have a bit rushed, given the way the story is structured. Moreover, since Saku and Chisato are quite young, I wanted their relationship to feel somewhat confused. I thought it would suit the story better if their feelings remained a little vague and undefined. They like one another, but they're not sure how to make that next step. I think it's pretty common among young teens not knowing how to feel when it comes to romance and not knowing how to confess. The ending of Winter Fragments is pretty hopeful, though. I'm sure no matter what happens, they'll continue to create a lot more stories together. As Winter Fragment is a story about a couple of girls writing doujin visual novels for free, I decided it would only be fitting to make this visual novel free too. I also decided to build this in a 860 resolution. 800 by 600 resolution to give that nostalgic doujin feeling. And I used filtered photographs for backgrounds and stock music. I don't do this with my commercial releases anymore, so it was fun making a project which looked distinctly different from the things I tend to make now. It was a nice change of pace. As an aside, I've just realized that Winter Fragments is the third visual novel I've released this year about writing the first novel I've released about writing. The first being All the Words She Wrote, and the second being Girlfriend Simulator. These two stories are a fair bit darker, but I hope Winter Fragments was able to cheer you suitably over the holiday season. Thank you again for checking my story out. It means a lot to me. I might be a little older than when I first started creating, but I still love telling stories myself. Writing is a lot of fun. I hope I can communicate that through Saku. Also, as an aside, if you enjoyed this visual novel and want to read more about my stuff, please feel free to check out my catalog of visual novels on Steam or Itch.io, which I kind of linked her Itch.io page, or itch.io if you want to take like that, with that link up there. Just go in there, just see what you got. Just a lot of them on Steam, itch.io. It's great. So I've written quite a lot over the years, and I hope you all find something you enjoy. Find Ebi. So yeah, that was the game. It was really cute. I loved it. I'm a sucker for really cute sappy shit like this. Like, just look at these two. Look at them. They're so good. They're so good. It'd be really cool. I know obviously we won't see it, but it'd be cool. Like, I want to know what other games they were gonna make. I want to know what other stories Taku was gonna write. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear that I helped spread the word. I first found out about it on Twitter, and so and then I retweeted obviously, and then here we are playing it now. He released it like yesterday or something. It was like on Christmas Eve, and I was like, oh sweet. I'll play this. I'll stream this later, but I couldn't stream it on that yesterday because I'm doing like family stuff, obviously. So here I am today. My voice fucking dying, but who cares? It's fun. It's the joy of streaming. Oh yeah, make sure you go check out that link. Check out what other games Ebi-Hime has made, and yeah. With that, we'll be sending off to my good friend Rose. They're currently playing Fall Guys. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Christmas evening. I have about half an hour left of my proper Christmas Day evening. But yeah, get some. Don't worry, I will get water. Don't worry, I will hydrate and all that stuff. I'm not an idiot. But yeah, thanks for sticking by. Thanks for coming back, Possum. Thanks for indulging me in my dead voice now. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed the story. I hope you have fun playing it yourself later tomorrow. And yeah. Thanks for sticking by. I'll see you next time. Not sure when to stream next time. I'll probably stream time on Saturday. But until then, hope you have a nice day.